What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Friday, March 7th, 2025, and OU still sucks. And the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, we will preview tomorrow's massive Red River shootout matchup between Texas and Oklahoma, a must-win game for Texas men's basketball to keep their NCAA tournament hopes alive. We will check in with our friend Tyler McComas of the Ref in Norman at 8 o'clock to preview that game, and we'll get a little insight on Oklahoma spring football as well. Plus, the Houston Texans have made a trade. Some more craziness going on in the NFL offseason. We'll talk a little Texas women's basketball as the Longhorns make their push for an SEC tournament championship. We've got some Texas baseball to get into. We've got some college football quarterback rankings to discuss. And, another airplane story.
Oh, boy.
It never ends
Never ends.
Bucky and BK. Happy Friday, my man. How are you this morning?
I'm doing fantastic. What a beautiful day it's going to be today. Maybe a little less wind, even a little warmer than it was yesterday. And I thought it was warm yesterday. And happy 41st birthday to my son. Yes, I have a 41-year-old son now. 41 years old. Wow.
You're getting old.
That's all it tells me. Tells me that he's getting old, too. That's what it tells me.
He is.
Yes, my son AJ turned 41 today on the 7th of March. Wow.
About that. Happy birthday to the great AJ.
It seems like yesterday, but it doesn't. Doesn't seem like yesterday. It seems like a long time ago.
Probably seems like 41 years ago.
41 years ago. Absolutely.
Oh, man. He's a man. He's 41, as our guy Jason says. Yeah. Happy birthday to the great AJ Godbolt of 34 Wine and Spirits fame. I hope it's a great one, brother. That's awesome. 41. How about that?
Yeah, that's something, man. He 10 years older than you.
10 years older than me. He's hit his Dirk Nowitzki year, if you will.
Man, oh, man. I'm glad I made it this far.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Any plans for y'all this weekend? You guys getting together at all?
No, my son, he's busy. South by Southwest. The store is just, it's, getting downtown 1,000 times, They have all the booze for place. Anton's. I guess there'll be some music there. There'll be a bunch of stuff happening there. So they'll be back and forth. They've got a couple hotels they got to do some stuff with. So it's a busy week. It was like last week out at Coda for NASCAR. Man, he said, "Boy, can they drink? Boy, can the NASCAR crowd drink?"
Oh my God! There's no crowd that drinks like a NASCAR crowd.
You know what? Who puts a pretty good deal there is that Formula One crowd. They drink, they drink liquor and wine.
Yeah, you're right. It's a different kind of drinking, right? I think with the NASCAR group, it's more cold beer. With the Europeans coming in for F1, it's more liquor. But both of them can get after it pretty good. Yeah, it's a big part of racing culture is being able to drink while you're watching, I think.
Wow. Unbelievable. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We do appreciate it to you, all you first responders, nurses, and doctors out there. I know it's going to be a busy time around this city here in the next week or so. I mean, as we head towards spring break and South by Southwest, folks, be careful out there. As BK says, if you're going to be drinking, drink plenty of it, but have a safe ride around our city. We don't want, it's not, we want to protect you, but we also want to protect the citizens of our area too, that still will go downtown, will do all the things that they do. Some of them, this is a ritual to go down South by Southwest, enjoy the music, enjoys, the livelihood downtown, but be careful, have everybody have a safe 2 weeks around here. And then don't we roll into rodeo too? Rodeo. Yep. I mean, everything happens in spring break. So everybody have a look out for each other,
Yeah. Get you an Uber, get you a Lyft, or get you one of those Arch Manning Waymos.
Yeah. Call on Waymo. Waymo come get you.
Yeah, perfect time for Arch to announce that new NIL deal with Waymo. If you're trying to get around somewhere over these next couple of weeks with all the craziness happening in Central Texas, Just call on a Waymo. You don't even need a driver. You don't have to worry about tipping somebody. Just the car will get to you. It will take you where you need to go. It'll drop you off, and you'll be on your merry way. Come on, man.
So Waymo's not just downtown. I mean, if you wanted to go to Round Rock, Waymo could get you out to Round Rock.
I think so.
Does Waymo get on I-35?
I've seen Waymos on the highway before.
You have? Because that ain't Waymo. Is that Waymo better on the highway?
You see some of these other drivers on the highway.
Yes, I do.
It can be Waymo worse. Can be worse.
No. Waymo doesn't do his makeup.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about a Waymo texting and driving. You don't have to worry about a Waymo driver putting on makeup. You don't have to worry about a Waymo driver being obnoxiously loud on the phone while you're in the car. You get to control the music as well. Sometimes you get into an Uber or a cab, and it's just like, what in the hell is this guy listening to? You don't have to worry about that. You can control the own air. You don't have to ask, like, hey, can you turn it down? And the driver can't speak English and there's no idea what you're talking about. You don't have to worry about any of that stuff.
Yeah, I don't like people messing with the music. I mean, I was, before I got married here, I went 15 years of being just with me. But there was a person who was a friend of mine, and every time she got in my car, she changed my music. And that was the most upsetting deal. You don't come into somebody's car and change. It's like coming into somebody's car and lighting up a cigarette,
I'd rather you light up a cigarette than change my music.
I mean, the first thing she did, she didn't say a word to me. She just went and changed the channel and changed it to what she wanted to hear. That used to just drive me nuts. I never said anything all the years I knew this person. I never stopped her. It was just undefeated. In order to get what I needed to get, I wouldn't say a word.
She never asked. She just did it.
So it was like this thing, talking to me a couple minutes, ask me some questions, and then reach over. The music I was playing, she would just change the music.
Unacceptable.
It would drive me nuts.
That's bad.
That's disturbing, isn't it?
You should have left.
I should have said, get out, get out.
Yeah. Hey, for once in my life, can we listen to my music, please?
Yeah, I should have.
I can't believe you didn't call her out at all. This went on for years. You just let this go?
Yeah, I let that go for years. And once again, if you don't stop somebody, and that's the habit that they get into, and then you don't do anything about it, they figure it's okay with you.
Yeah, that's on you for letting that go on.
And it was on me. I just never said anything about it. I don't know if I didn't think, and it's not that I didn't think anything about it, because I did, because it bothered the shit out of me. It's like the person that walks in a bar, and then you're somewhere and they ask you, do you mind if I smoke? They're sitting right beside you.
No, that's not the same, because they at least asked.
Yeah, that's
your
true.
girl wasn't asking. Like, your girl literally just lit up a cigarette in your car and then blew smoke right in your right ear.
Oh,
it's terrible.
Yeah, I was a little weak on that one.
You were a lot of weak on that one.
Like I said, that stuff was good, though, man.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just, sometimes you just let it go.
We all make sacrifices in relationships. And I guess that was one of them for you. All right. A lot of sports to dive into today. A lot of fun to be had on a Friday show as well. Start with a little Texas women's basketball as the Longhorn women open up SEC tournament play today. The conference tournament started on Wednesday, but the Longhorns, thanks to a double bye, will open up their conference tournament run this afternoon at 5 o'clock. The number 2 seed Longhorns will take on 7th seed Ole Miss this evening in Greenville, South Carolina. These two teams played once in the regular season. It was a close game. The Rebels gave the Longhorns everything it wanted in Oxford in the regular year. Texas won the game, but they only won it by 3. And the Longhorns were actually down by 8 with 5 minutes left. They had a miracle comeback. Maddie Booker got hot. She had a game winner with 13 seconds left. But the Longhorns were in serious jeopardy of losing the first time they played Ole Miss. They came back to win 61-58. It was a defensive slugfest. So this one may be a little tougher than I think your traditional 2-7 matchup might be.
Okay, now where did you say the game is being played?
The whole tournament is in Greenville, South Carolina.
Oh, it's not in Georgia. It's not in Atlanta.
Well, it's funny how this works. Think about who dominates the SEC in women's college basketball?
Yes.
South Carolina.
Yeah.
Oh, you think that helps? That they get to play the conference tournament basically in their own backyard every year? Georgia's been dominating in football. They get to play the SEC championship game in their own backyard every year.
Huh.
Can we get something moved to Austin, please?
Yeah, that ought to start to happen here very, very shortly.
I would say Oklahoma dominates the Women's College World Series every year. Where do they play that? Oklahoma City?
Absolutely.
You don't think that's a good recruiting pitch? Like, hey, we play the national championship, or hey, we play the conference championship here every single year, so come here so your family doesn't have to travel very far. Yeah, so the Lady Cox, I guess we're being open and equal. We got to give the Lady Cox some things this year. So, yeah, if there is a Texas-South Carolina Part 3, it would happen in the SEC Tournament Championship, which would take place on Sunday, but it would be a de facto road game for the Horns.
Wow.
So got to get there first. Obviously, got to take care of the Ole Miss Rebels. And then, Buck, if Texas wins today, this is the quarterfinal round. So if they win today, they will make it to the semifinal round. You know who they could be playing in tomorrow's semi?
The Tigers?
I'll go ahead and show you who they could be playing in tomorrow's semi.
Her?
Oh, yeah, baby.
Man.
Your girl, Kim Dwayne Mulkey.
She is going to be, and she's going to be wearing some spectacular stuff here for this.
Oh, yeah.
For this whole deal here. Believe me, she's going to really show her stuff.
Oh, it's the postseason. Yo, she's got some stuff, all right. It's the postseason. You got to pull out all of the stops for March, don't you?
You can't come back with that. Please don't come back with that rim outfit, though. Please.
What if she goes with, instead of a nylon net, the chain net that you would see at the old outdoor parks back in the day?
I'd be down with that to see that on her.
Oh, yeah. You want her in chains, don't you?
Yeah, chain. I want to see her in chains.
Oh, man. So Texas has to beat Ole Miss tonight, and then LSU has to beat Florida tonight. That game is actually after the Texas-Ole Miss game. But if both teams win, we will get a rematch of Vic Schaefer and Kim Mulkey. Of course, Texas won that regular season affair here in Austin back in February, but we could get a neutral site rematch with a spot in the SEC tournament final on the line. So, yeah, you might get your wish. I don't think you're going to fly out to Greenville, South Carolina. You did miss the matchup here in Austin. So if you wanted to, though, there's a chance you could get a little Kim Dwayne action tomorrow.
Yeah, both these teams are going to go. They're not only in this tournament, they're going to keep on going when it comes to the next level too.
Yeah,
I think
top 10 teams.
Both of these teams are going to win a bunch of games.
I think you're right. Texas #1 in the country, LSU #9 right now. LSU won it all 2 seasons ago. Kim Mulkey's won 3 national championships in her career. You never want to count out any of her teams in the NCAA tournament. Obviously, Vic Schaefer trying to get over the Elite 8 hump at Texas. Yep. He went to 2 national championship games when he was coaching at Mississippi State. Never won a title there, but at Texas, he's been to 3 Elite 8s. Obviously, we're all hoping this is the year that he could get to a Final Four and maybe do something a little better than that. Obviously, both of these schools and South Carolina. I mean, the SEC is awesome all across the board, but those are your top 3 teams in the conference standings. Those are your 3 most likely teams, I think, to cut down some nets when we get to the real dance. But yeah, it could be Ole Miss, LSU, and South Carolina these next 3 days. Remember, conference tournaments, you play back-to-back-to-back. So there's no days off. It could be today Ole Miss, tomorrow LSU, and then Sunday South Carolina. Obviously, if you're the Longhorns, you'd love the bragging rights because, hey, you split the conference regular season title. That's right. Pretty cool. No shame in that at all. You get a trophy for that one, but you get the ultimate bragging rights if you can top that off with a tournament championship. That's how you sort of win the tiebreaker over South Carolina. So hopefully we'll be talking as tournament champs come Monday.
Yeah, this will be fun. This will be a fun weekend. It really will be. And the men need to have a win too, somehow, some way, which I think they will. I think they'll beat Oklahoma. I'm just not sure from that point on where they go, except for I don't think they can win 2 games in the tournament. I just don't think they can win 2. There's too many of these bad teams that they have to face moving around there, you know. They'll play one good, one bad. They may beat the good, but they'll lose to the bad.
Yeah, well,
There's just got to be a lot of energy. Maybe this energy is here for a while. I just don't think the team is good enough to play. I mean, there's too many good teams in the SEC. There's just too many of them, and you can get those middle of the pack wins if you play with the emotion you played with the other night. But to beat a good team, I don't think you have good enough players. They're not playing that well together in order to beat an Auburn, Alabama, Tennessee. I just don't think you can beat those teams.
Well, if you're right and Texas does win tomorrow, then they're not going to have to beat a bunch of those teams in Nashville. Like, they might have to win one game in Nashville, but that'd be a first-round game against a team like Georgia or Mississippi State or Arkansas or LSU. Now, a lot of those teams have beaten Texas this year, so those aren't gimmies. But if Texas wins this game tomorrow against Oklahoma, they might be in already, but I think they would definitely be in if they could just win their first SEC tournament game.
Okay.
Obviously, if you get to round 2 and round 3 and you start beating those really good teams that you talked about, then that's icing on the cake. Then you might not have to worry about playing in Dayton in one of those first 4 games. But if Texas knocks off Oklahoma, number one, it'd be their 9th straight victory over the Sooners. Number 2, I don't think they'd have to do that much in the conference tournament next week. Win one, and I think you're in. But
yeah, because I don't see them winning 2. I don't, like I said, once they get to the Tennessees of the world, I think that's a problem.
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday, right? The potential path for the Longhorns in the conference tournament. If the season ended yesterday and there were no SEC games that were played last night, so this would hold true today, Texas would play Georgia in the opening round of the SEC tourney. And, well, I think we all sadly watched what the first game between those two looked like. If they beat Georgia, they would actually play A&M. Of course, the Longhorns beat the Aggies once. They split in the regular season this year.
And now the Aggies have now started to get to the crescendo of what they want to be.
Well, I don't know. I mean, they've been
a while. They've been off and on. But, they got – I don't know. What are they going to do, ride that beating Auburn? How long can you ride that?
That's the thing. Like, they beat Auburn, which only 2 other teams have done this year. So that's an impressive win. But they had lost 4 in a row going into that game. So, I don't know if they've turned some corner. I don't know if they're playing some great basketball right now. Now, to beat Auburn, you've got to be playing great. So they were awesome the other night. But I don't know. I think Texas can run with them. I'd probably pick A&M to win if they did meet.
I would too.
But that'd be nice. I mean, if Texas can beat OU and beat Georgia, that'd mean a 3-game winning streak to show the selection committee that, okay, we still got a little juice left. Yeah, ignore that 3-game losing streak that we had. Ignore that 6 of 7 losing slide that we had. We've got it figured out. We're the team we were earlier in the year. Give us a bid. We've earned it. But if Texas loses tomorrow, they're going to need like 3 wins, if not 4 in Nashville. So it's about as close.
And plus, a lot of teams will make their way off the bubble and into the tournament after this weekend. You know that.
Yeah, obviously a lot of other bubble teams fighting for their lives. And then conference tournament week, that's where you get your bid stealers.
Oh, yeah.
So you got to not only root for Texas, but you got to root against teams like North Carolina, teams like Oklahoma, teams like Ohio State. We got no problem rooting against the Buckeyes here, do we? A few other teams across the country. And then obviously the smaller conferences too. You've got these 1-bid leagues. Like, you look at the West Coast Conference, if somebody besides St. Mary's or Gonzaga gets hot and they win that conference tourney, then boom, that's a bid stolen right there. So there's a lot of basketball you got to be paying attention to. It's not a fun life to live when you're on the bubble, let me tell you.
No, it's not. And as I said, the Big East will, even with the 2-time defending champ and Marquette and some of the other Villanova in that conference, there's a lot of teams in that conference that are on the bubble, that if they get a couple wins in their tournament, people will look at them and say, that's a pretty tough league, the Big East too. So I kind of worry about that. ACC, not so much. They're going to get Duke, and then somebody else will slide in. Duke, probably Clemson.
Well, the ACC is going to get Duke. They're going to get Clemson. They're going to get Louisville. I'm trying to think if there's anybody else that will for sure be.
The other ones will be in a fight.
Yeah, I mean, North Carolina is the team you got to worry about in the ACC.
Sure.
Xavier is the team you got to worry about in the Big East. Villanova's not getting in. I mean, look, if Villanova gets the auto bid, they'll be in. But they're not.
Creighton will get in.
Yeah, I mean, there are teams like some of the teams that you brought up are already in, so you don't have to worry about. Like Shaka Smart's already in with Marquette.
Right.
Rick Pitino is already in with St. John's. Creighton is already in.
Louisville
But
is all, and the other one, like you said, the other.
yeah, Louisville's already in. Duke and Clemson, like they're locks. So what happens to them does not matter. They're just playing for seeding at this point. But yeah, some teams you got to root against: Arkansas, Indiana, North Carolina, Boise State, Oklahoma. Teams like that.
Yes.
Nebraska is kind of on the mix. SMU is close. I think they're a little bit below all of those other teams that we just mentioned.
State won the Big Ten, so it's some of those other ones behind Michigan State. Well, Illinois will be in, but there's a couple others in the Big Ten, like you said, Indiana, Ohio State.
Yeah, those are teams you got to root against.
You'll see Minnesota again. You'll be playing against. If you lose, you'll
now
see
you're just like proving that schools in the Big Ten. And Minnesota's not getting in.
No, you'll see Minnesota in the NIT with if Texas doesn't win this weekend.
Not even sure we'll see Minnesota in the NIT. I mean, we might see Texas in the NIT. I don't know if Minnesota's good enough to be in that tournament this year. They're that bad. To the point of Texas still having work to do. Quick check of the bracket matrix compilation. There are 92 brackets that have been updated over the last 2 days. Only 17 of those 92 have Texas in the field right now. By the way, 66 of the 92 have Oklahoma in. So in the eyes of most bracketologists out there, the Sooners are in a little bit better standing with the tournament committee than the Longhorns are. But obviously both teams have some work to do, which means tomorrow's game is mammoth, to say the least. Pretty fitting that Oklahoma's at 66, right? Aren't they the devil?
That's 3 6s, I believe.
Oh, I'm rounding down. You got to have all three.
Rounding down a bit.
That's on me. Yeah, we'll check in with Tyler McComas up there in Norman and get his thoughts on tomorrow's matchup. But again, the Horns have won 8 in a row against Oklahoma in men's basketball. But this one is as big as it's ever been, with both teams squarely on the NCAA tournament bubble, both coaches coaching for their jobs. It's crazy. This is a battle for fourth to last place in the SEC. Normally when you're talking about fourth to last in anything, it doesn't mean a whole lot. But this one, to both of these teams and both of these coaching staffs, it means everything. Texas won the first game in Norman back in January. The Longhorns were up by 23 in the second half. They almost let it slip away, but they were able to hold on to get the win. Both teams coming off of nice wins. Texas on the road at Mississippi State. Buck, Oklahoma, if you thought Texas was reeling, the Sooners had lost 7 of their last 8 games before they beat Mizzou on Wednesday night. But both teams got ranked wins, so they're maybe beaming with a little bit of confidence right now.
I just need to see the same effort I saw the other night. That's enough to beat Oklahoma.
I think you're right.
Beat your rival at home. You'll have your crowd. Yes, they will be with you. The real fans will be rooting for you. They don't root against you. They may have it in the back of their minds, but out and out, right in their face, they're not going to root against you. So, and it's Oklahoma. Like I say, if it's A&M or Oklahoma, it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
No.
I wonder if RT is going to get booed during the starting lineups tomorrow.
Just coming off a nice win. No.
Okay. You're not on Twitter as much as I am.
Be riled up because of who you're playing.
Yeah, I think it'll be a good crowd tomorrow night. Home game, senior night. It'll be the last time you get to watch most of these Longhorns play. Obviously, it'll be the last time we get to see Trey Johnson play in person.
Yeah.
So, yeah, win this game. The country deserves to watch Trey Johnson in the tournament. We deserve to watch Trey Johnson in the tournament. So, win this one tomorrow, Horns, please.
That's for the Gipper.
This is for the Gipper. You're calling Rodney Terry the Gipper?
Yeah. Win one for the Gipper.
What happens to the Gipper?
Gone.
So you're saying Rodney Terry's about to die?
No, he won't die. This is it doesn't matter. They're not going very far once they can play hard. Like I said, I don't think they're talented enough. They're talented enough to beat OU, but once you get into the conference tournament, you can't beat 2 of those good teams.
No.
I don't know if all the heart in the world is good enough when you're playing against Auburn, Alabama. I mean, A&M, once again, A&M, you beat them, but that's a physical bunch that's playing pretty well right now. they kind of come and go, off and on. But you beat them once, they'll be pretty pissed.
Of course. And you're talking about like top 10 to 15 teams in the country if you make it that far in the SEC tournament. But again, if the Longhorns do make it that far, then I think they're probably going to be dancing. So just get there. Get there. Start tomorrow. Beat Oklahoma for the 9th straight time. Well, this would be a brutal loss for Rodney Terry for so many reasons, right? I mean,
yes, it would.
They might eliminate Texas from the tournament, so that's the biggest problem. But also, you don't want to lose to your rival. I mean,
no.
Texas hasn't lost to Oklahoma since 2021. You got to go back to the Shaka Smart days, and not even the end of the Shaka Smart days, the last time the Horns lost to OU. So you don't want to lose to a rival because that makes it even worse to stomach. And yeah, I don't even want to think
any
about
loss
that.
Any loss to your rival is just awful at any time of the year. Even if you're going to be in the tournament, it's awful.
Yeah, I agree. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Go to text line 512-222-9328. Ken Palm has this as a 3-point Longhorn victory, by the way, 78-75 is their analytical projection for tomorrow.
Yeah, I like it by more than that. So
okay,
I like this one to get to the 7 or 8 point win.
You gonna call your cousin then?
Could be. No, not on Texas basketball. Are you kidding me?
I don't know. You just said you're confident that it's going to be more than.
I'm not that confident to even chance my money on this team
for your hard-earned money.
Not with this group.
No, I'm with you.
They may win at a buzzer beater by 2 or 1.
Counts the same.
For them, it does. Not for my cousin. He doesn't work that way.
You're right. The cousins out there are going to be real thrilled with that result.
Yeah, this could be a money line game if you are thinking of wagering.
I wouldn't even do that.
What's a money line cost you in a game like this? About another extra double?
I don't see a Vegas line, but Vegas usually follows Ken Palm, so I think Texas will be around a 3-point favorite. So I don't know. It would be minus 150, 160.
Yeah, somewhere in that's what I'm thinking.
Somewhere on that level. So
well, that's kind of
I don't even know. Yeah, I'll go ahead and bet against Shaka Smart or something instead.
Sure, there's some others this weekend that you can go against.
Plenty of other games that are out there.
I'll take Duke to crush North Carolina.
Duke's a 12.5-point favorite. That line I do see right now. Duke is 12.5 points on the road at Chapel Hill in what is a must-win game for the Tar Heels. If Duke wins out, they could be the number 1 overall seed on Selection Sunday because of that Auburn loss to the Aggies.
Right.
So I think in the AP poll, if Duke beats Carolina, Duke will be number 1 next week.
And they know that. And they know every bit of that.
Oh, yeah, of course. Of course. It's a great team. Some good basketball tomorrow. But
and what happened the first time? Didn't Duke just boat race them?
Boat raced them.
Yeah. I mean, I obviously 12 doesn't seem like that much the way Duke's been playing. They've been beating people by 30. They've been beating decent teams by 30. I mean, there's not a lot of decent teams in the ACC, but they're slapping teams around.
I'm going to pick Carolina to win this game tomorrow.
To win the game?
Yeah, I think this is just, college basketball doing whatever they can to make sure Carolina gets into the tournament.
Oh.
Yeah, this will be like a little agreement. Like, hey, we'll scratch your back if you scratch our back kind of situation here. I'm going to call the massive upset tomorrow.
They don't have any of that between that. There is no love lost between those two teams. There are no televisions to be given to the officials. That doesn't work between those two.
And College Game Day will, of course, be in Chapel Hill, even though North Carolina is ass. The folks at ESPN still think we want that rivalry every week. We don't. We don't. Every time they play twice a year. You could do one game between Duke and Carolina with College Game Day. We don't need both of them, all right?
No,
too many other good teams.
Duke and Clemson.
You know what we have? We've got the Iron Bowl, Part 2. We got Bama Auburn tomorrow. Why not that?
That's
put
true.
Game Day there. Other good teams in college basketball that aren't Duke or Carolina, ESPN.
Tobacco Road, huh?
Oh my God, they just milk that as much as they can every single
year.
Well,
Dickie D is back. He loves that one.
Of course he does. Of course he does. Pays the bills. All right, we'll take your thoughts. We've got plenty more to get into. We've got some Texas baseball to talk about, but when we return, a little NFL conversation. The Houston Texans make a big trade yesterday. A few other moves worth noting, but before that, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
Say hello. Our friends over at Sue Patrick's got my hat on today. I know Jay can see that, of course. They've been around since 1975, that incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel, collectibles, accessories. And, of course, they've got those tons of Texas-themed gifts and items there, wide variety of men's and women's clothing. And they offer free shipping on online orders over $49. Free curbside pickup, of course, as well. But, folks, drop by 5222 Burnett Road and see everything that they have to offer right there. Jelly cats are in. The Easter cats are in just for you. Go to SuePatrick.com for more information. The luggage is still around. Still got a couple of those bags for road trips. Hey, if you think the Horns are going places, well, we know the Lady Horns are going places, but they got games at home, don't they? In the women's tournament, like you play a bunch of stuff at home.
First two rounds,
you get the home games. Yeah, well, hey, go stay in a hotel. Get you some luggage to go to the hotel with. Stay at a hotel. Get away from the house. Have a weekend downtown, during the tournament. It doesn't have to be. You don't have to go. You don't have to get in a plane. We got enough plane stories. Just driving your own car downtown. Stay at the Four Seasons. Spend a little cash. Okay, spend a lot of cash.
There you go. I like that.
Do it that way. But Sue Patrick's has everything to offer you. Believe me. Love to get with the folks over there. We love them. Go to SuePatrick.com for more information.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to Sue. Shout out to AV Consultations as well. I adjusted the studio setup for today's show. I don't know if you noticed.
Double 7-Elevens. I see that.
I don't know how you didn't notice, or maybe you did, but just didn't say anything.
No, I noticed that. I like that.
Okay.
Here they come, and then Woods just showed up.
What did I do?
I like
what?
I've never noticed that you had two of the same in the background on the TVs that jump up pretty quickly, where they're double screens with the same sponsor. I like that a lot.
There you go. We've got the change going here. AV Consultations.
Did they come over? Did they come and do that at the apartment complex?
Well, I mean, I've had these TVs forever.
Yeah.
But I just moved the desk a lot closer to the TVs.
Very nice.
So I called my apartment maintenance team to come help me lift the desk to move it.
Did you have to pay any extra for that?
Of course not.
Did you ask the girl next door that you helped to come and do any of that?
No chance.
You don't call on her for anything.
Dude, that girl won't make eye contact with me.
Still?
Yeah, it's just I got what I needed from you. I don't need to acknowledge your existence anymore.
Never. Don't even
know. It's weird. A lot of people in this complex, I'll be walking around, they'll smile, they'll wave, and then this broad, who is one of the few people I actually know, is I'm not even there. It's terrible.
And then you told me this morning you got a school bus that rolls up into that place.
School bus at 6:10 every day.
It's dark as hell out at 6:10.
I don't know who is going to school at that hour. That's ridiculous. If I was a kid, I'd be asking my mom to transfer. Let me hit the portal, please. This is absurd. I don't need to be going this early.
Now, there's two, the two that come up and down my street. There's two buses that come in my neighborhood. I'm like, you're talking about wasting, and they come right after each other. I know there's kids that go to middle school and there's kids that go to high school and stuff, but can't we drop these kids off near the same area? Two buses?
Yeah, two buses at that hour.
They come within about 5 minutes of each other. And there's a family that sits in a car at the corner with their kid. They don't let their kids stand in the corner in the damn dark out here in the country, which I'm cool with that. But can you imagine that every morning, trying to rush a kid off in the dark to go to sit in the car with you? I'd be like, no, that's crazy. We need to let these kids come. This daylight savings or whatever it is, it needs to be light out. That big bus of yours comes rolling there in the damn dark.
Dude, I don't care about daylight savings. When it's 6 o'clock, it's never going to be light out.
No.
That's too early. That's too early. And then also, I don't know how the school system works, but there's a bus that rolls through my apartment parking lot at 12 o'clock. Do some kids get out that early? I don't know what it is, but there's the bus that goes
shoot. You got somebody in your complex that the bus driver goes to visit.
Maybe. And maybe the bus driver's getting a quickie in with somebody and then a little afternoon delight and then on their way to finish the rest of the bus route. I don't know.
So what happens when these kids get to school at 6:35? I mean, do they just jack around and mess around for an hour and a half or 2 hours before school even starts?
Look, if I knew the answer to that question, I'd be on a list. I have no idea.
It's dark. You get to school, you just go sit in the classroom, or you just find a way to get in trouble from that point on.
I assume they're going a long way. That's why they're getting picked up so early, is that their school is like 45 minutes from them. So the bus has to pick them up that early.
Dude, there's nobody around. I know this school must go over to where I live over here in Bee Cave or whatever. No school is that far away around here. It's crazy.
Maybe they're going to some private school. Do private schools even have buses, actually?
I don't think they have these yellow ones, these big-ass yellow buses.
They got those nice-ass charters with the AC.
Yeah. They got the Mercedes-Benz stretch jobs. That's what they have.
Kids are watching SpongeBob in the bus as they're driving to school.
Not in this bus. Not in this big old yellow monster. That's what I used to take. I used to take the yellow monster.
Still around.
Yeah. But dude, I never went out in the dark. I wouldn't go out and stand at the bus stop in the damn dark. No. I would wait and say to my old man, "Hey, you're a teacher. Take me to school before you go. Don't send me on that bus in the dark." But there's parents that are sitting in cars at the corner here. There's a parent that doesn't. I understand why. Because obviously, if their kid around here lives a quarter of a mile away, you can't let the kid walk in the dark. They'll get run over out here.
Right.
Plus, what are you going to do once he gets there? Stand there in the freezing cold or whatever? But I sure wouldn't want to be the one getting up that early and dropping his little ass off. Nobody would be dropping me off. They'd be like, "Go walk your ass out there in the snow and stay there."
All right. I gotta finish this read. I gotta finish this AV consultations read. That's my fault. I got sidetracked. 512-255-8678. That's the phone number to call. You see these TVs behind me. You don't see any wires sticking out. Everything looks great. Everything works great. And it's all because of the work of AV consultations. Give them a call. 512-255-8678. Find them online at avconsultations.com.
It's funny, since they used to go and they'd have to sit in the cafeteria. They get this nice.
Just to kill some time before school started.
Yeah.
I like that. Shout out to...
We're changing time here on this weekend too, aren't we?
I have no idea. Is it daylight savings this weekend?
It happens this weekend.
Which one is this?
This is the one where it's darker. It will stay darker on Monday.
What happens to the time? Do I get an extra hour to drink, or do I lose an hour of drinking?
Fall back, spring forward.
Oh, this is the bad one.
Yeah, I think I think you lose an hour.
When it's 2:00 on Sunday, it's 3:00 on Sunday.
Yes.
That change.
That's the one you don't like.
Yeah, my favorite day of the year is the fall back.
You want to leave one of them and leave it be.
Yeah. This whole concept is ridiculous. I don't know why we still do this. And I think, the state of Arizona doesn't acknowledge daylight savings. They do it right. For half the year, they're in one time zone. For the other half the year, they're in the other time zone. Who cares? Like, there's no need to be doing this bit every single year. Hey, Gulf of America, can we get this changed too? Clearly, you can make some big changes with stuff that has been going on for a long time. Can we make this change happen, please? Pick one. I don't care which one it is. Apparently, one's better for the farmers. Whatever. Pick that one then. I don't care.
Do us a favor. Do this one and get the Super Bowl Monday fixed the right way.
Yeah. Make Super Bowl Monday a national holiday and get rid of daylight savings time.
President's Day or something, we're all off.
Yeah, you've got my vote if you do those two things right there. That's all it takes. I'm easy to please. So I guess daylight savings, we will spring forward on Sunday. That's not fun at all. That's the worst day of the year. All right, let's get to some NFL, Buck, shall we? The Houston Texans made a trade yesterday.
Okay.
I think it's a pretty good one. They acquired Christian Kirk, the Aggie, from the Jacksonville Jaguars in exchange for a 2026 7th-round pick.
He's worth a 7th rounder, I believe.
Oh, man. I mean, that's about as small of a return as you could get if you're Jacksonville, and that's about as little as you have to give up if you're Houston. To me, it seems like Christian Kirk was about to get released, so this is the Texans saying, hey, we don't want you to negotiate with other teams. We want you on our team. We'll rework your contract. We'll figure something out, but we want you with us. And, you're giving up a 7th rounder next year, not even this year, a 7th rounder next year to get a former 1st-round pick. I like the move for the Texans.
Still got speed. I don't know. I mean, the years are starting to pile up on him. And I don't know if he's an often injured guy, but I just know he doesn't last a full season, but he's well worth it. His speed is still there.
Yeah, he's only 28 years old, but he has been hurt the last 2 seasons. Now, the injury he suffered in 2024 was a collarbone issue, so that shouldn't affect his speed or anything like that. But he only played 8 games last year, 27 catches, 379 yards, just 1 touchdown. So Christian Kirk's worst year in the NFL just happened, and he's missed 14 games in the last 2 seasons combined. So that's the question. Can he stay on the field? Every year he's been healthy. He's been pretty productive in this league, but is he now injury prone because of what has happened in these last 2 years?
Well, he's now injury old now. That's what he is.
Oh, he's 28.
I mean, they seem to last longer. You miss more games. No, injuries, things like collarbones. Well, once those are, you're out for a while. But it's those little subtle, sprains and wrists and things like that used to keep you out for, I'll be back the next game. Old dudes, even when they get to 28, getting close to 30, that's like 2 games that you can't have them miss 2 or 3 games. It's not the same as, I'll be back next week. It's just a little wrist injury.
Yeah, you're
Young
right.
guys bounce back from that. Young rookies come back, the next week. They're still trying to make the club. They still want to be on the squad. They come back in a week. Guys 28, 29, this is going to cost you about 2 games for me. I won't be back next week.
Yeah, Quinn Ewers could suffer that clavicle injury he had a couple of years ago, and it's like, I'll miss 2 or 3 games, and then I'll be back. That's it. A little bit different, I guess, when you get to your late 20s. And, Christian, let me tell you, when you get to my age, it's way different.
Now you're talking.
Oh, I'm going to be so obnoxious with that shit because everyone was so obnoxious to me. Just wait till you get to my age, and you'll see what it's like.
You'll see what it feels like then.
Rite of passage. We talked about DK Metcalf yesterday and the potential of him going to Houston. That would have been great, but apparently the Seahawks are asking for a first and a third, and DK is looking for a $30 million a year contract with the new team he gets traded to. No thanks.
Wow, good luck on that.
That's what prime Tyreek Hill got. Hell, I don't even think the Chiefs got a first for Tyreek. I think they got a second, but then the Dolphins gave him $30 million a year on his new deal. So the Seahawks are looking for a first and a third, and DK is looking for prime Tyreek Hill money. DK's great. He ain't that great.
No, and I don't need all that diva stuff to go along with that one.
Exactly. Well, with Tyreek, you get like 14 kids, but
yeah,
he's going to go out there and produce. DK, you get a little attitude. You don't get the production that you get with Tyreek, and again, you have to trade for him as well. So this is a nice pivot for the Texans. If that was truly the asking price for the Hawks and DK, you give up a 26 7th for Christian Kirk, who's not the player that DK Metcalf is, but he's still a good player, I think, who might have some good years in front of him. That's a much smarter move for the Houston Texans. They need receiver help. Like Stephon Diggs is a free agent. Tank Dell just had surgery on a torn ACL, so he's going to miss all of next year. Made sense to get Christian Kirk. You could throw into the slot. The Texans almost never have a good slot guy. If Christian Kirk is right and he could stay healthy, then he could be a nice weapon for CJ Stroud.
Mechie's not going anywhere. He's still going to be with them, isn't he?
Mechie, I believe, is still there. He's got 1 more year on his rookie contract. So they're going to need something for him. But I think the Texans are going to bring in more wide receiver help. So I saw some people talking about this move, and it's like, well, I guess Matthew Golden's not going to Houston anymore. Like, I still think the Texans could spend their first-round pick on a wide receiver at 25.
Oh, if he's there, hell yeah.
Yeah. We'll see if Golden's even there. Like you said, after that 4.29 he ran at the combine.
Spend their money on offensive linemen and wide receivers.
Yeah, I think those are their 2 biggest needs right now. Like CJ Stroud got hit way too much last season.
Yeah,
I think it was
a big change in the way he was in his rookie season when they had a bunch of the same people, but they interchanged them, and they did such a good job of protection. Last year, they brought in some new cats, and boy, that was not fun for him. He didn't look like the same guy a lot of times,
You're right. Yeah, the offensive coordinator lost his job because of it. No line coach too. So they've got to get that.
Line coach go also?
Yeah, he's gone.
Mm-hmm. That's pretty strange, man. That guy did a fantastic job. The sluggos they had protecting that guy in the first year, and then they got hurt, and then they intertwined them, and they did a pretty good job. And then that guy gets fired, huh? You're gone.
What have you done for me lately?
I guess.
That's the NFL.
Yeah,
dude,
right.
Think about how good of a job Kyle Flood has done. and sorry to speak about this, I'm not trying to manifest anything here. If Arch Manning gets sacked the second most out of any quarterback in college football next year, every Longhorn fan is going to be calling for Kyle Flood's head. You got to go. I don't care what you did with Kelvin Banks and all of these other cats.
They'll be calling because they would have thought he should have been better the year before with the group that he did have. That'll be that.
Well, no one's calling for Kyle Flood's job right now.
Oh, no.
I mean, it was a Joe Moore Award finalist offensive line this year. It should have been better, but it was good enough for Kyle.
People will say they should have been better even the year before. That's going to come. Even if you made it to the semifinals, there's going to be a bitch about something.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, if this year's bad, it'll be like, well, last year wasn't as good as it should have been, and now this year's really bad. Yeah, no, that's the NFL, man. It's sports in general. What have you done for me lately?
Absolutely.
And the Texans' offense was a joke. I mean, it's a minor miracle that they won the division and won a playoff game with how inconsistent they were on the offensive side of the football. They've got to get C.J. Stroud looking like rookie C.J. Stroud, like you talked about. And they got to get that offensive line blocking like rookie year offensive line.
One game where they were in the beginning of the season, too. If they get that going, that's a team that can give you an awful lot of trouble.
Yeah, I mean, they should be the favorites in the AFC South, but last year they won that division not because they were that good. They won it because everybody else was that bad.
Yes.
That still may be the case, but you want to take that step. The Texans have never been to a conference championship. You feel like you've got the quarterback and you feel like you've got enough pieces on that roster to get over that hump. Now, it's not easy in the AFC because you got to beat Kansas City, Buffalo, or Baltimore to get there. And obviously, Cincinnati's in the mix. There's a lot of good teams, a lot of good QBs in that conference. So it's time for the Texans. Like, they've made it to the second round of the playoffs 2 straight years. Now it's time to get over that hump and take that next step.
It's not wasting your money on offensive linemen. You just have to protect the quarterback.
You got to. And they've invested a lot. That's the thing. That's the problem for the Texans. Like, they've got a lot of money and a lot of high draft picks in that O-line. They just didn't play well enough. So you can't run it back. You got to bring in some new bodies. I think the Texans will draft probably 2, if not 3, offensive linemen when we get to April. Maybe they'll spend some money on somebody in free agency too. But, yeah, CJ's your most important investment. Protect him. Protect him. I like the Christian Kirk pickup. Again, Texans need receiver help. I think they still do. So I don't think this move prohibits them from drafting somebody or going out and getting another free agent wide receiver if that's the route that they want to take. But they need receiver help. They got a good slot guy. And again, Christian Kirk at that cost makes a lot of sense. He's making a little more money than I would like. I think the Texans are probably going to try to restructure that deal so the cap hit isn't as heavy. But good pickup for Houston yesterday.
Now, is he a Texas kid? I mean, I know he went to A&M. Is he from the state of Texas?
I should know that off the top of my head. Let's do a quick Google to see. He is not a Texas kid. He is from Scottsdale.
I was going to say Arizona. Huh?
He's from Arizona.
Huh.
Yeah, and that's where he got drafted, of course, by the Cardinals. I think I said first rounder earlier. He was a second rounder. I beg your pardon on that. Gave him a little bit too much credit. But yeah, spent his first few years in Arizona. Spent the last 3 seasons in Jacksonville. Now is headed to Houston.
Boy, that's going to be great for him too. I bet you he can't wait to get because in Jacksonville, man.
That's the thing. Like, I don't know if Christian Kirk has lost a step or if just the Jags were that bad.
I'm going to say that they were that bad. I mean, I've always liked him. I always thought he was a really good player. I always thought he had great speed. I thought he had really good enough hands. He used to make some big plays, and then it kind of just disappeared.
Now you've got this jabroni calling the shots.
Duval.
Thank you very much.
So painful every time. And dude, Trevor Lawrence is not good. Like, I don't say completely close the book on him, but CJ Stroud is a lot better than Trevor Lawrence. So, like, Jacksonville's obviously a mess. It's bad ownership. It was bad coaching. It was bad everything in there the last couple of seasons. But Trevor Lawrence is not a good quarterback right now. So this should also help Christian Kirk. The fact that he's going to a guy who's actually going to throw the ball to him and hit him.
Yes. Hit him in stride, not behind him, not overthrow him, but hit him in stride. Yeah.
Yeah, that's got to happen. Some other moves they got made in the NFL, Buck. The Jaguars, speaking of the Jaguars, they cut two-time Pro Bowl tight end Evan Ingram. So another big name free agent that will be available for somebody next week.
He's getting up there. He's been around for a while.
Yeah, I've never been a huge Evan Ingram fan.
He was always like a tweener.
He just doesn't.
He just couldn't come off as a big tight end. He comes off as a guy that gets in the slot as a big slot receiver.
Yeah, he drops too much for me. It's my biggest pet peeve with the pass catcher if they can't catch passes.
Yeah, really. That hurts when they're pass catchers and they can't catch.
I don't ask for much. Just hold on to the ball, please. That's all I need. The Commanders re-signed Bobby Wagner to a one-year deal. That old guy's still kicking.
Year, man. They love the way he played. He's a big deal for them.
Yeah, big leader, too. I mean, that's a lot of people were like, why would he go to Washington? That team's not very good. Doesn't he want to compete for a ring at this stage in his career? And then all of a sudden, he was competing for a ring with the Commanders.
As long as Bobby Wagner's played, what is he? Is he in his 30, 32, 33 maybe?
Yeah, probably older than that. He's been around the block. Yeah. Oh, man. He's been good. He's still productive. I mean, he's not the best middle linebacker in football like he was in that Legion of Boom Seahawks defense, but
he seems to still be around the ball, that dude.
Yeah, those instincts are great. Like that's going to keep him around longer than most guys who, have the speed that he has at this stage.
You know who plays like Bobby Wagner, the guy from Philly that plays in the middle now that they've moved from outside. The one they just re-signed.
Oh, man.
They play really similar.
That is high praise. I got to see it for more than 1 year from Zach Bond before I start comparing him to Hall of Famer Bobby Wagner.
About that guy. That guy got underrated or just didn't show enough to make him some money right from the get because he can really – you're talking about a guy who knows where to be, some instincts about whether it's in the passing game or the run game. He's that dude.
He was awesome last year. I mean, I can't dunk on anything Zach Bond just did. First team All-Pro and Super Bowl champion. So, but before last year,
special teams guy to starter.
Yeah, I gotta see it for more than one season before I'm lofting Bobby Wagner comps on Zach Bond, and maybe that's just me being a Cowboys fan, hoping you're wrong.
And what do the Cowboys do? They get the guy from Minnesota. Is he still going to be there with his spatted up self? That guy playing linebacker.
Oh, Eric Kendricks.
He's coming back again for year number 27, right?
He's back. Yeah. Oh. He's probably younger than Bobby Wagner, too. That's the sad part.
Really?
I would think. I don't know. I'm just making stuff up. I'm not going to look up a bunch of guys' ages right now. But, Eric Kendricks will be back. The Dallas Cowboys, all they've done is restructure deals. They did re-sign Brock Hoffman a couple of days ago, who was Zach Martin's backup on the offensive line. I thought he played pretty well when Martin was hurt in 2024, so that might be their plan for next year. Hey, we'll see what Brock Hoffman's got. But obviously the Cowboys, they've got to address the offensive line too. That's a big need.
They definitely they love to do that because if you're talking about being safe, that's generally been pretty safe for them. And plus they've done a decent job at that.
Yeah, I think so too. The biggest piece of news, if you will, that dropped in the NFL, the Cincinnati Bengals are letting star defensive end Trey Hendrickson seek a trade. This guy is a monster. He's the most underrated player in football. He led the league in sacks last year. If Myles Garrett or TJ Watt does that, they're defensive player of the year, no question. But now we're not going to give it to white guy with long sleeves, Trey Hendrickson, who looks weird. And if you've ever heard him talk, he's a weird dude. But he can play some football now.
And he's looking for trade?
Well, the Bengals, he's got 1 year left on his current contract. He's due a big money extension, and he's earned it. He's not a 1 year wonder. He's been a top 3 edge rusher in the sport for the last 3 or 4 years. 4 straight Pro Bowls, as a matter of fact, for Trey Hendrickson. And the Bengals are notoriously cheap. So they've got T. Higgins that they want to pay. They've got Jamar Chase that they want to pay. They've got Trey Hendrickson that they should want to pay. All 3 of those guys are looking for deals this offseason, and all 3 of them are some of the best players at their positions. So I don't know if they could pay all of them if they wanted to, but it sounds like Trey Hendrickson might be.
Sounds like Joe Burrow is going to be giving up a lot of money.
No, he ain't doing that. he already got his deal. He's not sacrificing his contract. When do you see that happen?
Well, it sounded like he was going to sacrifice to get T. Higgins on there back.
Did he say that?
It talked about like, yeah, we can restructure some of the things. I have to have him back.
Oh yeah, restructure. Yeah. This is the casual football fan doesn't know what a restructure means.
Restructure is nice. You're still going to get paid.
You get the same amount of money. They just push
Different
back
years.
they just push back the cap hit on the salary cap. You could still get paid the same amount of money at the same time. They just push back the cap hit for the salary cap. So it's not the players that, like, the media does this too. I'm always amazed. Like, man, credit CeeDee Lamb. What a great guy. He really wants the Cowboys to win. Oh, credit Dak Prescott. What a great guy. Like, look at what he's willing to sacrifice for the Cowboys to finally get to an NFC title game. He ain't sacrificing shit.
He's sacrificing it for that day.
Yeah, I guess. But it's like, no, Joe Burrow already is getting his money. He already signed a big money deal, and he earned it. Like, this is not a shot at Joe Burrow. Like, get yours. One of the best QBs in football. He absolutely deserved the big money deal he got. But this whole narrative of like, oh, restructure this guy. Man, he's team first, isn't he? Look at what he's willing to give up. It's like, no, he's not giving up.
The team actually comes to them and restructures the deal and says, we're going to restructure your deal. You're still getting paid. Yes.
It's like, oh, I'm still getting that $250 million guaranteed. I'm like, yep, you got that. All right, cool. Good. I'm going to go to the press and act like I'm the man.
Yeah, I got to believe that Patrick Mahomes gets his deal restructured every year.
Yeah. I mean, Patrick Mahomes should do what Chris Jones does. That guy's actually a team player.
Yeah.
Because Patrick Mahomes,
he doesn't restructure. He wants a new deal every year.
Right. And Mahomes would have every right to do that, right?
Yeah.
Like,
yes,
he could literally go to Brett Veach and be like, I need to be the highest paid quarterback in the league every single season.
Yes.
Like, not a restructure. I need you to rip up this deal and give me a new deal every year because I'm better than everybody else.
Yeah. Now, I want the highest deal that anybody in football has. I don't care if it's a wide receiver from the Minnesota Vikings or Cincinnati. I'm the highest paid person in football every year. Yeah. So get ready to rip it up at the end of the season every stinking year. I mean, that's what Chris Jones does. He just says, nope, I need a new deal, not a restructured deal. I need a new contract.
And gets it. He gets it.
Man.
Every year. So there you go. There's your news. We'll see what happens with Trey Hendrickson again. I mean, if the Bengals actually do trade him, that's a huge pickup for somebody around the league. I mean, we could see Myles Garrett and Trey Hendrickson move in the same offseason. Those are two of the best players at one of the most premium positions in the sports. They could be on the move. Like, that's, I mean, if the Commanders or the Chiefs or just insert contender here gets either of those players, they elevate to a whole nother level. And that could turn a borderline contender into a true contender if you get one of those two players.
Yeah, that could change the Bills into something special.
Yeah, it could. You're right. That could be like the missing piece that Buffalo needs, because it ain't Josh Allen. That guy balls out in the playoffs every year. Yeah. The defense can't stop Mahomes. No. You get a Hendrickson, you get a Myles Garrett. That helps. All right, before we check in with our buddy Tyler McComas north of the Red River to preview Texas-Oklahoma basketball and also talk a little Sooners football as well, let's give another round of sponsor shout-outs, Buck.
Some of our friends over at 34 Wine and Spirits, 4601 Southwest Parkway. Happy birthday to AJ over there. And, folks, if you're looking for all the wine and spirits you need for all your tournament play or just a big party on the weekend, call on them. They are a wholesale distributor. They'll get the alcohol to your business. They'll get it to your neighborhood. But do go by the store. It's right there at 4601 Southwest Parkway, right at the end of the Southwest Parkway. The Old King Liquors, that's right. I'll call it the Old King's Liquor Store right there. It is now 34 Wine and Spirits. And there you will find Allstat beer, BK, and they've got lots of it. They've got every brand of Allstat right there at 34 Wine and Spirits.
Hey, man, that's the perfect birthday gift for Bucky's next of kin. Yeah, if you want to support AJ Godbolt, go to 34 Wine and Spirits and buy something. If you want to support your taste buds, get you some Allstat beer, the best beer that you could find all throughout the great state of Texas. And what a sports weekend it is. The final weekend of the college basketball regular season. You've got the Texas women fighting for an SEC tournament championship. You've got Longhorn baseball back at the dish. The NHL trade deadline. That might make you drink for good or for bad. That's today. There's so much happening in the world of sports this weekend, and it should be a beautiful weekend here in Central Texas. Your good times are made better with the greatness that is Allstat beer. And, of course, please, whatever you're doing, remember to drink Altstat responsibly. Don't drive drunk. Get a sober ride home and enjoy the Altstat beer. No impurities, no regrets. A quick shout out to our friends at Waterloo Printing and Graphics as well. I'm rocking a TSU rope hat this morning. Yeah, we've got these bad boys for sale on our Twitter account right now. Just search us at TS Unfiltered and you can cop one of these. But our friends at Waterloo Printing and Graphics have hooked us up with all of our hats, our shirts, our signs, our stickers, our everything. If you've got a business that needs gear, reach out to our buddy Adam and his great team at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. 512-300-9641. It's 512-300-9641. All right, let's take a trip north of the Red River and bring on one of our favorites. Yeah, he's a Sooner, but we still love him anyways. He is Tyler McComas, who is the afternoon drive host on the Ref in Norman, Oklahoma. T-Mac, what's going on, brother? How are you?
Can you guys get Jade Barron out of my damn states?
Come
Bucky,
on,
did
man.
you put him up to that? You did that, Bucky. That was you.
No,
it was you.
Dude's just having a good time, just cruising around with his trophy, having some fun. He's not trying to hurt anybody's feelings. He's just showing off his wares right now.
He may not be trying to hurt anyone's feelings, but he did. The
Oh,
past
he did?
couple of days, I assure you of that. Yes, he did hurt people's feelings.
Yeah. Have you ever seen something like that before? Like a player on a rival team will go pose with a trophy in front of the rival stadium. I don't know if I've ever seen that level of troll before.
No. I mean, I was trying to think of players in the past in college football that would have done something like that. Johnny Football taking his Heisman to DKR. Like the fact that Johnny Football didn't do that to Texas and Jade Barron's doing that, which to be fair, they're giving the award right up the road in OKC. But that was tough, guys. It was really tough.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's all right. You guys had a great football season, so I'm sure you don't have to worry about that. All right, we'll get to some OU spring football. I want to ask you about the Jim Naggie hire and just want to ask you about how things are going up there in Norman. But obviously, tomorrow, Texas OU on the hardwood. Huge game for both teams. Huge game for both coaches. Your thoughts on Oklahoma? I mean, the Sooners had lost 7 of 8. I thought you guys were done. But then Wednesday happens, and Oklahoma dominated Missouri in a huge ranked win in a very big spot. You think the Sooners maybe turned a corner? What's your confidence level in this OU basketball team coming down to Austin tomorrow?
You thought this team was done. We thought this team was done. Like several weeks back when they had that terrible loss to LSU. I mean, I still think they have a chance because Joe Lunardi says they have a chance. What their most recent bracketology, they're the last team out, and it sounds like it's a really weak bubble this year, why OU is still in the position that they are. But they also had a great non-conference. You know, they were one of the final undefeated teams in all of college basketball, and then they just got wrecked in SEC play right out of the gate. So that great non-conference schedule with wins over Michigan, Arizona, Louisville is really kind of carrying them still today as a bubble team. But what's my confidence level? Porter Moser's never beaten Texas. Like, my confidence level can't be all that high. And I've been watching Texas. They're not playing good basketball. Jeez, they tried to give that game away to Mississippi State a couple of nights ago, right?
Oh.
But OU, for whatever reason, in the Porter Moser era, just they don't play well against Texas. Texas came out. That was a big home game, a couple of months ago now. Texas came out of the gate and just dominated OU. OU made a run late, but then Texas pulled away. So, look, man, it's been up and down the entire year. It's been a really hard year, not just because of the losses, because Otega Owe leaves Oklahoma and goes to Kentucky. Then he comes back here, scores 28, and hits the game winner. And then last Saturday, you've got Sean Padula, who's an Oklahoma kid. You were in on him on the portal. He goes to Ole Miss, and he hits the dagger 3 with under 20 seconds left to beat you. So it's been a really tough year. People have been really checked out. SEC network broadcaster Dari Noka has even called out the Oklahoma fans for their crap attendance this year. And the majority of our conversations have been about the number 7.5 million buyout for Porter Moser. And I think a storyline of this game is, does the winner get to keep his job and does the loser lose his job? I would feel like there's probably a better chance that RT may not make it to next year at Texas. And I only say that because I don't know if OU's going to pony up $7.5 million to fire a basketball coach. OU's never paid that much for a buyout for any coach in any sport. So this would be a first. And I don't know, man. They need to win tomorrow, I think, to make the tournament. But just based on the past 3-4 years, it's hard to say that they're going to go to Austin and win.
What is it, Tyler, that you see from Porter Moser what is it that he doesn't do well? I mean, what does he do well? I mean, I know he's got kids that are very athletic. If they can shoot the ball, they're going to be okay. But what is he that? I mean, is it the X's and O's? Is it the in game, come out of timeout, get an easy bucket that he just doesn't do? Sounds like a lot of things that Rodney Terry doesn't do.
Yeah. I think he's way too quick to pull players. It's almost like maybe they're afraid to make a mistake at times because you got to let players, play through mistakes. That's going to happen in high-level college basketball. And one thing that's really interesting is Otega Owe, for example. He's having an awesome year at Kentucky this year. Back a couple of weeks ago, I think there were 2 players in the entire John Calipari era that scored double-digit points in every single game during a season at Kentucky. One was John Wall, and I forget who the other one was, but it was another one of their first-round picks. He was in that company as recently as a couple of weeks ago. And I remember when he got to Kentucky via the transfer portal, I'm saying, Otega Owe got offered by Kentucky? What? Milos Uzan at Houston right now? I mean, there's a lot of players that you had within the program that were fine, they were okay, and then they go somewhere else, and they're like dudes, man. They're balling out at places like Kentucky and Houston, other spots. So you're saying, I mean, there's so many of these guys doing that. That can't be a coincidence.
Yeah.
So I don't know, Bucky. Like, maybe he's just not the best developer of high-level talent. I think he's too quick to pull guys. There's not a whole lot of resources here for basketball. But here's the thing. We're not asking him to compete with Kentucky or Kansas. We're asking him to be one of 68. One of 68. And he hadn't been able to do that yet since he's gotten to Norman.
Yeah, kind of a quick follow-up on that. Tyler McComas from the Ref in Norman joining us here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Like, how do the fans feel about the Oklahoma basketball program? You mentioned Dari Noka's rant a few weeks ago about just the lack of fan attendance at the Lloyd Noble Center. I mean, do OU fans even care? Like, I guess you're playing Texas, so you're going to care tomorrow night, but what's like the overall feelings toward just Oklahoma men's basketball as a whole right now?
There's a lot of apathy right now, which is the exact thing that you don't want. Kentucky came to town last week, a blue blood that's never been to Norman, and it was a huge basketball game. And they had $2 beers, and the place was still half full, 3/4 full, and you could hear, Big Blue Nation chants going on in there. It's just, There's more conversation about the basketball arena. I don't know, BK, if you've been to Lloyd Noble before, but it sucks, man. I mean, it's the worst arena in the SEC, and I don't think it's that close. I didn't think the Irwin Center was all that great. I went there one time, but you guys fixed that with the Moody Center. I mean, that place is awesome, and that's what Oklahoma needs, and that's what the majority of the conversation is. What do we have to do to get a new arena built? Because, well, I just don't want to go support a basketball team that's just going to lose and play in a crap arena. There's not even that much conversation around the actual games. It's more of, here's why I don't go to the games, and here's why I'm not a bad fan for not attending the games. I mean, it's just a program where people will support a winner. Yeah. Clearly, football attendance has been up for a long time. Softball attendance is the best in America. So they'll support a winner. It's just basketball it's just not a whole lot of interest, man.
They need to support that $2 beer specials that they have. That's what they need to support.
Yeah. Why didn't you text me on that? I would have driven up for that game.
Well, everyone ended up getting mad about that. It's like $2 beers. Let's go. Oh, it's Busch Light? Really? That's what you're going to serve us? Busch Light for the $2 beers? So I guess they can't win right now.
Yeah.
That's great. Tyler McComas joining us here. All right, enough men's basketball talk. We'll talk a little OU football here. I want to ask you about the Jim Naggie hire. I know you've talked about this a lot on your show. It's kind of a out of left field move, but a big name in the world of football. Jim Naggie has been the director of the Senior Bowl for the last 5-6 years, and Oklahoma hires him to be Brent Venables' general manager. Your thoughts on that hire and what it could do to try to turn things around for the Sooner football program?
I mean, I don't know if it's a home run. I think it's more of a grand slam than anything. And look, it's been a very negative mood around here this offseason, understandably so, when you go 6-7 and lose to frickin' Navy in the Armed Forces Bowl. But this was a move that got everyone excited. And it's not even OU fans that were excited about this. I mean, you guys probably read social media where, you have other people in the SEC. Wow, that's a home run hire. NFL guys, that's an incredible hire. Tom Crean, former men's college basketball coach, was even talking about how great of a hire it is. I don't know if you guys interviewed or met Jim Naggie at SEC Media Day at all, but he was like a freaking superstar walking up and down Radio Row. Everyone wanted to talk to Jim Naggie. It seemed like everyone had known him before. And he took that Senior Bowl. The Senior Bowl wasn't in great shape when he took that over, and it's a pretty big deal now. And that's in large part due to him. It's a great hire because this guy has the experience that you're looking for in this role. Like, OU's going to have to do a much better job of evaluation. And this guy knows a lot about evaluation. And I think the most important thing, especially since Brent Venables is going to call his own defense this year, this takes a lot off of Brent Venables' plate. Like, Brent has got to be a better head coach. He's an awesome defensive coordinator. I don't think anybody would argue that. But he's got to be a better head coach. Well, that makes it a little bit more difficult when you're also calling your defense. Well, now it's Jim Naggie saying, look, I'm here to help. I'm here to help build a championship roster. All those NIL negotiations, Brent doesn't need to be involved in that. We'll take care of that. And we're going to work closely in terms of player evaluation. Like, Brent's still going to have a huge say as to who they recruit, who they bring in via the transfer portal. But why I think this hire is so good is that they've hired a guy that I think is going to work well with Brent Venables and has got a lot of respect, too. Like, if Jim Naggie likes this guy, hey, Brent, I like this guy. I think Brent is more than willing to say, I kind of trust your judgment on this one. Like, let's look into this a little bit more. I don't know. I've thought about this every single way, and I only look at this as, man, this is a really good get. And with the connection that he has with the NFL, I think that's another pitch that you can have in recruiting is like, look what this guy has done evaluation-wise, helping other guys get in the league with the Senior Bowl. It's one of the best offseason acquisitions that they've made, and it came at a time where they really needed some momentum and some good news, and that did it.
Well, I think it always helps when even if your record during the course of the year isn't what you expect it to be, you still do a fantastic job in recruiting. And just to add to that, you bring a guy like Naggie in there. I think that even helps even more for younger guys, not necessarily transfer portal guys or NIL stuff, but for when you recruit, when you hit the recruiting trail, your schedule, you're in the SEC, the things may not be happening for you right away, but you're still in the thick of things when it comes to recruiting. You can still recruit. Oklahoma still has, a history of being pretty good when it comes to recruiting. They're still going to be in that top 20 level. Even on a bad season, they're going to still be in the, top 15. So, I mean, that helps an awful lot.
Yeah, it does. And, there's a lot of uncertainty coming our way with the revenue sharing. So that's important, right? Like, what players do you want to offer this amount of money? Where do you want to dole out your money? Where, they use the word cutthroats when they spoke to the media on Wednesday. I think that's what it's about to be at Oklahoma, at Texas, and a lot of other places. Look, I think gone are the days where, hey, we gave you this crazy NIL package when you're a freshman, but you've been hurt the past couple of years, and you've just been collecting a check, and you haven't been practicing, you haven't been playing. You're going to get cut, I think. I think a guy like Jim Naggie he's going to be kind of the cutthroat guy when it comes to NIL negotiations. We'll pay you if you're worth it. Like, we'll pay you if you're producing on Saturdays and available. Sure. But if you're getting paid and you're not practicing and you're hurt and you're not producing and all that, then they'll just move on from you. And I like that mentality, but I like that the head coach doesn't have to deal with it along with everything else that is going on here. So it's talking with agents, negotiating with agents. That's going to be a big thing as well. It frees up Brent Venables to just be a football coach for the most part. Now, this is a massive year for Oklahoma football. There's no guarantee that he's still the head coach a year from now. Right. So him calling the defense, this making the Jim Naggie hire, getting a new offensive coordinator, getting John Mateer, it feels like Oklahoma has said, okay, Brent, we recognize that this is a critical year for you. We don't want to pay a massive buyout at the end of the year. Everyone here wants to make this work. We're going to give you the resources necessary to make it right this year. And, well, we'll see if it happens or not.
Yeah, you've been doing a lot of hot seat radio up there in Norman, which Buck and I have done our fair share of that down here in Austin. I know spring ball hasn't started yet, but I want to ask you about Ben Arbuckle and John Mateer, right? The new offensive coordinator, the new quarterback there. I mean, the quarterback play for OU last year was a disaster. Obviously, Texas fans got to enjoy that firsthand at the Cotton Bowl in October. But Jackson Arnold's gone. Michael Hawkins is gone. In comes John Mateer, one of the most highly touted portal pickups in the country. What are you hearing about that combination, and what can they bring to this Oklahoma offense in 2025?
Hopium is a hell of a drug, man. It really is.
Yep.
Because I said in late December, I'm not doing it this year. I don't care if I have to host 3 hours all offseason. I'm not doing it. I'm not buying into the hype of spring ball. I'm not going there. I'm not going to get people's expectations up. They just lost to freaking Navy in the Armed Forces Bowl. We're not doing it again. I'll believe it when I see it. And now it's early March, and John Mateer was the best quarterback in the portal. If they're just better at quarterback than last year, then that's going to be a significant upgrade. Well, they just hired the worst offensive coordinator in Seth Luttrell last year in OU football history. If Ben Arbuckle is any sort of an upgrade, then that means the offense is a lot better, which helps out the defense. And if the offense is good next year, that's the spot that I'm in. Exactly where I said that I wouldn't be just in late December.
Yeah.
But to be fair, like the defense was good last year. The defense was good, and it was put in god-awful situations for the entirety of the year. So what might have the OU offense or defense been last year if it was actually put in good situations? Because it wasn't by its offense. John Mateer is a really good quarterback, and I know everyone's favorite around Austin, the guy that he's being compared to, not because of how good he is, but the swagger and the moxie and how he was overlooked in recruiting.
Oh, boy.
And how he was a low-rated Texas kid. He's not wearing number 6, but every other comparison there. I had Bob Stoops on the show yesterday, and he even said it. He was like, I don't want to set expectations too high. But I met the kid, and he gives off Baker vibes. So we go from that after the game against Navy to, hell, maybe we got the next Baker Mayfield in the program. Yeah.
Go ahead.
He is a good player. I'm not going to put those expectations on him. And I think people just mean more like he's a natural leader what this program needs.
Yeah.
And he's got the moxie and the swagger and all that. But it was very key to have an upgraded quarterback. I feel like they've got an upgraded quarterback. And they go from maybe the worst coordinator hire in program history to they took a swing here. They took a swing with a young and up-and-comer Ben Arbuckle. If it works, it might save Brent's job and save OU north of, $40 million in buyout money?
Mm-hmm.
If it doesn't work, the head coach is gone. The AD could be gone. It's going to be a seismic change that happens at Oklahoma in the month of December. So it's a big swing.
Wow.
Yeah, absolutely. You just cut a WWE-style promo for us, by the way, with your comments on Mateer. And if Texas
it won't
beats...
be replayed on here. There's no way.
I was going to say,
no way.
If this year's game at the Cotton Bowl looks like last year's game at the Cotton Bowl, then I'm going to be forced to replay that on this show on that Monday in October.
Keep those comments. Get a screenshot or a video with all the comments. I see them rolling in there. Big fans, big Oklahoma fans in the comments today.
Always.
Hey, let me
Go ahead.
I even got both of you, so I can answer this question. As we started getting into this revenue sharing, all this other shit that's about to happen in college football, does it concern you, or you just don't care anymore? It's just the way the world is going to be. That this stuff is now going to start leaking over to the high school level and to high school coaches and high school athletic programs that want a piece of the action, that they're sending their kids to your universities, and you're doing this, and you've got this kind of money, and the TV money is out of sight right now. I mean, are we about to have this thing really start to leak on down to the high school levels?
I mean, probably, especially in your state when high school football is such a big deal. Look, college football is my favorite sport. It's always been my favorite sport. I'm thinking it'll always be my favorite sport, but I hate the crap that's going on right now. I mean, okay. Saturdays are still special,
sure.
And that's what college football still has. And I hope that they never lose that, because there's still nothing better than a college football Saturday. But Sark canceled the spring game. We canceled the spring game around here. It sucks. And here's what I hate about it, Bucky, because I consider myself, I'm really like a fan at heart. So I feel like I have a fan perspective on most things. So here's what the fan is going through right now in college football. Tickets are more expensive than ever. Hell, CDC just said a couple of weeks ago that ticket prices are going to increase at Texas. Ticket prices are increasing in Oklahoma. They're more expensive, obviously, than they've ever been before. And by the way, we know that you spend a lot of money on season tickets. We know that you're spending money in Austin and Norman on game days. By the way, go to the road games as well and support us there. Go to the other sports to support us. And oh, by the way, we need your help with NIL as well. That's definitely the case in Oklahoma. Help us out with NIL, buy the tickets, buy all this. And we're getting less and less and less. Like the spring game isn't really a big deal at the end of the day. No, I mean, we'll see how many people really miss it. But you're asking the fans for more and you're giving us less. And that pisses me off, honestly, as a college football fan. It almost feels like they just take me for granted that because I've always been there and I've always given money that I'm always going to be there. So I hate what college football has become. And I'm super nervous about the future of this thing. And
yeah, that's why I said if it goes, Tyler, to the point where high school coaches are like, everybody's got their hands in this now. You know, the players I send to you get this money.
Yeah.
Our program is struggling down here at some school in the state of Texas. We could use this. We need more pads. We need more shoulder. I need to make a little bit more, even though high school coaches make a decent living in the state. It's all going to start to drip on down to them with the money, the TV money. You know, high school teams are getting on ESPN, and everybody's getting a piece of it. But the high school coaches that are starting to send players certain places, they're going to start looking themselves.
Yeah. Well, the good news with all of this is you got to roll with the punches. I don't know how great of a job OU has done with that in the NIL era, but you got to play the game if everybody else is playing it. And the good news here is that OU and Texas found themselves in the right spot in the SEC. I mean, could you imagine if these two schools are in the situation that Florida State and Clemson is in right now? Because I think we're about to be playing two different sports, the SEC and the Big Ten against everybody else. Like we had the conversation yesterday, BK, of like the margin of how much money SEC schools are about to make compared to Big 12 schools. I'll give you the next 30 years, and let's say there's no more conference realignment. Would you predict a Big 12 school to win a national championship in the next 30 years? Because I don't think that I would.
Honestly, no.
So, I mean, the competition is way more difficult in the SEC, but this is where OU and Texas always had to be, man. Like, if they want to compete at the highest level and win championships, the Big 12 wasn't it, buddy. Like, they had to get in the SEC, and thankfully they did.
Yeah, it's good stuff. All right, Tyler, last one before we let you go. Got to ask you a softball question because we know you've got a money-making YouTube channel talking OU softball. Is this finally the year Texas beats Oklahoma? Is this finally the year anybody beats Oklahoma, or are you guys just as good as always and we shouldn't even play any other games?
For the third, fourth year in a row, Mike White says something stupid about Patty Gasso. It pisses everyone off. And OU beats Texas and Oklahoma City again in the championship series, just like they always do. But, hey, you talk about most hated Longhorns right now around here. Mike White is pretty routinely number one around here for what he said about Patty Gasso a couple of years ago, calling her a cheetah. Called her a cheetah, so.
He just said she was fast, dude. Like, that's a compliment. That's all he was saying.
Yeah.
Wasn't accusing her of nothing.
OU's really good again this year. They got a lot of new, but they're really good. I know Texas is really good. I'd say the three best teams, not only in the SEC, but in the entire sport, it's OU, it's Texas, and it's Florida. I'd be a little surprised if the national champion this year wasn't one of those three teams.
There you go. Good stuff. Tyler, you're the man. Always enjoy catching up, even though our audience might be mean to you every time you join us. We do appreciate you joining us.
Yeah. See you guys. And see you, chat. Good to hear from you.
You're the man, brother. Enjoy the weekend. Talk soon. All right, there he goes. Tyler McComas, who hosts afternoon drives on the Ref in Norman, Oklahoma. You can catch his show.
He didn't like that trophy. He didn't like Barron bringing that trophy. He goes, get him out of here.
Oh, I'm sure
that is too funny.
That was the lead story for us yesterday. That might have been the lead story for them yesterday. We'd be talking about it if an Oklahoma football player did the same thing here.
They don't have any. They don't have any more trophies anymore. They don't get any trophies lately.
On the Brent Venables era, they don't.
No.
And that's interesting because, hot seat radio is what I call it when you've got, a couple of teams that are underperforming and a couple of coaches that are on warming seats. That's what's happening in Norman right now. Skip Johnson's doing a great job with the baseball program, but Porter Moser, if OU had Texas's money, I think Porter Moser would be gone after this season.
Oh, yeah.
And obviously, Brent Venables, he's got a much bigger buyout, but if things don't go well for the Sooners in 2025, and keep in mind, OU has the same schedule that they had in 2024, at least the same SEC schedule they had in 2024. And I saw a ranking yesterday that said Oklahoma has the hardest schedule in the country next season.
Yeah, well, tell them, don't worry. Navy's team won't be when they play them in a bowl game, they won't be as good this year.
Yeah, they don't have to worry about the Naval Academy, at
Yeah.
least in the regular season.
Wow.
But, it's a tough year for Brent Venables, a tough year to have to save your job because it is a gauntlet that Oklahoma has to play. And look, I don't care. I'm glad they're playing that gauntlet. But my hope is Oklahoma does just enough to keep Brent Venables around for another year, maybe 2 more
We
years.
truly don't want him gone.
3 more years. Yeah, a lot of them do.
No, we don't want him gone.
Oh, we don't want him gone. Sorry. No, we don't want him gone. We want him to get a lifetime contract up there. You kidding me? Like, that'd be the best news ever. I was pretty pumped when Venables got the extension after 2023. Even though they got us that year, I was still like, dude, I got my doubts about this cat.
Well, as long as they continue to get the majority of their players from the state of Texas, they no matter what their record is, they still get really quality players.
But they're not.
They need quality coaching.
You're right in a sense, but like I think they had the 18th or 19th ranked recruiting class in the country, which is not bad. But I think they were like,
they used to be. No, that's not the way they used to be, but it ain't bad.
Well, in the Big 12, that's like second behind Texas. In the SEC, that's like 10th.
Oh, yeah.
Like you're behind Auburn. Now, like LSU, Texas,
now
Alabama.
You'll be behind Vandy.
Now that will be the day. If Oklahoma football slips below Vanderbilt in recruiting,
look out.
Then pigs are going to be flying outside of your window, Buck.
Wow.
Which I've always wanted to see one of those. So
flying pig, yes.
I'd be on board with that. Good stuff there. Talking Texas OU basketball, a little Oklahoma football, and a quick softball question as well with Tyler. Of course, big game for the Texas men tomorrow night against the hated Sooners. Big one for both coaches, big one for both teams. All right, Buck, before we shift gears, we got another airline story to talk about.
I'd like a real true airline story. No more death. No more death on planes.
No deaths were involved in the making of this airline story.
Good.
But we've got nudity in this one.
Oh, that's fabulous.
Oh, yeah, it is.
I've never seen it. Well, I mean, I've seen women come on there with just practically nothing on, or I see the muscle dudes come on, with their big pecs and their shorts and their wife beater T-shirts that get on board. But I've never seen a nude. I never saw a nudist on there. Never saw any nudity. That's good. That's a good story. Let me tell you about our friends over at Relax the Back, folks. They embrace a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle, and my back couldn't be happier. Feeling great right now, all the different change in weather. I love this chair. I always have for over 20 years, and thanks to the folks at Relax the Back. If you've got problems with your thoracic back, your lumbar area, your shoulders, your hips, please go by their 2 locations, one of the 2 locations, and look at all the accessories that they have. If you don't find a chair, they have all kinds of different accessories that will help your back. Believe me, they've done a great job with me. Zero gravity recliners, Tempur-Pedic pillows, mattresses, the whole works. 2 great locations, folks, in the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck and Relax the Back.
Yes, indeed. Some love to our friends at McCall Custom Homes as well. If you want to upgrade your home, McCall Custom Homes, they're the guys to call. They will take care of you. If it's time to remodel your kitchen, it's time to remodel your master bathroom. If it's time to add some life to your outdoor space, springtime weather is upon us here in Central Texas. If you want to spend some more time outside, hit up our friends at McCall Custom Homes because they've been hooking people up in Central Texas for 40 years. They are custom home builders, so if you want to start from scratch, they can help you out with that as well. But they're also custom home renovators, and they will add some life to your home. And they will increase the value of your home. They will make your home a much more enjoyable place to live and a much more enjoyable place to host friends and family as well. They've been around for 40 years. Don't just take my word for it. Look at all their 5-star reviews online. Go to their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com, and look at the gallery of projects they've done over the last 4 decades. Get some ideas for your place and then make the call to McCall Custom Homes. Again, the website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. The phone number, 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Dude, they better hope that their new quarterback is is near as close to a player as Baker Mayfield was for him.
Yeah, that's a lofty comparison.
Yeah,
Isn't
it
it?
sure is. That's pretty quick too.
I mean, John Mateer was great last year at Washington State. Like, he was, I think, second in the country in touchdowns behind only Cam Ward, who's going to be the first quarterback drafted here in a few months. So he had a great year, but life in the Pac-2, not the same as life in the SEC. So, look, Mateer's a great player. He's a dual threat. He's definitely better than what they had last year. Like, there's
for
no
sure.
debate there. He's better than Jackson Arnold. He's better than Mike Hawk. But I will say this, Sooner fans were praising Jackson Arnold. They're like, oh, he's next up. He's next up. He's the guy.
All that for those, after the Alamo Bowl, I was there. That dude's not next up. That guy's an interception machine.
Yeah. Yeah. And he was worse than I thought he'd be. I had questions about him. I didn't think he'd be that bad. And was that bad. And he's now away from the Oklahoma program. He's at Auburn competing for that starting job.
And then they thought that other hack that came in there, was going to be okay too. He's gone.
Yeah, both of them transferred out. So it's the John Mateer Show in Norman, Oklahoma, and he's going to be tasked with saving Brent Venables' job because Tyler was right. That OU defense was really good last year. They were good enough to compete, and they kept Oklahoma in a lot of games. And hell, if they had an average defense, they would have been like 4-8 instead of 6-6.
Oh, no doubt. They wouldn't have been playing Navy. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, but they lose T-shirt boy. They lose Billy Bowman. They lose a couple of studs on that defense. So
they lose a couple of real, for them, leaders. They lose a lot.
They're going to need that offense to take a step this coming season. Shout out to Centex Tickets, by the way, if you want to be at the Texas baseball game tonight, the Texas basketball game tomorrow, Texas baseball game tomorrow, any sporting event coming to Austin, or any South by event coming to Austin. CentexTickets.com has you covered. Make sure you use the promo code Centex10 at checkout. You are going to get 10% off of your ticket purchase at CentexTickets.com. Hey, Longhorn Bear, you want to see?
BK, it doesn't sound like an exciting time in Norman. It sounds like everybody's on edge.
They're buying into the hopium, as T-Mac said.
Hopium.
Hey, Longhorn Bear keeps saying, go back to starting at 8 a.m. Hey, it's daylight savings on Sunday, so spring forward. So it'll be like we're starting at 8 a.m., Longhorn Bear. Thanks for commenting that, man. Appreciate that every single day. That means a lot to us. The world doesn't revolve around you, unfortunately.
Yes, it does, Bear. Don't let BK fool you. Yeah. It revolves right around you. So it has for years. It will remain revolving around you.
You're right. Sorry I said otherwise, Longhorn.
You know why? Bear. Because there's somebody that loves Longhorn Bear out there.
Oh, I love him too because he tunes in every day.
Yes,
so I appreciate, as much as he hates all of our changes, he still watches, and we're grateful for that.
I love it.
But no, we're here at 7 a.m. to stay. All right, let's get to this airline story here.
Please.
This is from the state of Texas, by the way. A Southwest Airlines.
Oh no,
flight.
The cattle cart.
The cattle cart, which is going away, by the way. At some
I
point
heard.
this year,
I know you told me that everybody's going to have assigned seats.
Yeah, Southwest is following every other airline, and they will go with assigned seats starting at some point in 2025. So the cattle cart will be no mas.
No mas. You'll maybe even get some peanuts along the way.
You always get
peanuts. There's peanut allergy. I don't think they do that anymore.
You get those good pretzels. Southwest has those great snacks.
They still have they got the pretzels?
They got like the little pretzel twist things, or they've got
those.
The Teddy Grahams, basically Teddy Grahams, like little graham cracker bits that are pretty good.
Okay.
But this is a Southwest Airlines flight that departed from Houston Hobby on Monday. Well, it didn't actually depart because it had to return to its gate just a few moments before takeoff after law enforcement was called to come on board the aircraft. All right, what happened? What would cause a plane that was taxiing to have to come back to the gate and have to have law enforcement called? Well, what happened? A naked woman happened. Unfortunately, we are Texas Sports Unfiltered. So if I could have found an unblurred video, we would have an unblurred video. But all we have is this, a very blurred out video of a female passenger who stripped all the way down to her birthday suit and apparently walked up and down the aisle for 25 minutes.
Yeah, I'm not going to elbow her. I don't know what she's hiding in her satchel, if you know what I mean. What she may pull out of her satchel and start doing. But no.
So
Or
here's
should I
some.
say snatchel? I mean, I don't.
Oh, you're grabbing something from her snatch?
No, I'm just saying. I don't know what she's gonna pull out. So your girl with that suit on. The crazy one. I'm elbowing. We're getting rid of her. This right here.
This is way crazier than that. She's naked. She's walking around the airplane for 25 minutes.
Yeah, but she's not seeing ghost.
She was yelling. We don't have sound because
she was yelling.
Here's some more details. So this happened again, a Southwest flight that was slated to depart from Houston to Phoenix. According to a couple passengers on board, the plane had just started taxiing when this woman who showed up fully clothed, like she did not get on the plane naked. I don't think they would have let her on the plane.
Yeah, that would be hard. That'd be hard to do.
Yeah, she showed up fully clothed. While she was wearing her clothes, she walked to the front of the plane and started yelling.
Oh, boy.
And apparently she was yelling that she wanted to get off the flight. And she was talking about how she was bipolar. And she started like hitting parts of the plane, like causing a scene.
She would have never got to be naked. I'd have got to her first. Plus, I would have known before she got on that plane that she was the nut. Those are the ones I look for early. Remember how I go there to eyeball people before they get on?
Yeah, but you've never found anybody before, so I don't know if you're actually good at that.
I would have recognized that. I'm like an air marshal. I would have recognized, here's the one that's going to go nuts on the plane. The one who's scratching her face and putting marks on herself. Yeah, I would have felt, as soon as she would have started going crazy, off she goes.
Well, she didn't go crazy until she was on the plane. I don't know if she was.
Or we're stopping. Yes, we can turn that plane around. Once we're in the air, BK, we can't turn that around.
Okay.
You know that. Once we start on our destination, sorry.
Well, you're all about flight delays and stuff. They had to delay this flight for over an hour because of this. So they didn't get to their destination on time.
No, I can't have her sitting there and going crazy on the plane. She's got to get off. She's got to get. But once we're in the air, there's no pulling at the next airport. We don't do that. We're still at Houston Hobby. We're getting rid of her now, which they did. Good move.
Yeah, she apparently was jumping up and down. She was screaming at times. And then as the plane continues to move, that's when she started undressing herself. So she was like having a mental breakdown, trying to get off the plane. I don't know if the pilots heard or if they just didn't care, but they're like, she'll figure it out. She'll be fine. We don't need to let her off. We got places to be. And then she started to undress herself. And that's where you get this video of her literally walking up and down the plane in front of all of the passengers. And there's kids on this plane. I mean, it's a full plane. It's a commercial Southwest flight going from Houston to Phoenix. So it's a packed house there. She is completely nude, just walking back and forth.
Where are the manservants when you need them?
Well, speaking of manservants, I don't know if this is manservants, but apparently the naked woman went after a flight attendant during this rant. She, according to a passenger, quote, she like put her whole body onto the woman flight attendant and was rubbing all over her, end quote. Boy, to be that flight attendant.
You don't know what's underneath all that stuff right there.
That's the thing. That's why I'm disappointed that, like, and I get it, it's news outlets who are posting these videos, so I guess they've got to blur them, but I'm mad that we couldn't get something uncensored here. We could really see what we're working with. Like, the fact that the passengers let this happen for 25 minutes makes me think that she's kind of hot, right? Like, they enjoyed what they were seeing. We don't need to tell her to get off the plane. Let her keep going. This is great.
I don't know which one's worse, the dead woman or this. I guess the dead woman is still worse.
The dead woman is dead, so that's the worst situation here. She died on a flight.
Yeah, it doesn't get any worse than that. But this one right here, she's got to get off. And, so you're right. We're taking this one back. We're going to take this one back to the hangar and dump her off for the cops to take her from there. And let's move along. We got a destination we got to get to. I don't like all this.
Let me ask you this. I mean, what are you doing if you're on the flight? Are you letting this go on for nearly half an hour?
No.
Like, everyone is sitting down. Like, no one's even talking to her, asking her to, like, relax.
And what do you do as a guy? You you can't try to cover her. She's going to start humping on you and doing things and drag you down to the ground. I know that doesn't sound bad to you, but.
Does that sound bad to you? Come on. I mean, again, we don't know exactly what she looks like, so maybe it should sound bad to both of us, but all right, dinner and a show.
No, we got to stop the flight. She's got to get off.
Well, what are you doing? What are you doing are you just sitting there and hoping somebody else does something like all those passengers, or are you throwing a bow? I'm not
throwing a bow to that.
Are you yelling at the flight attendant, like, get her off the plane? Because nobody even did that. There was no one who was like,
I'm yelling at the attendants, male, female. I'm saying, hey, you two overpower her, get her off this plane. I got to get to my business trip. Hey, I'm expecting to get to the horse races at Del Mar. What are we doing here? Well, I can't be late for the first race at Del Mar, and you're messing around with this naked lady. Turn this plane around, dump her off. Hey, throw her down the steps or open up a chute or something and throw her out. I got to get to where I want to get to. I don't like these delays.
But you're contradicting yourself because
if we're up and we're flying, no.
You're still contradicting yourself. If you want to get where you're trying to get, then you're fine with this lady being nude on the plane because the plane's taking off on time.
No, we can't. No, that's
you got to have a better argument.
We're good still on the ground. We're good.
Right. You're still delaying the flight, though, if you have to go back to the gate and drop her off. That's my point.
Yeah. No, it's fine to delay the flight once we're there. I'm talking about once we get airborne, for those who decided to pee on themselves or shit on themselves or puke on themselves, we're not turning around at the nearest airport for you. Or the lady that dies. Once you're pronounced dead, you're dead. There's a doctor on board. She's dead. We can't do anything for her. Let's keep on going. Let's keep flying. But if we haven't left port yet, and they're acting up like you're a crazy lady that was seeing ghosts and stuff, we can deplane them right there. There are chutes, there are steps. Bring up one of those old-fashioned steps to the jetway, and I'll throw her down. I'll help you sling her down.
She got so the aircraft returned back to the gate.
Yes.
When the door opened, another airline worker boarded the plane and covered the woman with the blanket. So the dead broad got covered with the blanket, and the nude broad gets covered with the blanket.
Yes. Okay.
According to a source, passenger on the plane, quote, the lady just ran out of the airplane, and who knows where she went, end quote.
Oh, yeah. Let them deal with her. Now let's move along, right? I
think that was it. They just dropped her off, and then it's like, everybody else good? Anybody else want to get naked with her? Time to go.
Yeah, I'm just talking about once we're in flight, BK. I don't want no extra stops at some other airport. We can't do that.
So in this situation, if you were on that Southwest plane going from Houston to Phoenix, let's just say it was going from Dallas to Phoenix.
Yes.
You're yelling. You see this woman nude. You hear her yelling about wanting to get off the plane. You are calling to the flight attendants like, we got to let this crazy psycho be off this aircraft.
Yes. I'm like, let's go back right now. We haven't
no boats. You're not trying to just knock her out like, we got somewhere to go. Shut your ass up. Boom. Did anybody see anything? Nope. No one saw anything. Let's go.
I'm not going to give her a bow to the ribs or to the breast or to the hip. I'm not going to do any of that. But your other lady, yes. The one who's going up and down.
Well, you're hitting one woman who's not even delaying a flight, but you're not doing anything to the other woman who's delaying it an hour?
No, this one is totally crazy. She's naked. She's taking off her stuff. We got to get her off the plane. There's kids on that plane.
Kids, yeah. Congrats to little Johnny.
No.
Big moment for some 6-year-old on that flight.
No, she's got to get off. I can't deal with her.
Get off, huh?
Yeah, let me tell you, she starts that act in flight. No, we're not. Once we're in flight, we're not going to the nearest airport in Terre Haute. No, no, we're not doing that. No, we got to keep going. Once we're up, we're there. That's why I said if you start acting up when you're on the plane, that's when you get the elbows. That's when you get, they need to bring some handcuffs on these flights so that we can tie some of these people up. You know what I'm saying?
Zip ties or something.
Some good zip ties, some tape to tape around their mouths and stuff like that.
Does this qualify as a flight incident? Because we've had a record number of those in the first 2 months and 7 days of 2025.
That's on. We're still on the ground here.
But I feel like
we're still in the boarding process.
Yeah, I feel like though, even if if something happened to a plane while it was on the ground, it would still count as a flight incident, right? Like if everyone has to deplane because, oh my God, a wing is falling off, so we can't take off, that counts as an incident, right?
Did everybody have to deplane this flight because of this lady?
No.
Oh, they just got rid of her and we went on. We're a little late taking off.
Yeah, flight was delayed for over an hour, but once she was gone,
I'm good. There'd be a lot to talk about with other passengers for there. I think I could do an hour and we could be gone, but we can't go in the air and then reroute. That's what I'm saying.
I got that. Are we such sheep that we can't raise our voice in a situation like that? Like you've got a flight full of hundreds of people and everyone just like lets that go?
The things I would be saying to that lady, I wouldn't want the 6-year-olders to hear that.
What would you be saying?
Depending on what she looked like and, if she had that 70-ish bush, I would be saying all kinds of stuff.
What would you be saying? Ain't no 6-year-olds here. The people got to know.
I don't know. I would be saying, you didn't shave this morning, lady. You forgot a little something around the edges there.
No, you would just be talking trash to her.
Oh, I would. Then she'd come and try to give me a lap dance. Oh boy.
I think that is how that would go.
That would go that way, yes.
You say, hey, lady, you didn't shave, and she'd be like, yeah, you want to feel?
Oh.
You think that's the situation?
She's lost it a little bit.
She's lost it a lot of bit, I would say. There's never been a moment where I've thought about going full nude on a plane and walking up and down an aisle for 25 minutes. It's never crossed my mind.
I'm not, if somebody says, give her that bow to the hoo-ha. No.
There you go.
No.
Yeah, you do all this talking, and this is your chance to actually do something about somebody. You're not going to.
I think once you go down to nothing, I get real nervous because I believe you are truly crazy.
Yeah.
If you walk up and down the aisle of that plane.
The woman is not facing any charges at this time. She was detained by the Houston Police Department, taken to the hospital for a medical evaluation.
And she's got having a nervous breakdown.
How are there no charges? Like, I get it. Like, a nervous breakdown's a nervous breakdown. That sucks. That's horrible. You really don't want to have that on a flight.
If I go pee around a corner and some 6-year-old sees me, I could be having a nervous breakdown, but they're still probably going to take me away.
Like, that's public indecency. She was nude in front of a bunch of kids in a public place. Like, if a man is doing that, I promise there's charges coming. I promise.
Yes.
So I got to play. Sorry, Women's History Month. I know that's March.
Yes.
But if there's some dude flopping around in there, that guy's going to jail. It ain't no hospital for a mental eval. That guy, and he should. This isn't like, oh, he shouldn't be.
And by the way, if it's a guy, dudes on that plane are getting up and physically taking that guy. Yes. Yes.
Actually, I'm probably going with the knee. I'm not getting my hands around there. I'm going knee to the groinal area. Or maybe a shoe. I'll just take my shoe off and like a fly swat.
Airplanes that people, what is it about planes now? We don't have this kind of activity on our Amtrak. That's why we got to get Amtrak going again.
Man, I feel like there's crazier people on the Amtrak than there are on planes, don't you?
No, we would have known from years ago. I know we don't have a lot of video of that kind of stuff.
Well, people have gotten crazier over time, and
yes, they have.
I just feel like people like I took a Greyhound. I know that's not an Amtrak, but I saw some crazy stuff on the Greyhound.
Yeah, I've seen plenty of that.
Yeah, it's a different clientele. So I don't know, man. We've lost it. We have officially lost it. Maybe we officially lost it years ago, but now we've got nudes running around planes and everyone just accepting it. Like, wow, no big deal.
And that's the Southwest Air. That's not a Delta. Once again, it's not Delta Airlines.
No, that's the thing. It's like impacting every airline now. It's not just
Delta's been doing a fine job lately now.
We've had Delta stories. We've had United stories. We had a Qatar Airways story. Now we've got Southwest. I mean, no airline is immune to the wildness that's happening.
That's why I'm a United airline flight guy now.
We've talked about United.
Yes, we have, but they've been under wraps here for about a year now. So everything's
United had the side of the plane fall off.
Was that the United that the side came off?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was over a year ago, wasn't it?
I think it was within the last year. I know you and I talked about it on this show.
Hell, I'll give you a year. I'll give you a year now. The way things are going, it's like every other month now.
It's like every other week. Half our show is talking about airplane stories now. So there you go. There is there's the latest.
Me. Excuse me, as she's coming down the aisle.
Yeah, like I would have to say something. I don't know what I would
Oh,
say.
you
I'd
say
have.
something, but you wouldn't physically. You
Well,
couldn't.
I'd probably ask like, "You good?" And then I'm sure she'd get in my face and be like yelling or something. Then I'd be like, "All right, sorry, I asked." But like I wouldn't just like you can't just keep the headphones on. Normally, headphones go on. I don't pay attention to anything. But this is not one of those times where you can just keep watching your downloaded episode of Arrested Development and carry on with your life. You
I'm
gotta.
going to be laughing so hard originally that I'm going to probably pee on myself. So it's not going to be a very comfortable flight for me anyway.
Yeah. All right. So there's your latest
She gets
airplane
there, she
story.
just starts taking off her clothes and going crazy.
Yeah, full nude. And again, for a long time, just walking up and down, yelling, hitting the plane, like rubbing up on flight attendants, but not in a sexual way. Just like, don't touch me. And that must have been the last straw, right? The flight attendant's like, all right, like you're now a harm to me, which means you could be a harm to one of these other passengers. If you're just nude yelling stuff, then this flight can be okay. But if you're like hitting people, we got to go. You got to go.
Well, first and mostly important, you can't be nude in front of a bunch of kids.
Yeah, you can't be nude in front of a bunch of kids.
No, you can't do that on a no.
This ain't a Hooter Airlines flight. Remember Hooters Airlines?
Yeah, because you can't do that because, like you said, if that's a man, you're going to jail.
Yeah, and she should get some sort of charge for that.
Yeah, she can't get the charge of I'm just crazy.
No,
because there's a lot of them out. There's a lot of just crazy ones out there. So that one won't work.
That one won't work. Well, take your thoughts. The Dakota text line, 512-222-9328. Longhorn Bear. I think she was already high. Maybe she was high.
Yes.
Public indecency. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what was going on there, but that was a wild story from the world of airfare.
Well, you can get everybody's attention on a flight, obviously. You can get attention. Everybody's got their phone.
Well, it's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. You could just say the word bomb and you're going to jail, but you like not actually mean it, like not actually have anything. That will get you arrested, but you can walk around naked, yelling, hitting the plane, and it's kosher. So believe me, bombs are more of a threat. If you're doing shit like that, you should go to jail.
This Texas Sports Unfiltered staff, you think needs to try that one?
Try the bomb?
No, the naked one.
I don't want to see any of our guys naked if that's what you're asking me.
I'm thinking that should be Rodney.
You think, who do you think's most likely on our TSU staff to do that?
Chip Brown.
You're going with Chip?
I go Chip, yeah.
It's not Patrick.
No, Chip. Just go ahead and say it, Chip. Possibly lose it. Yeah, and just do that.
I'm going to go Wags. I could see Wags losing it on board a flight. But his would be at somebody else. Like somebody would have caused it. It wouldn't be Wags on his own. Someone would have done something dumb.
No, he wouldn't wake up that day and say, this is what's going to happen.
And with Ronnie would see this naked woman and he'd strip down naked and be walking with her.
Join her hand in hand.
You're trying to make something happen. It's like, hang on, is this a party here? What do we have?
Is this what we're supposed to? Maybe we're all supposed to be like this.
I don't realize it was one of those flights, but sign me up. You have to pay extra for these, but hey. Good stuff.
Oh, man.
All right.
What a day.
Yeah, been a fun show so far. A few more sports stories to get to here before we wrap things up. We'll preview Texas baseball's upcoming series against Santa Clara. But before that, Buck, how about another quick round of sponsor shout-outs?
Tell our friends at Woods Comfort System for close to 70 years. They've been in the service of helping you out when it comes to heating, plumbing, and air conditioning. As I said, this weekend is going to get a little bit warmer, and that air conditioner could come popping on. And folks, after you've had these kind of cool mornings and you've been worried about your heater, well, you don't want to be worried about your air conditioning and that unit not working for you. So call on Woods Comfort Systems to come by and make sure that everything's working properly, that your system's working just the way you want it, the right amount of air in all of your rooms in your home. They can get it done, and nobody does it better than Woods Comfort Systems.
Yes, indeed. WoodsComfortSystems.com is the website. 512-842-5066 is their phone number. Shout out to Covert Bee Cave as well. If you're in the market for a newer pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, you see the logo behind me over my right shoulder. Our friends at Covert Bee Cave will take care of you. Of course, they're a part of the Covert Auto Group that's been around Austin for more than 100 years. And you see 7 different brands of vehicles out at Covert Bee Cave, plus the best selection of pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs as well. They've got the best people. Shout out to Dan Covert. Shout out to Mike and Stacy and Jerome and Ron and the whole squad out there. They will treat you like family because they treat us like family. And what do they say about those Covert prices, Buck?
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
Can't happen. Shout out to Covert Bee Cave, covertbeecave.com for more info. Also, shout out to Olipop as well. Got to give me some Olipop. It's a good way to ring in the weekend.
There you go.
Great tasting soda that's actually good for you. Again, it's lentil season. Give up the crappy soda. Switch to Olipop because it tastes like soda, but it's actually good for you. So a lot of people give up unhealthy stuff for Lent. Give up the traditional soft drinks. Switch over to one of the 19 flavors of Olipop. They're easy to find. You can get them wherever you get your groceries, H-E-B, Walmart, Costco, Whole Foods, you name it. Hardly any sugar, very few calories, and you've got ingredients that support good digestive health. Get you some. It is Olipop.
What am I doing for lunch, y'all? Because you know it's Friday. It's a Friday of the lentil season. No, I'm not going to start off my CB. I'm not going to McDonald's to start. I need another place that's going to sell me a nice piece of fish. And don't say Arby's or one of the fast food chains. I'm not doing that the first Friday of Lent out of the blocks. I need a good fish sandwich.
How many? Go ahead.
I'm not doing, and it can't be. We're not doing catfish sandwiches. No.
How many Fridays are there during the lentil season?
I'm going to say 6.
Okay. So at some point you will go with a fast food fish option, but you're not.
No doubt. Probably 3 of the 6s. That's going to happen anyway.
Okay, but you're not going to start off with that. You want to start off with something a little nicer, a little more upscale.
Yes, my wife and I are going to dinner before we go see my daughter play soccer. I mean, my granddaughter play soccer. So I'm doing mussels tonight. I'll have some mussels with a nice salad and lots of bread and that buttery mussels. Delicious. So, but lunch, I got to do lunch. I skipped lunch yesterday. So, and I'm pretty good right now. None of those sweets, no candies so far.
Okay. Well, it's been what, 3 days?
Yeah. A whole 3 days.
Yeah. Well, it's better than nothing, I guess. I still need to
Golden
figure out what
chick.
I'm giving up for the
I think
lentil.
golden chick is a catfish. I need that fresh cod. And
Fresh
no,
cod.
don't try to slap some nasty tilapia on me. No.
What about Wendy's?
Wendy's fish sandwich?
Don't they have a fish sandwich at Wendy's? Doesn't Burger King have one too?
Yeah,
I think all the big fast food burger joints rock with the fish during the lentil season.
I don't think so. I think they try to chicken you out.
They got Popeyes.
Oh,
It's funny. You say no fast food, and all we're getting is fast food
I
recommendations.
know.
Can you not? I mean, I would like Salt Traders is really good.
Okay.
Part of the Jack Gilmore restaurant family.
Sure.
Salt Traders, I mean, that's a little more upscale. That's more of a sit-down restaurant, though. Although you could take to go there too. They'll do
Great
that.
fish. I
for you.
love when people say great fish sandwich. I love a great fish sandwich. Put a little pickle on the side. And I put a little, I can put an onion on top of my fish.
What's the
Tata sauce. Love a little tata.
Oh, you want Tata sauce from that woman on the plane?
No. No. No.
Is that what you're asking for? Hey,
No.
some of your own special sauce here,
No.
lady.
No, lady. Keep your sauce. I don't want that crazy sauce.
What's that? What's the old school fish market over there off of
Oh, you're
Herman's?
right.
What is the name? It's like literally called like Fish Market. It's got the most plain
know you're
name in the
talking
world. Quality seafood.
Quality seafood. Yes,
That's
by
it.
the old airport over there.
I mean, that's always good. It's a little bit of a trek for you, I guess, but
It is. It's kind of a
good.
long way from Dripping Springs for a fish sandwich.
Yeah, it is. It is, but it's some of the better seafood you can get here in the city.
And Popeyes.
Get you some Popeyes. The problem with Popeyes, it's not a problem at all, actually. It's a solution. Their chicken's too damn good. But you're allowed to eat chicken, right?
No, that's part of that. That's in the meat
Oh.
family. Yeah.
Okay.
Gotta be
Yeah,
fish.
I don't know the rules. I beg your pardon on that. So, yeah, the problem with Popeyes is you go in there and you smell that chicken, you're not going to want fish. You're going to want that great fried chicken that they got.
I told you yesterday I had lunch and I'd heard about it for years and I'd gone there before, but I never said. I went to Specs and had a lunch. I had a deli sandwich and a lady made me one of the great turkey sandwiches at Specs. Oh, just fresh. I mean, the bread was really nice and fresh and
Dude, if I would have seen you at a Specs, I would have tried to kick your ass. I would have been like terrified. Like, get out of here. You can't be in here.
No, I went in there for lunch. I sat there and had a lunch, had a nice sandwich with some potato salad. It was great.
Yeah, I didn't know they served food. I've been to that Specs too. I've never made it to that part of the store.
All you gotta do is look to the left, and there's a deli counter over there that'll give you a great sandwich. There's nothing like a great deli sandwich, with some really good bread. And I don't need to have, Subway Eat Fresh. I don't need a foot long or all that. I just need it on a nice piece of wheat bread, tomato, little onion on there. I went to town. That was great.
And the bread's the most important part of the sandwich. People sleep on the bread, but you got to get that right. And that's, go to 34 Wine and Spirits, get you a bottle of liquor, and then go to Specs and have a sandwich with 34's liquor. How about that?
Yeah, just walking there. They got security in those places, man. They got their eye on you when you come in there. You better be, you got to be cool when you go into some of these liquor stores. They're like the bank.
Dude, so I did a little shopping. I've got a wedding this weekend. Shocker. And I need a new tuxedo shirt. Like I have one, but I've worn it a lot. It's got like a stain on it. It's time to go get a new one. So I went to a few different places to shop yesterday. I tried Kohl's. I tried like Nordstrom Rack. I wanted to be cheap. No one had what I was looking for, so I got to go to the white people.
I was at Nordstrom Rack over there, BK, off of right by Academy. Yeah,
I was there yesterday. They have a good selection of stuff, but no tuxedo shirts. So I got to go to the white people mall after the show to get that. But
you'll find one there,
dude. I went to Burlington. Like it was just right by there, so I'm like, all right, I'll see if Burlington has one. They've got like 3 security guards at the front, and they've got like, what's it called? Like the barriers with the little like line through them. You know what I'm talking about?
Really? You mean like to check you, like if you got any guns walking in Burlington Coat Factory?
They didn't pat me down, but they literally had a barrier for me to get in, where a woman had to like lift up the string. It's not a string, but it
was like going into the courthouse or something.
Honestly, yeah, might as well have been. I'm like, what the hell is happening at this Burlington Coat Factory? We gotta have 3 security guards and like this going on at the front door. What are we doing here? I don't know how we got there. Popeye's fish sandwich is flounder, by the way. If you're a flounder guy, that's the one that they do, the fried flounder sandwich.
Yeah, I've got to be careful. There's certain fish that won't make it with me. I don't just eat anybody's fish.
What about Shoal Creek Saloon? Have you been there yet?
I don't know if I went there for Fat Tuesday, but dude, that was plenty of everything. Soft shell crab. I had turkey there. I had pork. I had everything for Tuesday. I haven't gone to the bathroom since Tuesday, so it doesn't matter. That's
not good.
It's not?
You haven't gone to the bathroom since Tuesday? Today's Friday, right?
Yeah, it'll happen this weekend.
Well, we're supposed to praise our sponsors, not talk about how it's going to give you constipation for 4 days.
I did not even think of asking them if they had. They did burgers at Specs. They do even do a burger. I should ask them if they did fish. Should ask that yesterday while I was there.
You should not be getting a fish sandwich from a liquor store. Think about what you just said, dude. Like, you'll get one at Popeyes before you get one at a liquor store.
I'm telling you, the deli is awesome at Specs.
Let's bring on these 2 pieces of Lent. We got Wags. We've got Rodney. Gentlemen, are either of y'all participating in the lentil season?
I am. I just haven't figured out what I'm giving up.
Well, it's going to be Easter by the time you figure it out.
I'm still planning. I'm a planner, guys. I'm a planner.
Yeah, there you go. Wait till the first week's over and then start it. Yeah.
So, I mean, I have not had steak. Or you know what? I actually haven't had fast food since the start of Lent. We
give yourself 40 days of giving up fast food and see if that works.
Yeah, I mean that would be easy to do. For me, it's the soda. Like soda's the tough one to have. Like I've been on Olipop. I've been trying the new Olipop, guys, and it's good, but there's still like if you're a guy that's addicted to sugar, which I was, it's very tough. Like sugar is the toughest thing that I've tried to come off of. Nicotine was tough. Sugar's worse.
Hold on. Wags, I will put money on you not being able to go 40 days without fast food.
Let's go.
There's
That's
no
hard, Wags. That's a hard one.
Max.
Well,
I've
all
no.
right, one, how are we going to do accountability? So
I
it's
know
gotta be
that's the
honest.
thing. Like I'll text your wife. That sounds weird, but we're friends.
No, we
Or
can
I'll
do this. We can do this.
I'll talk to your son, and I will I'll check. But I'm still
Here's
worried.
the thing, asshole. You can't be texting my son to be like, "Hey, Dad, I'm feeling some Popeyes today."
No, I
You
won't do that.
You can't be paying somebody to be devil's advocate, though. That's cheap.
I can't text high school boys. That's not good. That's not good. I'm not going to be doing that. You don't have to worry about that. There's no Weinstein situation.
Hey, you know what though? You're off the hook. He's going to Ole Miss.
Congrats.
No, I'm
Confirmed?
kidding. Like we haven't. He's in. He got in, but we haven't decided where he wants to go yet. But yeah, he could. We could do a father son and bring in the homeboy combo, Uncle BK.
Here's the bet, Wags. Here's the bet. I'll do a 3-1 bet with you here.
Wow.
And Buck and Double R, you guys are witnesses here.
You guys jumping on? You getting the tail on this? You catching the tail?
Since it's fast food related, here's what we're going to do. If you can go 40 days without any fast food consumption, I will buy you 3 fast food meals of your choice. We'll go together. We'll get dinner together, lunch together, and I'll pick up the bill. If you don't, you only owe me 1 fast food meal of my choice.
That's a deal.
Okay. I have
That's
zero.
an absolute deal.
Your wife is going to thank me for this, by the way, because your house just reeks of fast food. Woods Comfort Systems is not going to be happy because they're losing their biggest plumbing customer.
Yeah, really.
But it's on. It's a bet.
Hey, man, my pipes are strong and sturdy, buddy.
Look what I had last night.
Yeah.
TB,
Wow.
some TB. What'd you
Rodney,
go with?
I can make the same bet with you, too. It's the chaos theory, guys.
He would make that bet.
No, I would lose tonight. I would lose tonight if I did that bet.
Is that
the trick is to not watch commercials at night because that's when they flood and saturate all the damn market with.
Just before you go to bed, before you go to sleep, it's in your mind.
I know, right? Yeah. And of course, they make it look like a perfect entree. It don't look like that when I get it. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, well,
yeah, I noticed these fast food places trying to make this fish sandwich look like it's fish. Looks like chicken to me. I mean, they can try all they want. It doesn't look like fish. You see, McDonald's when they do it, it's so perfect because it's a perfect, nice bun.
It's a haddock, right?
I don't want to start out the Lent season by going to McDonald's. I'll be there at least 3 or 4 times.
What's McDonald's fish?
Filet of fish.
Filet of fish.
That's
no, but what type of fish?
That's daily shipment from Maine. It's just a little. The bun is good.
God.
Oh, it's hot. It's hot. It's delicious.
Yeah, it's that. It's that. I think every year I mention this to you, Buck. It's that fresh fish from Maine.
Yes.
Mainer Lake.
It's not from Maine.
We're giving up fast food for Lent. That's mark it down. Sign it all. Shut it down. We're going home. Dirk already hit the shot. We've already made it.
Rodney, what about you? You participating in any lentil activity?
I'm giving things up for Lent. No, I'm just one year I actually gave up coffee, and that was pretty tough. That was a bitch.
That's scary. That's one that I would have problems with. Something would probably happen to me physically, I would believe, if I did that.
I need to think of something. I don't know.
Did you give up caffeine, Buck, or is coffee like your main source of caffeine?
Yeah, coffee is Wags. At one time in my life, I used to chew. When I first started coaching, there was a time when I used to smoke, actually. And you know how I gave up, very similar to how I gave up drinking. I just decided this smoke is not good for me. So I went to a poker party one night and I smoked 2 packs of Cools that night. And I woke up so sick the next morning from the nicotine. I quit, and that was it. I never smoked again. That was it.
How old were you?
Oh, I was in my 20s. When I was a young,
not even Potes, not even new Potes. You got to go with Cools.
I did Cools, and dude, that nicotine in those Cools through that filter. I mean, it was
tear you
sick.
up the fiberglass, man. Tear you up.
Oh, it made me so sick.
You know what? So a while back, because I've dipped snuff for a long time.
Yeah,
I did it for about 10 years.
Yeah, and it's like okay, I'm going to quit. I'm going to stop, and so I stopped, and then I went to the pouches, and I still use the pouches. I get on the road and I buy like a little roll. I'm going to quit those, and the timing is perfect because I had 1 can and I finished it last night before I went to bed, and I was trying to figure out how I'm going to go get some more. So
There it is.
I'm going to stop. I'm going to quit.
Every
Let's
time
go,
I
The
Double R.
thing about that, Rodney, is you may never do it again after you do quit. That's probably one of the good things. One of my buddies that I play golf with, they all have a little dip. He quit, and he's been about 8 or 9 years. At least two of the 5 or 6 guys I play with have absolutely quit dipping, and they've been on there about 5, 6, 7, 8 years,
and
they will never go back to it.
And it's like I went and saw Dr. Eckert a while back, and he's like, "Okay, we're gonna fix your teeth, but it was gonna take a lot of gum work from where I've been dipping so long."
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
scar tissue. You got to remove scar tissue or whatever.
And I never finished it. I never finished that stuff. For one thing, I got laid off and lost my insurance. But anyway, that's a different story.
So I used to
But,
dip so much that I actually had a pouch, like a line, that was in there when I
Mm-hmm.
wasn't dipping. Right,
God.
it got to the point where my wife, she would start to pull away from me when I would go to kiss her, and she'd be like, "What's going on?" She goes, "Oh, nothing. I just love I love smelling horse shit." You know what I mean? Like, and of course, so I was in the Marine Corps. I quit smoking because I was starting to get older and I wanted to keep running like a 21-minute 3-mile and shit like that. So, and also when the young bucks start coming in and they're running circles around you, you got to do whatever you can do to stay up with the pack, right? So I started dipping more frequently and instead of smoking, and there was just a natural pack that would form up here. Right.
I know we're taking a bunch of your time, but Wags, do a lot of guys in the service dip? I mean,
oh yeah. You do it to stay awake.
Okay.
I know we're taking up.
You'll start dipping because you'll be on watch or you'll be on like a shift or like a post, and you'll start to fall asleep, and your shift mate, your battle buddy will be like, "Hey, stay the hell up." Well, I can't, man. I'm nodding off. Here, put this in your lip. What is that? Just don't swallow it. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, don't swallow it. I'm gonna have to shoot you.
If you swallow it, you'll be staying awake for a while. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Well, and Buck, I was telling Wags one time. So I think a lot of this started for me when, I was a kid. I was a young kid, and I'd go fishing with my granddad.
Mhm.
We'd go sit out there all day, and he'd have his little thing of big red man or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Levi Garrett,
Big Chief.
and he's like, "Here, have some. Put this in here." Okay, he told me to, So yeah, that's all right. Yeah,
I'll tell you what, as long as you got a dip in your lip, you ain't gonna put any other. Well, I don't know. We had this dude named Whitmore, man. He'd do everything with a dip in his lip. He'd be able to eat, be able to drink, just sitting there eating tobacco leaves and horse shit. Just awful.
Crazy. That's crazy.
We'll leave y'all with this. We got a clearer video, Buck.
No.
It's from a distance, but you could see a little some flopping around up there on this Southwest Airlines flight.
Oh.
Yeah. Hey, move your phone. I'm trying to watch.
Yeah, come on, dude.
What is she's clearly on medication.
Yeah, she's medicated.
Yes. Mental breakdown.
She went up and down up and down, Wags. What do you do? Rod, we're gonna have to. She's got to get off the plane because as I said, once we get airborne, it's over with. We got to get to our destination.
I'd probably lose my shit, honestly. I don't know, man. Like, I'm cool. Like, this is why I don't like getting on planes. Is it's not because of the plane; it's the other people that usually travel the plane.
Yep.
So,
yeah, that's how I am about the roads. Everything's fine with me on the roads. It's you other people that decide to take that. You should be in Ubers.
Exactly.
Yeah,
it's not my fault. It's everyone else. Exactly.
I tell her to keep standing up because when you hit turbulence, when you get into the turbulence, she's going to be like,
You would. You absolutely would.
Stay standing up.
I like people thinking that I'm the crazy person.
Yeah.
Yep.
I know the crazy one. She would have never made it on board. I already picked her out. Later, boys.
Have a great weekend, guys.
There they go. Here we are, man. What's going on, partner? Welcome to another edition of Chaos Theory on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Make sure you like the video. All right. Make sure you like the video. Subscribe and like the video if you hadn't done so already. Hit us up on our socials. I'm at Not the Fake Wags. My partner in crime is at the Rodney R, and then on Instaface at the _ Rodney R. I'm on Instaface at the Wagner Wire. If you were out and about, if you were mobile, hit us up on that code of text line 512-222-9328. Again, that's 512-222-9328. Smash that subscribe button if you hadn't done so already. Like the video like we just said, and also come on up with this conversation here. Let us know if you've been on a plane and had to deal with that bullshit. in the past couple of times. Did I see that right? Was that Southwest? Did I see a Southwest sign behind that lady?
Might have been. I don't know if that video's still in here.
I'll pull the video up here in a second, but I'm pretty sure I saw Southwest on there. What's going on, dude? How are you? How anything like that? Any adventures like that in your escapades up in
No,
where the hell
man.
are you at now? You're in Nolan's, right?
I'm in Shreveport. Yeah, I'm driving.
You're in Louisiana. I knew you were in Louisiana.
Yeah, I'm driving, dude. So the only thing I have to entertain myself with is myself. So that tells you it's a pretty boring ride.
Wait, you tugging on it to stay away?
What's that?
I said you tugging on it to stay away. You shifting gears to stay away?
Yeah. Let me put this in overdrive right quick as I'm going right here. Put this into passing mode. But it's
I only ask because I've heard the story before. All right, we're talking about marine stories and talking about staying awake and people having to put dip in their lip to stay awake. Usually, that's the first way to go is putting dip in your lip. There was a guy that was on a long road trip, Marine of mine, and he told the entire platoon this. He said, to stay awake, he started rubbing one out while he's driving. That's how you shifting gears? You putting it in an overhaul, man.
I don't think that I'd want to be doing that while I'm driving because it's like once you get to that point, it's like not safe for the people around you.
Troy, we watched basketball last night, but here's the thing: I made a concerted effort to watch Mythic Quest last night, but it's not on my TV. Like my account is on this TV. The Mythic Quest that I guess the Apple TV subscription that we paid for is on my wife's account in the other room, and I didn't have her information. And dude, if I would have woke her up last night for like her Apple ID, she would have beat the shit out of me. You're married. It's picking your battles, right? And I chose to take the loss, and I will make it up. I swear to God, Troy, I have it on the list, and it will get done this weekend. I swear. I will get you 2 episodes. But yeah, it's about the first episode is the pilot, of course, and they're making a video game. It's a video game company, from what I can tell. So I'm looking forward to seeing it. It's got some people that I like to watch. It's got the one Mac. It's got Mac from Always Sunny. So I think that's Mac. I'll have to check it out. But anyways, yeah, Mythic Quest. It's definitely on the list, Troy. I know I've been letting you down, amigo. I know. I will make it up to you. I promise.
You know, Wags, when it comes to airplanes, right quick, kind of that whole conversation, and you're talking about, about losing your shit.
I can't. The last time we rode on a plane was to Costa Rica, and I don't like it. I don't like flying. I don't like traveling.
I don't mind traveling. I mean, and I do like flying, which I used to be very uncomfortable with. But now, like you said, it's the people that fuck it all up. But why is it when you land? I mean, you land and they tell you take the seatbelt off, and everybody jumps up, and they're going to get their bags. It ain't like
they stand for another 10, 15 minutes, right, with their ass in my face.
Yes, and it's not like you're going to be able to exit that thing in a timely manner. And I've been in this position before to where it's like, look, I got to get out of here because I got to catch the next one. And for people that are in that position, then you got all these dipshits that are just standing there, just in the way. You are not going anywhere. That's the one that drives me crazy. That and then just people have no urgency.
Of course, I would say I would be more boisterous these days in those situations, right? But now everybody's got to, like you saw in the hell. That's how we got the source. Yeah, exactly. That's how we got the source of the naked lady, right?
Yep.
As soon as people even start voicing your opinion or getting loud or making a scene in public, the cameras come out and everybody gets to witness, what that person's doing, which, I agree full-heartedly with accountability, but a lot of times people, regardless if you're in the right or wrong, they like to villainize the person that's making the spectacle in public, whether they are justified or not. So
yeah,
you got to be careful what you do these day and age.
It is very much a different time. It's kind of one of those other things that really drives me up the wall is like when you go to a concert or whatever it may be, sporting event, and people are standing up and the same thing, they're all in front of you like this. And I'm like, did you come here to make a video, or did you come here to watch or listen or whatever the case is? It's like, come on, man. I don't know. That's the stuff that, and I know it's irrelevant. I know it's little bitty things like that, but I'm with you. That's the shit that keeps me at home. That's why I stay home.
No, see, I'm all right. I'm cool traveling if I'm by myself, but when my family travels with me, it just amplifies my anxiety, I guess. I'm weird. Like, I feel like I got to protect everything. You know, and I feel like out of everybody in the world, somebody's trying to get my family, right? Like, it's just, I don't know. I wouldn't call myself, overly. I was going to say overly protective, but maybe I am. You know what I mean? If I am doing that in a public crowd or in a public travel spot, then perhaps I am.
Well, I mean, I think that's natural instinct now. I mean, even when we would travel before, when the girls were younger, it was that thing where I was always so freaking out and concerned for the kids. Like if we were going to take a flight, I'm like, oh my God, are they scared? Or are they whatever? What they're putting on a bold face. It's just that protector thing. But even like now, I mean, now with the girls grown, if I am anywhere with them, we took the wife out to a dinner the other night for her birthday, which we had seafood, by the way. They were talking about seafood. And it was one of those things where I was like very protective of the girls. I'm like, we can't let the girls have a drink. We can't let the girls do this. And the girls are young women now, and I still want to protect them. So that's just the protector factor that we all have. But yeah, that plane thing, when people jump up, I'm like, sit down. I
don't know. I'm you know how I get in public. Sometimes I can be very loud myself, and usually I'm not the one that makes the scene, but I'm the one that kind of stops the scene, or I react to someone's actions. And if something like that would have happened on a plane, it probably would have invoked something in me. I don't know. I can't be responsible for my own actions. That's what I'm.
Yeah, it's really hard. It's really hard when that kind of stuff is going on. Like I was on a flight one time, and there was an older couple that came rolling up, and they were trying to get their carry-on up into the overhead thing, and they were obviously elder, they were having trouble with that. And there was a guy there were like three dudes standing behind him, just sitting there watching him, looking stupid. And I mean, I got up and I'm like, can you let me through here, because I'm going to put their shit up there for them. And it's like, come on, little things can just planes. Yes, I'm glad that I don't have to fly very much anymore.
Me too, man. Speaking of you being out in Shreveport, what you been doing out there? You been able to watch any basketball or anything? Did you watch any NBA last night?
I watched some NBA last night. The crazy thing is, I don't know if you guys that are checking in here, if you have that Tubi app, which I'm sure you do because it's free on most of these smart TVs. I know on all of my Tom McKay TVs, it's right there. Tubi has like a 24/7 streaming NASCAR channel. So I was over here jacking around with the TV last night, and boom, there it is. So I watched a lot of throwback races last night.
Right on. I don't know how people actually do that when they know the result of the race. So what is the one thing that wows you or gets you revved up? No pun intended there, for races that already, I guess it's the same thing as watching the result of a basketball game, right? When, here's where Jordan goes off on an 8-0 run here, or here's where, Hamilton hits his fourth home run. I guess it's the same thing, right? But is it a move that the driver makes on a certain turn when you're really not even supposed to make a move on that turn, and you're supposed to make the move on the straightaway?
Honestly, for me, watching those old races, like last night, for example, they had this thing on about Darrell Waltrip. That's the boogity guy on TV. I mean, a lot of people don't know that guy was like an amazing race car driver before he was the boogity.
I don't know. Like I'm a novice.
That guy Wags, that dude, so. And he honed his skills on the short track. They were showing this thing last night of all his, like racing in Nashville, all these different short tracks where NASCAR used to go. To me, for one thing, the evolution of the sport is the cool thing to watch. To where what it used to be versus what it is now, and it's fine now, but to see how back then NASCAR Cup
wasn't
racing,
much tech, right?
No, absolutely. And that's the point. That's what they were talking about last night, where people talk about aero and all these different things on the race car right now. Back then, the only aero was you got in there and you made your car work better than the other team. And that's cool. And then a lot of the
ground force or.
Yeah. It's like nowadays, Wags, these cars are like dragging the ground. You watch them and it's like the splitters hitting the ground. Back then, there was this much room. There was this much room.
Oh, yeah, you can see tire. You can see tire, right? Or wheel.
Yeah. And seeing that and just seeing these racers of the past. And I think that's where it's so cool that you can go back and celebrate the sport. And it is. It's like, I know who won this race. I've watched this race so many different times. But for some freaking reason, it's still cool to watch it. And it's free.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I just sat
Tubi,
there.
huh?
I just sat there. It was midnight. And I'm like,
sitting at midnight with Tubi in the tube sock.
Midnight with Tubi in the tube sock at the Hilton.
Oh, they put you up in a good one, huh?
Oh, this is nice. Man, this is the nicest digs in town right here. I mean, I don't know if that's saying very much, but yeah, this is fancy. This is fancy right here. This is way out of my.
How late were you able to stay up a little bit late and watch a little bit of the Knicks and LA Luka show?
LA Luka's rolling, dude.
Yeah, overtime victory for the Lakers there, but a little scare for Knicks fans as their lead scorer and frontman Jalen Brunson goes down. So they'll be spiraling a little bit until they have someone step up and supplement the production that Brunson was providing there. You still got dudes like Josh Hart and company that can help you try and get this thing going. But my dude, things are looking a little bit grim when crunch time was just upon us here for the association.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And what can you say about the run here for the Lakers? And it's an overtime fires off, and here's Luka going on a run. I'm like,
they look good, but they're like, you still got Boston. I mean, did you see what Pritchard and White did the other night?
Yeah, I did.
For Boston. It's like, come on, man. Pritchard don't even start. You know what I mean? I don't know if his accolades and night that he had the other night make him or get him another accolade as sixth man of the year. But dude's a straight up he's a bucket. And White being able to produce from the perimeter like that too. Celtics aren't in first place. I'm pretty sure it's still Cleveland. Cleveland's still at the top of the East, but Boston looks like they're starting to take championship shape at the right time too. So again, I want to say that LA is the team that is like I sat here and said I would bet my mortgage on it with PD the other day. But he brought up a good point. Like the East is playing pretty damn good right now, right? And just when you think like Boston is the stalwarts, in the East, Cleveland has had really good, like a really good year too, and also like their front court, I think, can pose a lot of problems for LA, right? Like LA's backcourt is lethal. It's elite. It's legit. And LeBron being able to play 1 through 5 gives them help too, but they don't have the depth in the front court to battle anybody, I think, in the East, right? Like the Celtics, they got some dudes, and then like you got my God, Mobley and who's the dude from who's the dude from Texas? My God, I'm blanking on my guy's name here. Guy was a double machine for Texas, and I'm blanking on the dude's name.
Cunningham?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. No.
A big guy. I'm blanking on his name. But anyways, Cleveland's got some absolute studs, and they pose threats to anybody that lacks any type of,
Jared Allen
protection. Jared Allen. Thank you very much, Jared Allen.
Yeah.
I don't know. Double machine, and one of the first dudes I covered when I was at the Horn, and I forgot the guy's name, but yeah.
Well, and
thank you, CB, Jared Allen.
With the West. With the Lakers run right here and Golden State, I mean, you come out of the trade deadline right there, and Golden State's on a little bit.
Their high since getting JB, right?
Yeah, right. can they sustain? I think that maybe the Lakers would be in a better spot to sustain this run that they're on right now. But yeah, the trades are looking really good for those two teams right now. But Steph Curry, I mean, like I've said here the last couple of months, it's a whole new appreciation for that guy because he's just a badass. I mean, that dude is. It's a joy to watch him. It's always been a joy to watch him. I think it was one of those things where I just didn't want to admit it. Like when people tell you have a problem, you have to admit your problem. And then finally you admit it and you feel better. It's like, okay, now I've always liked Steph Curry, but I didn't. But now it's just so damn fun to watch him. So
what was it in the past that made you not like him?
Tired of seeing it. I was just tired of hearing about him. It's one of those things like Mahomes. The reason that people don't like Pat Mahomes because he wins all the time, and it was all these miraculous plays where I'm like, I don't want to hear.
So
it.
I remember the NBA. I don't know if the NBA tried to villainize Steph, but I do remember
they did.
I remember the NBA making the Splash Brothers like the new and upcoming heroes, right?
Yep.
Like, and this is when Golden State was climbing. It's not when they collected KD from Oklahoma City and built their championship. Their dynasty was already forming, but helped build on to their dynasty there, adding KD. I remember the league making the Splash Brothers out to be like these upcoming diaper dandies, right? To quote Dickie V. And then all of a sudden, after antics of Steph Curry, he used to throw his mouthpiece, quite some time and throw fits, right? And get in the ref's face. He'd start getting teed up. And then they started villainizing the Warriors after they started winning a good bit, of course, right? Like once you make your come up and once you get to the top, people start to want to take you down. And naturally, that's where the narrative went. But of course, I think his antics with poor, I won't say poor sportsmanship. It's passion. I've never thought it was poor sportsmanship. People just act differently in passionate times or passionate situations. There you go, Steph. I'm giving you the bye. But nonetheless, you do kind of feel like, all right, Steph's kind of he's starting to become like a little bit of an asshole here, and then you start to get to that path of redemption. And maybe that's kind of what you're seeing or going through with Steph Curry these days. Or maybe it's the Olympic team that helped you. That's what it was. Winning over for Steph Curry. I've always appreciated good basketball, regardless of what it is. And you can't deny that this is the most clutch. Is he? Yeah, he is. He's clutch. He's the best shooter I've ever seen. He's the best clutch shooter I've ever seen. I know Jordan was great, but Steph's number one. Like I just, you can't deny it. Anybody that's watched it, you can't deny it.
That's the guy that you want with the ball. I mean, when it's on the line, and I think a lot of that was kind of to what you're talking about right there. During that time of the Warriors, like when they were on that run and the super teams were built and all that, he was the constant. It was Steph, and then they were bringing in all these other pieces, and they really did.
Draymond Green was a big piece of that.
Draymond Green was a huge
Draymond Green's mental game on the floor is out of this world. His NBA, or not just NBA, his basketball acumen is crazy. I would put it up. I don't know if it's up there with LeBron's, because LeBron's he's just a gifted talent. Like he's just a photographic memory and can tell you every damn play that's going to happen as two guys are walking down the damn court. Like he's a visionary when it comes to the floor. But yeah, beyond that, I mean, I'd say Draymond Green was a huge building piece of that championship run for the Warriors there.
And I think a lot of this, Wags, is because I remember last year, I think we were talking about, okay, is this the end of the Warriors run? I mean, is the Warriors dynasty, is all of this done? Is it going to be a breakdown? Is it going to be and they've gone and they've rebuilt really quick. And this is where I'm curious, like in football terms, because I honestly think after the Super Bowl, we were talking, and I'm like, okay, we're seeing those kinks, we're seeing those cracks in that Chiefs foundation. Is this about to be not necessarily the end, but are we watching the Chiefs regress and just become normal? Not the constant world beaters that we've been watching for the last decade. Is that going to happen? And I think a lot of times when that happens, that kind of changes the perception of whether it be a star player or the organization. When when you start seeing them come back to the field as they talk about that. So we'll see, because I think that's what Kansas City's doing. But Golden State, the Warriors, where I think a lot of folks were calling them done, have responded. But I think the Lakers will be the ones that sustain a little bit. They just look really good. And they got a third and fourth piece, with the Lakers too. So I think the Lakers going to make a run right here, but it's up to Oklahoma State Oklahoma City, Denver, and all of them to defend the West.
And you're not feeling Dallas at all? Dallas just done in the stinker?
I think Dallas is. I mean, how do you, with injuries, and I mean, how do you? How?
No, I'm with you. You don't have to make an excuse. Like an emphatic no would have worked.
Yeah, no, there's no way. I mean, there are too many missing pieces, and I just think that the organization's going into disarray right now. And then, like I said, I think there's probably some external circumstances that are maybe leading to some of this, but it's just not a good thing. I mean, yeah, Rob hits it right there. They might miss the play-in.
Oh, they're not. Yeah, they're not. With Kai hurt, come on, man.
Yeah.
I mean, it's too much. Too much is added up on the plate. There's just too much to come back from. So it's too much has surmounted.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. So
this guy here, 2025, we got you.
Yeah, man. I don't know. Yeah,
Mavs on 2025, man. No, it's you got to stay relevant, man. Come on.
Never say never. Never say never until it's done, I guess. But I don't see it happening, man. And like we're talking about the Lakers and the Warriors, I mean, those teams are surging where the Mavericks are not necessarily doing that. The Mavericks are actually kind of right now like that rock in the fish tank where they're like just kind of going down.
Oh, it's sunk. Yeah, it's already sunk.
Yeah.
We got a top 5 to get into, amigo. And the top 5 that we landed on was top 5 tag team wrestlers. And I guess this was in light of WrestleMania. No, it wasn't WrestleMania. It was I can't even remember the damn event. But
when Cena turned.
Yeah, Cena turned on Rhodes, but I can't remember the event that
I don't know what that was. I don't know where that was. I don't know where that was.
Anyhow, it stemmed the thought of best tag team wrestlers of, I guess, all time. So without further ado, first and foremost, let's get into a little bit of a break real quick and talk about our sponsors. You guys hear about it every day that we are on this show. It is audiovisual consultations. 512-255-8678 is the number to call for the best setup of your dreams. Tom will come over, will tell you to get out of the way. He's got this. His crew will get in there and just make everything happen. The magic will unfold in front of your eyes, and then you'll end up with whatever your ideas come apart. And then, hey, maybe you don't have the best ideas in the world. You go to the gallery of projects that they've got on their website at avconsultations.com, and then you get an idea of what you want. Whether it's the 2 TVs, the 3 TVs, the 4 TVs, it's all deadly, man, and it's done with avconsultations.com.
That's right. And also, if you're car shopping, vehicle shopping this weekend, you know where you need to go. It's covertbcave.com. Our friends out there in the beautiful hill country of Central Texas will get you set up in that new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV. It's the place that you start. Check online first. Go to covertbcave.com. Then when you find what you want, head on out to the dealership, check the weekly specials. Here's a word from our friends at Covert Bee Cave.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Nobody beats Covert Deal. Not now, not ever. Be sure and check them out. The Covert family doing that for lots and lots of years. Also, right quick wags, McCall Custom Homes, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Making those dreams come to reality. I'm seeing it firsthand. They're doing it with my master bathroom, everything that they're doing in there. And like I mentioned a couple of times, the coolest part is the constant communication. Here's what we're doing today. Hey, we ran into this problem. Here's how we're going to fix it. And that's what it's all about. Whether you're starting from, you need a new home, custom home builder. You need a new home, they can do that. But at the same time, if you're looking to renovate and add value to your home, property, they will do that for you as well. Whether it is at bathroom renovation, kitchen renovation, a lot of houses, people are holding on to their homes for a lot of years because of equity, but they're in an older house that they want to make modern. And that's what these folks are going to come in and do for you. They will set you up. It is McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Check them out. And by the way, our man Matt, expecting a little one. I think we're on little one watch for him. So that little baby's coming along. So congratulations to them. As I'm kind of out of the loop over here, don't know if that may have already happened. All right, Wags. Wrestling tag teams, my man.
Yes, sir. Top 5 tag team wrestling. Now, look, it's not the best tag teams of all time. It's your favorite tag teams of all time. So that's the prerequisite, or I guess that's the criteria that we're grading off of here. You're up first, my dude. You're up first. You got
number 5, and so kind of a prerequisite here. So
if we have the same, that's okay. We are from the same era of wrestle. Like I still watch it, but I'm not entrenched that as I used to be back in the day. I would say towards the end of the Attitude Era is when I really started to kind of come out of wrestling.
I'm going to tell you, there is nobody very modern on this list because I'm older than Wags, so I'm very back in the territorial days, and a lot of these. That's the thing about it, that a lot of these guys started in territories and they wound up at WWE or WCW or ECW, whatever the case was, and I did legitimately look, because we said tag teams. I couldn't find a female team. I wanted to get a female team in here. I thought about the Bellas, but it's like, still Trish Stratus and Lita.
Yeah, I don't know if there's an actual legit solidified female tag team yet, right? Like a dynamic duo.
No, I was trying to go back, because you remember at that first WrestleMania, it was like Wendy Richter. She was like the lady, but she was solo. I mean, she was solo back, when all that happened. But number 5, I went out. Of course, we all know who Jim Cornette is, and the Midnight Express.
Midnight Express, all
Midnight
right.
Express, man. That was one of those teams right there, like in the Mid-South area with Bobby Eaton and Dennis Condrey. And I remember that they would float into Southwest, and they would come in from time to time when they would partner in, and they did everything so right. I mean, we talk about my lack of movies sometimes, Wags. I didn't know until, a few years after I saw the Midnight Express the first time that was actually derived from a movie. And I didn't know that. Yeah, I didn't know that was a theme. And there's Chase. I'm like, dude, I mean, those guys, they come rolling up into town. And I mean, Jim Cornette. I mean,
with
Jim
the racket.
Cornette, yeah, the racket. Jim Cornette prior to WWE was just,
he was a big regional guy, right?
Yeah, huge. And that's where a lot of times what would happen. And one of the things that would sour me, because I know, like, I mean, Kerry Von Erich, for example, when he went to the WWE, he became the Texas Tornado, whatever. They kind of tried to change him up a little bit. It's like that's not the wrestler I remember. The Midnight Express, man, those dudes were. That was one of the great. That was one of the first super tag teams that was a legit tag team, in my opinion.
So and also we need to use the criteria too that you can have a 3-man tag team. All right, you can have a 4-man. Yep. Right, like I thought about putting the 4 Horsemen on here, but they never really there wasn't really a solidified 4-man versus 4-man back then. Like.
No,
hell, it was hard to find, because the Von Erichs were broken up at that point, right? They were off doing their solo stuff. I think maybe Kerry and Kevin might have wrestled while the older brother was in Japan doing his thing. I can't remember, or no, excuse me, the younger brother was in Japan doing his thing.
In the Wax,
David was the younger brother.
The horsemen were crazy to me. Sorry to interrupt you. The horsemen,
go ahead.
Because you had the 4 guys, but to me, I mean, Arn Anderson and Tully Blanchard were the tag team. I mean, those were the 2 that tagged together, but the pizzazz and the pop was the 4 of them together. Not so much Tully and Arn, even though that they were champions. I mean, they were champions multiple times, but they're not on my list. Tully and Arn are not on my list as a tag team, even though they were the tag team of the Four Horsemen. Yeah.
Well, they were two like Ric Flair wasn't a tag team guy, right? Like he was a guy that was thrown in. Anyways, so I wanted to throw the Von Erichs in there just because they're Texas royalty, right? But I also didn't see the Von Erichs that like I wasn't into wrestling when the Von Erichs were coming up, right? Like I was from the Northeast, so I didn't see that coverage of wrestling anyways. Now, when I first started getting into wrestling, the thing that wowed me the most wasn't the power of the people. It was the theatrics, and it was the acrobatics, and the one tag team that comes to mind when I think of acrobatic movements and flying off the top turnbuckle, it was the Rockers. It was Shawn Michaels and Marty Jannetty. And when I was able to, and Shawn Michaels ended up being my favorite wrestler, spoiler alert. But the fact that when I saw Marty Jannetty get suplexed and I thought he was done, I thought he was getting pinned, and then he was able to back bridge and lift himself up from the floor from his back. I was just like, this guy's the most incredible athlete I've ever seen in my life. And then we go to find out, the off the ring or outside the ring antics that Marty Jannetty and the troubles that Marty Jannetty went on to. But these were some of the most upcoming and young, highly touted athletes in the WWF at the time. Was Marty Jannetty and Shawn Michaels, and they were beating teams like Demolition. I don't know if they actually ever held a tag team championship, as a matter of fact. But I was crushed the day that Shawn Michaels, who was one of my, again, he ended up being my favorite wrestler, but at the time started becoming one of my favorite wrestlers, did, sweet chin music to Marty Jannetty and knocked him out through the damn glass, man. And that was it. And of course, Marty stayed, I think Marty took a little piece of the glass and then cut himself right there, to make the blood actually happen more. I think that's how the lore actually went down. But yeah, man, the Rockers, and they're an unsung tag team. They don't really get their due, so I wanted to put them on this list, man. One of my favorites.
Yeah, that's a great one right there. I mean, and that's the thing about it. When you go back and look, I remember when Shawn started in San Antonio. I mean, it's like the way the characters evolve and so forth. So for me, number 4, and probably the most, honestly, probably the most modern team on this list, undoubtedly the most modern team on this list for me, was a big part of it is like what you're talking about, the moves, the theatrics and all that. The other part of it is this. Working that mic, that is such a huge part of it.
The promo, yeah, man. You got to be able to hit the promo, dude.
You got to do it, man. And the Generation X did it to the best. The New Age Outlaws, dude. Billy Gunn and the Road Dogg Jesse James, for example. Jesse James, not the best. I mean, not the most skilled or different moves or whatever. But you put that mic in his hand. When those dudes would come out, the Road Dogg Jesse James, the badass Billy, all of that.
They were good.
All of that. And they were just so, yes, Mr. Ass, that dude walking around in those short tights and all of that. And they were champions and they did whatever. And that's kind of the same thing we were talking about, to where they were a part of Degeneration X. They were a solidified tag team, that they had their role in that. And they were just so good at working the crowd. I mean, when you come out and you start talking and you've got 30,000 people repeating everything that you're saying, you're fucking doing something right.
Sure. Oh yeah. Absolutely. 100%, man.
New Age Outlaws all the way, brother.
All right. So this is cheating, and I wanted to put this as my number 1, but I realized that they didn't stay together long enough. And it was basically a promotional thing that Vince McMahon put together to hoist in both the WWF. Mega Powers with Hulk Hogan and Macho Man Randy Savage. Like I say that Shawn Michaels is probably one of my favorite wrestlers. I don't know if I can actually name my favorite wrestler. I know that I have a complete humble regard for Macho Man Randy Savage. Like I hold Macho Man Randy Savage probably in the highest regard of all the wrestlers, just because he was, his story of being a baseball player too, right?
Yeah.
And coming to find out that Randy Profo was Lonnie Profo's brother, and that dude was the genius the entire time. I never knew that. So there were so many stories that were unfolding in wrestling that I just were unaware of. But Randy Macho Man Savage, you want to talk about the promo, you want to talk about, being one of the best in the ring, you want to talk about wearing a heel. Macho Man did it, and he did it well, man. And he made shit believable. That's the thing. I really thought that he hated Hogan because of Hogan and Elizabeth. He just made shit believable. And that's another thing too. I think that's what the Undertaker did well for me as well, right? He really blended our world and the world of wrestling together. Like he made it a believable. Even though he was, the dead man, he still made it a little bit believable. But that's what Macho Man did for me. That's what Mega Powers did for me. And they were I don't think anybody would have been able to take him down. It was Hulk Hogan and Macho Man Randy Savage, for crying out loud, right? They were the two the stalwarts of the WWF. I mean, it was what the damn federation was built around were those two dudes, right? One being a face and one being a heel. And Vince McMahon put them together and became Mega Powers, and they were sensational. Now it was world domination, of course, right? But I mean, and of course it took something from inside to break them up, right? To beat them. That's, of course, was the only way to tear up Mega Powers, and Mega Powers explode.
Well, and that was the whole thing back in those days where they were so creative with what they did. I mean, how do you cause a conflict? You had a beautiful woman in there. And they kind of set that because it's something that kind of followed wrestling to where women became involved, and they used them, like that. And CB, I can totally do that Billy Gunn, but I'm in a hotel, so I'm not going to do it. Remind me next week, and I'll do it when I'm back in the home studio. I can sound just like that dude. But so number 3, and this is kind of what we were talking about with the Horsemen and talking about some of the different things right here. Number 3 to me is I do have the Fabulous Freebirds in there.
Okay. All right.
Only because, and I think that they count because what the Freebirds were able to do, you had 3 dudes with Hayes, Gordy, and Roberts, but they were very good at, in that mix of 3 dudes, whether it was Bam Bam and Roberts or whether it was Roberts and Hayes, whatever they did between the 3, they were able to make good tag teams, the two-man tag team. And I mean, the Freebirds, their time in Georgia before they came to Texas, and that's such a cool story to hear how that all happened, where they were just dominating Georgia, and they get a call saying, there's all this money in Texas, you need to come down here.
I actually heard that the Freebirds and the Von Erichs were friends.
Oh, they hung out together,
Okay.
It was like I was actually watching something on this a couple of weeks ago to where it's like Michael Hayes gets a call and they're like, you need to come to Texas because there's money being thrown around right here and there's something that can happen. And the way that was all put together, that feud right there to where you genuinely, the hatred that people had.
State pride, right? Yeah. You called on state pride.
Yeah, I mean, it really was. And, I remember when Hayes and those guys would come rolling in with back in these days, imagine it now with a Confederate Georgia flag.
Well, it was the naval flag. If we want to be technical, it was the naval flag, but yeah.
Right. But no matter how they mix this thing up, it was, the Freebirds were amazing. And Jason, that Bad Street song, when they go out and they make their own video and they've got and fucking Michael Hayes is singing it. It's Bad Street, Atlanta, GA. Freebirds, man, you got to have them on the list. They were quite, and Michael Hayes is still a great microphone.
Yeah, I know. So that's what I was getting ready to say is like Hayes is the only one from that group that I remember just because of him being relevant in, I guess, in the modern day era of wrestling, right? Like before the end of the Attitude Era, Hayes was still wrestling.
Yeah.
So I mean. Dude, what a fantastic career, clearly, for the Freebirds there in Hayes. So my third, I guess you got to lump these two together because one comes from WCW, and then I guess people kind of knew them when they got their main stage or their main hype when they became Legion of Doom. But Road Warriors / Legion of Doom, Hawk and Animal. When I first saw them in the WCW, they just had the regular black pads on with the silver spikes, but the Animal with the spider on his head, and then Hawk, with the the damn I guess balding head, and then what do you want to call them with the streaks going down your side here? I guess they're with their hedges. You want to call them hedges or whatever on Hawk's head or whatever, but they looked fantastic. They looked incredible. They were scary as shit. And then their finishing move where they would put people up on their shoulders and in the clothesline. They were ruthless, they were dominant, and they ran amok through the damn WCW. So much so that they got promoted and got put up to WWF.
Yeah. I actually have them number one because, and this is another one to where I watching them on WTBS and all of that back in those times in Georgia. And then we talked about Jim Cornette a while ago. They had Paul Ellering, which was the other piece right there, that the mouth. I mean, that was the guy.
Piece, yeah.
Yeah, that was the dude that
Didn't
went out
they have
there.
Slick? Did they not have Slick at one point when they first came over?
I think they did have
the
Slick.
WWF. I thought they had Slick.
I think they did have Slick. And the other thing, why I have them number one.
Or no, they had Mr. Fuji. Sorry, they had Mr. Fuji.
Well, that's right. That's right. They did have Mr. Fuji. And I totally agree with Jason to me that WCW, when at this point of wrestling, when it became more mainstream, if you wanted to watch people literally beat the shit out of each other, you watched WCW. If you wanted to watch some of the theatrics and some of the whatever, then you went over to Vince and all of that. And that's why I think that it's so crazy to me that when you had the breakup right there, and then you had Scott Hall and all those guys go over to where Vince Russo comes over, and it just totally off the rails.
So I didn't put Scott Hall and Nash in my
the Outsiders. I didn't put
them in my
I didn't.
top five. I didn't. I thought they were dominant, absolutely dominant, but they would be if you were going based off of power, based off brutality, they would be at the top of everybody's list, right? Like,
yeah.
But I don't know if they didn't have the run that everybody else had. Like, everybody had a tenure that we're talking about here. Like, these guys were there for. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm just thinking that they were only there for a blink, right? Because maybe I just didn't pay attention to it that much, but I don't know. I don't remember them as prominent as the others that we're putting on the list.
And it's just so much to me, kind of my whole thought with that. And I love that. I mean, the Monday Night Wars, we could sit here and do a whole 2 hours on that and just talk about that. But to me, even though pro wrestling is a bit, the whole thing is a bit. The whole thing is a bit.
Yeah, well, it's theater.
It's theater. Yeah.
It's 100% theater. It's athletes. It's athletes that are adding lore to the story.
That's it.
Lore to the story. That's redundant. But you know what I'm trying to say. So, and CB puts up a great one here too. The natural disasters, like, look, tugboat or typhoon. He was tugboat and then he became typhoon. But earthquake and typhoon 100. They were a devastating tandem, but they're just not on my favorites. One of my favorites there. But yeah, they would give the Outsiders a pretty decent run just because of their size and also, man, I think Tenet was Earthquake's real name. I saw a story on him to where he actually got started in Japan as a sumo wrestler, and he was actually, deemed one of the better wrestlers over in Japan. Man, real big heart, kind guy, and hated playing a heel. As a matter of fact, so
you know another
funny,
one.
Like Dark Side of the Ring. You ever seen Dark Side of the Ring?
Oh yes. Now that I watch. The other one, I didn't include him, and this is way back. But the Briscoes, we see Jerry Briscoe and all the different.
Good call, good pull.
Him and Jack Briscoe were just amazing. But number two for me, because I did say the Road Warriors were number one. But number two for me, and again, way back, because I saw them when they were just getting started, and I saw Ricky Morton before he was ever a member of the Rock and Roll Express. I saw Robert. Ricky was
going to ask if you had the Rock and Roll Express on here.
Yeah, Ricky was in Texas with Kenny Lucas. And Robert Gibson was in Tennessee, over there, I think, working with the Jarretts. And then somebody had the idea at that time, let's put them together. Let's call them the Rock and Roll Express. And the whole thing was, when you think about rock and roll, what they did, that like the way that they dressed and the way that they came out to the music and all this stuff, they were hardly rock and roll, but they were flashy, the bandanas, all of that stuff.
Wow,
Yeah, and it became to where these territories, they're like paying them mega bucks to get them to go wrestle in Florida, Georgia, Alabama, Texas, all these different places. And then
did Texas have the most? Did Texas have the most money back then for wrestling?
Fritz von Erich, the weird thing about it, with the roster that Fritz von Erich had in world class, and it would need to be, we'd need Smash or Stu to verify this, but I've heard that he was relatively a cheapskate, but he would bring the talent in because it was just kind of the hotbed.
Right.
Bill Watts was really big, but the Rock and Roll Express, when they got elevated, when they got to go to all of those, they left them alone. They did not change a thing. And Ricky and Robert went on a hell of a run. And Ricky Morton's a fun one to watch on YouTube because you can go back and listen to stories. And that dude's going to tell it just like it was, man. But transformational was the Rock and Roll Express.
Number 2 for me, the Steiner brothers.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was crazy to see Rick Steiner do, bark like a dog and act like a dog for the first time. And it's the first time I've ever seen anybody actually wear ear gear or headgear, right? And they would come out and they would have their Letterman's jackets on from Michigan, and they'd be walking into the ring. And again, it presented that aura of authenticity to me, right? And so I'm just like, okay, I guess wrestling is real. After it gave me validation. It gave me, I guess, justification to my grandfather for having it on the TV so much, because he would always want to watch a game or whatever. And of course, wrestling was Saturdays in the morning. You'd have it on USA or sometimes it would come on your local ABC or I can't remember which actual channel it was on. But usually, USA is where I would pick it up. And of course, my granddad would be trying to watch the Maryland game. Anyways, yeah, the Steiner brothers, man, coming out of the WCW, it's like you said, very technical. And then, of course, Big Papa Pump wasn't exactly Papa Pump back then. He was still Scott Steiner. But their finishing move was fantastic. And then what they were able to do in the ring, just adding brutality. And the rivalry that became the road between them and the Road Warriors for me in the WCW was kind of what made tag team one of my favorite spots for wrestling.
That's just power. Wags, I do see Nick in there, but I do want to mention when you
we got one more. We got to get our number ones out.
When you were talking about the headgear, back to the Freebirds. I remember in Texas one time, Buddy Roberts, one of the Freebirds, lost a hair cream match where he lost. They put cream on his hair and his hair all fell out, and he wore one of those things. Hair cream made your hair fall out, and we believe that shit, and we believe that stuff.
I mean, is there not a special cream that makes your hair fall out?
I don't know, but they sat there and did that, and he walked out.
I'm sure there's I remember putting a chemical thing on my legs. It's like Nair, yeah, like Nair. Nair will make your hair fall out.
Maybe
Well, it doesn't make your hair fall out. It removes your skin, is what it does. It just pulls your follicles out. Burns your skin.
That's when he was battling Iceman King Parsons. Okay, so I did my number 1. So you're number 1.
All right, number 1 for me.
Number 1,
the Hart Foundation. Bret Hart and Jim the Anvil Neidhart. You want to talk about finishing moves? Like we talk about, the Road Warriors putting somebody up on their shoulders and then clotheslining off the top, but also the brutality. I can't believe I don't have Demolition on here. I know Demolition was a good one too, but the Hart Foundation for me, they not only had the power, but you want to talk about one of the most technical wrestlers of all time. It's Bret Hart. And again, we know his career, what went on to be. But before they went on to their solo careers, the Hart Foundation was one of my favorites to watch. And again, I thought they should have held. I'm pretty sure they held the belt. I remember them having the belt, but I thought they should have had the run a little bit longer. And that concludes my top 5.
Hey, our coach Ben Johnson checks in on the Coda text line and asks, "How do we leave off? You remember Dink and Doink, the 2 clowns?"
They're not my favorites. They're not, and even like Demolition wasn't my favorite because I thought they were a ripoff of the Road Warriors.
Yeah, it definitely was. Yeah, it's good stuff right there. Good stuff, and it is. I don't watch it enough right now to tell you that there's like a great tag team right now, because again, and maybe this whole thing.
The Ergo brothers were good.
Yeah,
and then. They're starting like with anything, you get promoted, right? Like you start becoming at the top of your game and you start getting at the top of the card. So the spotlight, if you're good at something, the spotlight will fall on you.
And I think a lot of this is going to be for me where I got intrigued with the whole thing with Cena is because like you were talking about with Hogan and these guys, to where I'm going to tune in just to see Cena as a bad guy, because I just don't think he has it in him. I think of
I want to see the crowd reaction. That's what I want to see.
Yeah. So that's coming up. That's coming up. All right. I think we got the boys. I bet we can get some more professional wrestling breakdown from these two. I bet Nick Harris.
I don't think Jordan watches wrestling. I'd be shocked if
y'all know it's fake, right?
No.
It's over my head. I'm sorry, fellas.
Jordan, you take that back.
Y'all know it's scripted and fake, right?
Yeah, but you can still bet on it.
You know what, Jordan? You're scripted and fake. Did you ever think about that?
You know what I've kind of thought about sometimes? Like, if you're a WWE wrestler, like, you have to hate the people who decide this, right? Because, like, what makes them? Wasn't the Undertaker like 40-0 or something at one point? You know what I mean? Like who decides who wins
at WrestleMania? Yeah, he had never lost a Mania match.
I think it's whoever draws in the most money. Honestly, like I that's where no, you know what? That can't be true either, because there's a lot of people I feel like drawing a ton of money that have not been champions. So
really, like the competition part of it is really in the promoting skills. Is like if you can promote.
I would think so. I would think so.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Just get a marketing degree and go.
Right?
Wrestle.
Yeah. I mean, you want to get me on the mic, man? I'll be a champion in no time.
Yeah. That last thought, I remember way back in the day when they had that like 2020 documentary where one of the wrestlers was pissed off, and this was like in the 80s. He went and he showed how it's scripted, how they would cut themselves to bleed and do all this stuff. I literally cut myself to see if I could bleed like them as a kid.
Of course. We got Texas baseball this weekend, guys. Santa Claus. I mean, last non-con or I guess last series until it really gets crazy, right? Until we get into the SEC. Your all's thoughts?
Yeah, they're looking good. Santa Clara is obviously it comes from a good conference, so it should be a fun series. Hopefully they take 2 or 3 and roll into the SEC play ready to go.
Right on.
What I'm hoping for.
Good stuff,
baseball. Yeah, that's about all.
It's a football snob. Like it's just.
Has Jonah Williams played yet?
Seam head Scruggs right there, buddy.
We'll party it up there, Jordan. I'll make you watch it.
There you go.
No, all right, gentlemen, we get out. You're all here. Y'all have a great weekend. Be good.
See you later, guys.
I don't know. I'll tune into the big games, like whenever they play the Aggies, just because I got to see it. I got to know what the shit talk is about on Twitter. And maybe a few of the other games.
College baseball is a lot different from MLB. I hope there's like a distinguishing mark there for you.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's like growing up, baseball is my favorite sport, my number one. But like I couldn't even stand watching it then, and now I can't really stand not watch. I still can't stand. It's just boring. I like that they have the pitch clock thing going, speeds it up a little bit, but like, man, unless I'm in the ballpark, beer in my hand, couldn't care less for the most part.
Girl to your right.
Yeah, now we're talking. But yeah, like I went to a Rangers game this past summer, and drank ahead of time, Ubered, drank more at the game, and that's the most fun I had watching baseball probably my entire life.
Wasn't it like a 10-2 game as well? Like
yeah, it was a shitty game. We left like at the end of the 7th because I was just like, I'm not staying for this and trying to grab an Uber when everyone else is.
Yeah.
But
hey, before we get crazy going here on the show, did you happen to see the Lakers and Knicks last night?
I did not.
Oh my gosh. Probably the best regular season game I've seen so far this season. It was awesome. Playing hard the entire second half. Honestly, probably playing a little too hard. Jalen Brunson rolled his ankle in overtime. It did not look good. He left the game. But tell you what, that Bronchich duo, it's humming.
I loved everyone on Stephen A's ass. He sucks. Like, dude, I know I'm saying what everyone else is saying, but like the fact that ESPN has just gutted what made everyone love ESPN for the longest time sucks. Like, can you imagine how sick Stuart Scott would be if he was alive right now? You know, it's just like, it's ridiculous. And I get it. Like, I know exactly why they're doing it with McAfee, Stephen A. Like, it does views, does numbers, but like, dude, the amount of stuff that's going on in NBA right now, and they talk about the same 3 players, you know, and like just
I know Stephen A. went on at his show at like 9 a.m. this morning to break down him and LeBron's, interaction. But like, dude, you are you just scream hot takes into the void, like quite literally.
The biggest thing that's kind of broken my heart about the ESPN I was used to is this news about Around the Horn. Because Around the Horn was the show I would turn on every single day when I got home from school, got off the bus, I'd run to my TV, turn on Around the Horn while I got some homework done. And that's how I grew up. That's how I grew up getting to know sports columnists around the country, whether it be Tim Calishaw here in Dallas, Woody Page in Denver, Ramona Shelburne, Jackie McMillan. I mean, there's so many. And now they're canceling that show, which I feel like is the best, quote unquote, journalistic show that they have, because it's takes being thrown around, but it's not like these crazy hot takes. And Tony Reale does a good job of reeling them in whenever they do get a little too off the rails. So Around the Horn gets canceled. And then, like, not even 24 hours later, they announce a $100 million extension for Stephen A. Smith. And it's just like, what are we doing, man?
Yeah, the memes of where it's like Patrick Star and SpongeBob reenacting the LeBron Wade photo, and it's like another million to Stephen A. actually became true.
Yeah, it just sucks. You knew it was coming, but it just sucks. I hate it so much.
Yeah, and like, I mean, now, like, what is ESPN's best product nowadays? Because like, there isn't a single thing besides maybe Sports Center at night or Sports Center late, whatever it is with SVP.
I was going to say it's probably
that's like the only thing I won't switch the channel off of right away. You know what I mean? He does a good job, but like, how much longer are they keeping him around at this point?
I think they're going to keep him for as long as he wants to. I think SVP is great. I didn't like him initially when he first took over that primetime slot, but I really like him now. I really like that 5-6 p.m. ESP or Sports Center slot as well, with L. Duncan and Rabin Mahinti. Those guys, they do a really good job. But as far as like aside from Sports Center, dude, it's tough. Maybe Pardon the Interruption. That's like the last OG show left on ESPN.
And wait, I thought they were getting rid of that too. Are they not?
Not that I know of. I think they're keeping PTI.
But like, hey, what do these dudes know today about the Dan Le Batard show?
Oh man, I forgot about the Dan Le Batard show.
Dude, I think they're like with FanDuel or so. There was someone now, but they popped up on my YouTube and I watched them for like 10 minutes the other day. Felt weird seeing them all older and not with like the ESPN ticker at the bottom, but it is what it is.
Weird now. It's strange.
Yeah, but I think SVP does a good job. I need to look up what Charles Barkley specifically said about Kendrick Perkins or ESPN, just because I saw Kendrick Perkins tweet where he's like, "Hey, I'm from the 409. You don't say shit," and I'm just like, "This is classic Kendrick Perkins." Did you see that?
Yeah, Charles Barkley responded in like a 2.5 minute rant before the Lakers and Knicks game last night. And he was like, I'm not going to listen to all you fools at ESPN or fools at the other network. And he's like, I know we're going to be fools at the other network next year, but that doesn't mean I have to talk to yo ass. And then Shaq is just dying laughing on the end of the end of the desk. But
good. Yeah. Inside the NBA immediately becomes ESPN's best product. Like, I know people hate that show because I guess they don't really bring a ton of analysis either, but at least like they're funny. You know what I mean? Like, Stephen A. in First Take, all that BS. It's like, I want to shoot myself watching this. And like the one logical person on the set is now the coach of the Los Angeles Lakers, and they hated his ass, you know? So I don't know. It sucks though. And just like, I get why people like Pat McAfee, but like, y'all are effectively streaming a hours-long podcast every single day. And it's different. Like, I know that's basically what we're doing right now, right? But, like, we're on YouTube. You have to go search to find this, not turn to the main ESPN channel and you're forced to watch it, you know? Yeah. So I hate that. And, like, the whole thing, there's a lot of headlines about how the draft people made, you know, him and his camp have to jump through loops or the combine people, and that's why they're not going to the draft. And it's just like, dude, like, how can you act the way you act, do the things you do, and then get mad when people do this? Like, how did you not see this coming? You know, it's just, I don't know. But I don't know. Anyways, we'll get into sports talk, and that's sports show talk, I guess.
Sports executive talk.
Yeah, that's what we should say. But Lone Star Playbook, we're going to start it off with some Cowboy stuff. So was it yesterday or the other day Zach Martin had the retirement press conference?
Yeah, that was on Wednesday. Yeah, so Zach bid farewell. A lot of former players in the building: Tony Romo, Tyron Smith, Travis Frederick, Joe Looney, Leighton Vander Esch. A lot of guys I hadn't seen in a while. It was cool to see all the former players and current players that showed up for him. Really cool. And they cracked a lot of jokes about the draft day debate between Zach Martin and Johnny Manziel in the first round. And
yeah, very disappointing quote by Jerry. Expected more. He said, I have it pulled up. He said, quote, "I still have knots on my leg from Steven kicking me under the table on draft day. I think we made the smarter decision," end quote. Like, you're supposed to say, hey, everyone, I know I'm a dumbass, but thank God we have my son.
He did follow it up later with it was the best wrong decision he's ever made / best right decision he's ever made. So there was a couple jokes about it. And one of the guys in the media, he was like, look, we asked you on draft night, like, what does it mean to be drafted instead of Johnny Manziel? And you gave us a really diplomatic answer. Like, can you give us the real answer now? And he again just gave like this super diplomatic answer. I was sitting there, I was just like, Zach Martin, just trash Johnny Manziel. Just do it right here, right now. It doesn't matter. Manziel's in College Station. You're fine.
Yeah, he's getting hit with strays in the Texag studio. I know Johnny Manziel. I guess we're getting back to show talk. He has his own like little podcast now.
Really?
Yeah, Vince Young went on there.
If it's not called Money Talks, I don't want to listen to it.
I think it's called Glory Days, and it's like DAZE. I'm pretty sure. Maybe I just made that up.
But he's high all the time.
Great job, Nick. But I find it hilarious how Vince Young is like, nope, never doing interviews. F the media. Still haven't picked up my Dave Campbell's Mr. Texas Football trophy.
It's crazy.
But Johnny Football, the glory boy for the arch rival of the school that I played at, let's go do this podcast. And it's kind of hilarious to me. If I'm not mistaken, the studio they used was literally the Texags one. So I guess Billy's just like, hey, Johnny, hey, for free, come on now. We're not charging you.
Yeah.
I assume that's what's going on. But
yeah,
no, I mean, Johnny's catching strays, I guess, in the Texag studio. I saw you talk to Tony Romo, a few other guys. Any interesting bits or nuggets from past teammates of Zach Martin?
Not really. There was a story that Zach had told, which I think is kind of funny, during his presser, and he was it was his very first OTA practice as a rookie, and Sean Lee, who was obviously a great linebacker for the Cowboys in the 2010s, he was, I think, midway through his career at that point, or actually still early on, but he had a few seasons under his belt. And Zach, as a rookie trying to make a good first impression, he was going a little too hard, and there was a collision with Sean Lee, and Sean Lee tore his ACL, and he missed the entire season. And this was Zach Martin's first practice, and so he's walking off the practice field like, "What the fuck?" Like, I blew it on my first ever even OTA practice. Like, we're supposed to be like in shells, but not even in pads. And I just tore the ACL of like a really good defender. And Sean Lee made him feel better about it later, but he was like, the next season, it's the second week of the year, and Sean Lee goes out and he has 17 tackles against the Eagles. And he said, I look around, he's like, oh, we really missed him last year, didn't we? So it was kind of an impact that he didn't know was so big, which it was kind of a funny story. But a lot of good stories from Romo. I thought it was interesting that Zach Martin called Dak Prescott his quarterback. Now, granted, he only played with Romo for 3 years. He played with Dak for 8. So, like, it makes sense. But I'm surprised he didn't go, yeah, Dak and Romo, my quarterbacks. It was more so, yeah, Dak, you're my quarterback. You're my guy. So it was I found that fascinating. But nevertheless, it was a cool moment. And then Jerry Jones spoke after just about what's going on with the Cowboys. And despite them freeing up over $55 million in cap space this week, they've restructured Dak Prescott. They've restructured CeeDee Lamb. They got a deal done with Osa Odighizuwa. There's a lot of stuff happening this week. Despite all of that, Jerry Jones says he does not see free agency as a place to fill voids on this roster. So is he just blowing smoke up our ass, or is he is he sticking to his longtime philosophy of not being active in free agency? We'll know soon. Free agency starts on Wednesday. I am excited to get that ball rolling and see what the Cowboys do. I know their internal free agents are a big priority. Guys like Jordan Lewis, DeMarcus Lawrence. Those are some guys that I know that they would like to figure out how to bring back. I think they get back Lewis. I don't think they get back Lawrence. I would assume they're going to be on the running back market, the corner market, defensive tackle market. they're going to have to figure out some bodies to fill before draft time. But it's going to be fascinating this time next week.
Yeah. Wanted to ask you, did Zach Martin say what he's going to get into now? Because is he going to move back? I know he went to Notre Dame, but just I guess got a refresher that he's actually from Indiana as well. Did he say like what he plans to do with all the free time now?
So yeah, that was one of the questions about what's next for him. He has a home in Dallas. I would assume he stays in Dallas. He has 3 kids now. They're all young, and so he's like, right now I'm focusing on the kids and stepping back a little bit, maybe coaching some little league. But he said I'd be surprised if I don't find myself back in the football world in some capacity. I've heard through the grapevine that he's going to try the media thing. I'm not sure how
podcast
it'll be. I'm not sure how successful it'll be. I mean, Zach Martin, he's a great interview, but it's I think he would really have to like show his personality to make it stick in media. I was thinking like past offensive linemen that made it work, like Jason Kelsey. I just don't feel like he's got that type of personality, but who knows? Maybe it could come about, and it just took him retiring to do so. But we'll see.
So I guess, just run us through the moves that they made. So the Osa extension was obviously a big deal, but lower number than most people thought it'd be, right? And I mean, I know he's still making like $20 million or whatever it is, but still a team-friendly deal in today's day and age, right? How is that going to help the Cowboys going forward? And like, what is next on the docket for most important things to get done? Like signing this player, drafting this position. Give me your 3 most important things the Cowboys need to do before the season starts.
Oh man, 3 is crazy. So we'll start with Osa. 100% it was a team-friendly deal. 4 years, $80 million. Talking to Indianapolis to a lot of people last week at the Combine, there was a big feeling that he was going to approach a 9-figure deal. Like, hey, if Osa Odighizuwa hits the open market, he could get $100 million, and the comfortable floor was 90. So much so that the Cowboys, when the season ended, they were like, hey, Osa, we've loved your time here, but we don't think we can afford you. And Osa was like, well, hold on, let's at least talk this through and figure out something that can work for both sides. And surely enough, they were able to figure it out. I mean, he comes in at $20 million per year. Not only that, but his cap hit here in 2025 is only going to be $6.25 million. So it's going to allow a lot of flexibility towards the cap in 25. Yet another cap move that they made this week. And then you run through them getting $20 million out of CeeDee Lamb's restructure, $36.6 million out of Dak Prescott's restructure. They've been freeing up space this week. What will they do with that space? Who the hell knows? But it's
looking at free agency to fill voids is the quote Jerry Jones gave the other day.
Yeah, it's I don't see why, but I think they should at least be a competitive player in the receiver market. Go get a Chris Godwin. Go get a Devontae Adams. He's not going to cost the $27 million he was costing on his previous contract. He hasn't been playing to that level. You could probably get him at 20 if you wanted to, or a Cooper Kupp. Go spend a 5th round, 6th round pick on him. Who cares at this point? Just try to go get a guy that can kind of play well with CeeDee Lamb. Cooper Kupp's probably a bad example, but a guy that could be healthy and play along CeeDee Lamb and be productive, just to kind of take some pressure off Lamb from opposing defenses. Now, if they don't do that in free agency, I mean, the name that I heard most last week at the Combine was Teteroa McMillan at number 12 for Cowboys. Arizona wide receiver, obviously one of the better players in the Big 12 over the last couple of years. I thought he had a better sophomore season than his junior season this past year, but nevertheless, I mean, this is a really athletic dude, 6'5", 220 pounds. He can jump out of the gym. Doesn't have crazy speed, but it's the kind of receiver that Dallas has been needing since they got rid of Des Bryant. They haven't had that true outside possession guy that you can trust at all times in the red zone. I think T-Mac could be that guy. But you talk about 3 things that they should do here this offseason. Sign 2 offensive playmakers, a running back and a second receiver, whether that be through the draft or through free agency. Get 2 guys that can really help this offense out, because when Dak Prescott has a running back that he can utilize play action with, he's at his best. And when CeeDee Lamb has someone taking the pressure off him, he's at his best. So go get those 2 pieces. Get better in the defensive interior. They have just been awful against the run for the entire decade, actually, since it's been a long time since they were good at defending the run. So go get some defensive tackles. Get that spine of the defense a little bit better. And the third thing, Man, I don't know. That's the two things that jump out to me. Get healthier at corner. Trayvon Diggs is going to be coming off this big knee issue. Deron Bland's coming off that foot issue from last year. He is fully healthy, but it's still something, keep an eye on. And they might not have Jordan Lewis, their nickel corner. So go get healthier, maybe go get younger at corner and have a reliable body you can rotate in.
Sweet. Well, I know with Jerry saying it, it's kind of you take it with a grain of salt. But them having all this freed up money, potentially to use in free agency, there's some talk. Could Dallas go trade for Myles Garrett, put him on the other side of Micah Parsons? Not going to ask you about that, but the other day, Chargers released Joey Bosa. Do you think, there's a potential they bring in a pairing mate on the opposite side to, rush the passer opposite of Micah Parsons? And could it be Joey Bosa? Like, who are the biggest name free agents you think could actually be realistic for the Cowboys?
I think first and foremost, they're going to try to figure out something that can work with DeMarcus Lawrence. And if they can't, they have Sam Williams coming back off a torn ACL. He tore his ACL on like the third day of training camp last year. So they're going to get him back on the final year of his rookie deal. Really athletic pass rusher. And then Marshawn Nealon, their second-round pick from last year out of Western Michigan, he'll be back in the rotation as well. Carl Lawson, he's an impending free agent who really found a stride with the Cowboys whenever Micah and DeMarcus Lawrence went down last year. I think that's another guy that they could potentially be bringing back. As far as outside free agents, man, I'm trying to think off the top of my head. I don't see them being a big player in the edge market just because those prices are really starting to get driven up, whether that be guys like Myles Garrett or Josh Sweat. Joey Bosa, I could see him being a $15 million a year player, but on that same token, would you rather spend $15 million on Joey Bosa or spend that same amount of money on bringing a couple of defensive ends back from the team that you had last year, which was a really good pass rushing unit despite the season that they had? And then you can also use that money on a veteran running back to keep in that room or to get a veteran corner. That's just me. I would rather have depth than the one big splash guy.
Yeah.
They don't have issues rushing the passer, to be fair.
Yeah, no, that is, they have a lot of issues. That's definitely lower on the priorities list or lowest. Receiver, you brought up Devontae Adams, Cooper Kupp. Like, how do you think that works out? Because the new league year and free agency begins next week, correct?
Wednesday, yep.
Okay, so, I mean, that has to have an influence on what they end up drafting at 12 and, the rounds that follow. But like Devontae Adams, I saw a tweet where it's like the Jets really traded a mid-round pick for a mid-season dopamine boost or whatever it was.
Yeah, they did.
Just cut him. But like with him, obviously he's older and it isn't what he used to be, but he still, can turn it on at times. Is one of the, I guess, will be one of the top available receivers. Could they bring in a guy and still, go and get Ted McMillan at the receiver position? Could they sign a free agent receiver and still draft him, you think, or would that completely take him off, the board if it's a good enough signing, you think?
Yeah, to kind of put an apples-to-apples comparison there, before they signed Osa Odighizuwa to this contract extension, there was a lot of buzz about Walter Nolan at 12. And now, granted, they still need to draft defensive tackle in this class. They need to get better in the interior. They need more depth there, especially at one tech. But once that Osa deal was signed, you kind of just wipe off the possibility of Walter Nolan being like, okay, they might go get a guy like Aeneas Peebles in the later rounds out of Virginia Tech to kind of be that 3-tech rotating guy. So take it to the receiver conversation. If they were to somehow go get a guy like Devontae Adams, I don't expect them to. But if they were somehow to do so, then it doesn't make receiver as big of a priority. Then you're probably looking at running back. You're looking at edge. I could see a corner getting thrown in that conversation. I mean, they met with a lot of different guys who would make sense at number 12 last week at the Combine. You can talk about Will Johnson, the corner out of Michigan. They met with him. Michael Williams, the edge out of Georgia, met with him. Ted McMillan, they met with him. Matthew Golden. I mean, there's a lot of guys that do make sense in that range. It's just a matter of, what needs do they need to fill there on day one.
Yeah, no doubt. What is the possibility Dallas might just go best player available at 12, especially if this guy, Kelvin Banks, is on the board still, Yeah. What do we think? Could they keep the Texas Longhorn in state?
Yeah, Dallas does have a high opinion of Kelvin Banks, and that certainly could bode well for Texas fans who are also Cowboys fans trying to get a Longhorn there in the first round. I could see it happening. I could. I don't think it would necessarily happen at 12. I think it could be a trade back opportunity for them to maybe get him at like 18 or something like that. But yeah, I could certainly see it. You talk about best player available. Since Will McClay has kind of taken over scouting responsibilities, his first draft was the Zach Martin draft in 2014. They've taken best player available at almost every single pick since then, and almost to a fault. Like take it back to last year, right? They needed a running back so bad in that draft, and they never took one because they were just taking the best player on their board, and they end up with Ezekiel Elliott, and what the hell did he do last year, and they had a struggling running game. So like it's almost to a fault at times. So you could almost bet your top dollar that they will be taking best player available there at 12. It's just a matter of what position does it come at. I mean, fortunately for the scouting department, there's a lot of holes. You can make the case that you could draft at any position at number 12 except for quarterback. You can make the case for any of them. Maybe tight end, I don't know. Tyler Warren is a game changer. That would be the only one that makes sense. But the quarterback's the only one I don't look at as a possibility at 12.
Yeah, and I mean, I never really thought about Tyler Warren or tight end, but if it's a good enough receiving threat at tight end and you sign a good enough receiver, that could pay, patch the receiving game, at least for a season potentially. Yeah. But I don't know. They have a lot of ways I guess they can go with that. Wanted to ask you, what's the situation with linebacker? Because I remember when DeMarvin and Overshown went down, I know they had other injuries too, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, 100%.
But I just remember seeing the Cowboys fan base melt down. It's like, oh my God, we're so screwed. We don't have linebackers. So how important is that position? I know, I guess it's a solid class, but they could potentially be the first team to take a linebacker at 12, or is, Jalen Walker or forgetting the other guy's name, Jahad Campbell. Yeah. Could they go before 12? What do you think happens there with the linebackers?
I could see Jalen Walker going before 12. I think Jahad Campbell probably, just the way his stock has kind of gone up and down during the draft process, I think he's probably a late first round, early second round type guy now. Now, could he drop to 44? Who knows? I think if he's there at 44, that would make a lot of sense. But talking about the Cowboys linebacker picture, yeah, Overshown going down with the destroyed knee that he had late in the season last year. Initial indications were that he was not going to make it back for the 2025 season, but the rehab is actually going really well for Overshown. I think not only is he going to be back in 2025, I think he's going to be back in time to make a legitimate impact on a potential playoff push. I think he could be back early November, late October, which would be huge for that defense. Now they lose Eric Kendricks, their Mike, their green dot in free agency. Do they bring him back? Because the only reason Eric Kendricks was even in the building was because he wanted to be on a Mike Zimmer defense. It was going to be an easy transition for him. So, he's going to have to learn a new defense regardless next year anyway, unless he goes to New Orleans to play for Brandon Staley. That's a defensive coordinator he's familiar with. That probably makes a lot of sense. But other than that, he would have to learn a new defense anyway. Does he just stay in Dallas? That's a question. But then aside from him, it's Maris Leofau, the late third round pick out of Notre Dame from last year. Really talented player that, the Cowboys took a swing on maybe a little bit early in the draft, but it's really panned out for them. He had an awesome rookie year, and especially after filling in for Overshown late in the season, he played really well. So that's a reliable guy that you have there in the middle. But then aside from that, you're looking at Damone Clark, who is a potential cut candidate coming up here in the next couple of months. Nick Vigil, who's a veteran, who's mostly played special teams. He's a free agent. Buddy Johnson, the Dallas Kimball grad, who went to Texas A&M. But again, another special teams guy. They don't really have experience there in the middle right now if you factor in the free agents. So they're going to have to go get somebody for sure.
They maybe go get a guy, Jett Bush. I believe he's coaching. He's coaching now. Let me look this up because I saw this the other day.
I saw him at the pro day last year, working out, and I was like, hey, I respect this. I respect the attempt.
Yeah, where?
I will say the kick interception that he had, off his foot against Texas Tech, the pick six, that was probably one of the cooler moments from that season a couple of years ago.
Yeah, the highlight of his career. Okay, according to his LinkedIn.
Oh, no. If you have a LinkedIn, that's how you know football's over.
Oh, yeah. At least he doesn't have the open to work thing still going. Okay, so
You know who else has a LinkedIn really quick? Dak Prescott. Like, it's funny. Like, you pull it up, and he's like quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys, and like he updates it like religiously. It's so strange. It's like, dog, you don't need a LinkedIn.
Agent's updating it. I don't know. Maybe he's got like a deal with LinkedIn or something. Who knows? I kind of find this hilarious. He has his high school like lifeguard part-time gig on his LinkedIn. Jeb Bush does. He was a personal trainer, or still is, at LJ Performance Training in Houston, where he started at February 2024. He also has professional athlete for the Calgary Stampeder Football Club.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's a good franchise up in the CFL.
Where it says October 2024 to present. And then he's part-time with a company called CrowdSurf, where the title just says Athlete Partnerships. And he's worked with them from December 2024 to present. The description is collaborated with top-tier athletes and globally recognized brands to develop impactful partnerships, created innovative campaigns, and maximized engagement, showcased unique collaboration values.
That's that Texas degree at work right there.
And facilitated the bridging of talent and brands to drive successful partnerships. Interesting. Very interesting.
Busy.
I don't know. Sounds about what I expected, kind of.
He was a Strike Jesuit kid.
I think so.
Yeah,
let me see.
Sounds right. Or Houston Memorial, one of those rich Houston schools. Which, speaking of rich Houston schools, we got to talk about Bel Air and Duncanville in the state championship.
Strike Jesuit, by the way, you were correct.
Yeah. We got to talk about Bel Air and Duncanville in the 6A D1 basketball state championship tomorrow night.
Okay, so who still has to play their state games for basketball? What classifications?
So today it's mostly 3A, 4A, and then tomorrow 5A, 6A. And Grayson Rigdon will play for Columbus today. He's been averaging 43 points per game in the playoffs. The running back commit of Arizona State. He's at this point we need to give him some sort of respect as one of the best athletes in Texas history, like Texas high school history. When you factor in all that he has done at the 6-man level, at the 1A level, now at the 11-man level and 3A level, I mean, it's he needs to earn the respect. I don't want to hear any bullshit that you have on the other side of this screen right now.
I wish he came to 11-man earlier.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Just because, like, dog, I respect the 6-man stuff, but it's just like I had this kid's dad DM me the other day, and I get like 10 DM. No.
Oh, I was like, he's a psycho.
Yeah, wait till I've talked to you about like his trainer handler guy, right?
Yeah, but go ahead and tell the story.
Yeah, don't worry. I'm not bringing that up on this. But no, so I get like 10 DMs a day on Twitter of like, hey, watch my son's film, or can you post my son? Blah, blah, blah. And I never watch the filmer because I'll click and be like, oh, undersized, doesn't have track data. Bye, But this one kid, I'm like, I've never heard of this town. And I look it up, and it's like in far west Texas, and there's like 300 people that live in this town. And I'm like, oh, he's in 6-man. I'm going to watch this. And I'm watching it, and this kid is just killing people. And it's like the most average throws. And he's like God in 6-man. So I just started thinking, like, dude, could you imagine how pissed they'd be to play Grayson Rigdon?
Yeah.
Like when they would see Benjamin on the schedule and just be like, shit, great. Like, that's the best athlete those kids have probably ever seen in their entire lives, like in person, which is crazy. And I got respect for him, but I thought his recruitment went about how it should have. It's hard for Division I schools to really buy into 6-man players. It almost never happens. Like he was committed to Air Force for a reason.
Yeah.
Went to 11-man, proved he could do it at big boy ball, and it was great for Columbus. Backbone to their state championship run. How did we even start talking about him?
Talking about state championships.
Okay, who beat LBJ? Because they were in the semis or were one game away from the semi.
Houston, Washington. And then Houston, Washington is going to play Dallas Kimball in the nightcap tonight. That's going to be awesome. A legendary Houston program, Booker T. Washington, going up against a legendary Dallas program. That's going to be super cool to see. And then
Booker, do they have like D1 guys? I'm assuming multiple.
I honestly couldn't tell you. They could. I honestly just couldn't tell you. But
if it's the same school I'm thinking of, that shit is smack dab in the hood. I stayed at this cheap ass Airbnb, like literally 2 blocks away from Booker T a couple of years ago.
Yeah, it's like it's not in the Heights, but it's kind of like close to the Heights, like North Houston-ish. But yeah, absolutely, 100%. But really good basketball program. They've been good for a long time. And despite Houston ISD just running their athletic program into the dirt, they've been able to, stay on top amidst the madness.
They've had like three
in itself.
They've had like 3 FBS football prospects there, but all of them transferred out and went to other schools.
Yeah, it's sad. But the game tomorrow night, Bel Air with Duke signee Shelton Henderson going up against Duncanville. Anthony Black's little brother, Beckham Black, he's been rolling in the playoffs. He's a sophomore for them. I think the experience that Bel Air has will be a little too much for Duncanville, but nevertheless, it's going to be a fun game to watch.
Yeah, I remember I went to state basketball, would have been in 2022. Saw the last high school basketball game Jaden Greathouse ever played in. Same with Arterio Morris, blast from the past, who's balling in JUCO, by the way.
Speaking of blast from the past, was that the state championship weekend?
Oh, yeah, where the gun went off on the bus?
The gun on the bus?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
did you like my pun there, blast from the past? No.
Yeah, haha. What was that kid's name? Is it Kyron Henderson?
It was Kyron Henderson. Yeah.
Who was a West Texas A&M football signee at the time, I think, or football commit.
Something like that.
And
always gotten in trouble.
What's it called? Kimball, they took a bus down there, and, they go down a few days early. Back then, they did it where the semis were played at the same location as state, and state was a day or two after semis. And they're practicing at this other San Antonio area high school near the Alamo Dome. And they're getting back on the bus. And this kid named Kyron Henderson puts his bag down, and a gun goes off because it was somehow nudged in there where when it sat down, it pulled the trigger. And it shot one of the Kimball athletic trainers who was sitting down on the bus, rose in front of it, shot her in the ankle. And it was this huge deal. They searched the entire bus. Do you want to give the little Arterio Morris nugget that actually never got reported?
I don't remember it.
I remember.
Did he have weed on him or something?
Yeah, he had like a quarter in his bag, and it was found, and no one ever – I mean, he played like the next day. Kyron Henderson didn't play, obviously, because it was his gun that went off. But, Terrell Morris was out there the following day. They lost to Beaumont United again.
In a hell of a game. Hell of a game.
It was always a hell of a game. They were just finding new ways to lose to Beaumont United every year.
Yeah.
They also had what's his name? Kimball had this other guard who went to Clemson. He's now at Tulsa.
Oh, yes. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, he did. He was fun, too. I know who you're talking about. I'll look it up. Keep talking.
Yeah, but fun little group. Draylon Miller, I found out about him for the first time because he had like he had like 28 or 30 in the semis game, and they lost to – I think they played Faith Family.
Chauncey Gibson.
Yes, that was his name. I think Silsby played Faith Family. They played someone and they lost, but Draylon had like 28 or 32 as like a sophomore. I'm like, holy shit! Like, who is this
guard? The first time I heard about Draylon Miller was as a basketball recruit. That was the first time I ever heard about him. They're like, hey, there's this kid at Silsby who can hoop.
Yeah. So I'm like, this kid looks like he plays football. Like, he's well put together. Looks like he could be a decent football player. But I look him up thinking he's going to have like 30 offers for basketball. And his 247 pops up. I was like, holy shit, he's like the number 50 player in the country because he debuted in the early rankings and already had like 20 offers by that time. And that's how I found out about Draylon Miller. And that Westlake game was complete BS, how they had the technical and everything at the end and it went into double overtime.
Yeah.
And that game ended up being for everyone was originally thought like, oh, they're playing for second place because no one's going to beat Duncanville. And then they stripped Duncanville of the title, so McKinney is technically the state champ from that year.
Yeah, whatever.
Total. McKinney also had what is his name? He went to Baylor and got drafted.
Walter. And he hit a game winner for the Raptors last week. Hit a buzzer beater game winner for the Raptors last week. Had like 23 points.
He went lottery, right?
He did. He went, I think, 8 overall. But yeah, he's in his second season.
Man, that same year, they had Cason Walls as a senior at Richardson. Trey Johnson was starting to come up. Like, that's like the best the Dallas basketball scene has ever been, right? They also had what is his name? He went to IMG. Yeah, Keontae George.
He went to Montverde.
No, he was at IMG.
He did go to IMG. You're right. That's crazy. Yeah, he did.
Yeah, no, the Terrell Morris stuff is nuts. He's in JUCO, and I saw he's balling. So I'm sure someone will take a risk on him. Hey, maybe Chris Beard gets the Indiana job or somewhere he could take him.
So apparently Arterial Morris was never found guilty or anything. Like there was unsubstantiated evidence from that situation that happened at Kansas. Look, I'm not here to be judge or jury, but
there was multiple. There was a situation at Texas and then another one at Kansas. I know the one that happened or that was brought up when he was at Texas definitely happened. Like I knew the dude who was shooting all his videos, and I'm like, did he actually do this? He definitely did that shit.
From a recruiting aspect, and I talked to a lot of recruiting guys when I was working in the recruiting space, just about like problem childs in recruiting. Is like, when do you know when to take a risk on a guy? When do you not know when to take a risk on a guy? And I think the best thing that was ever told to me was like, look, whether he gets into trouble and is found not guilty or gets into trouble, is found guilty, whatever, if you are in situations that find yourself in that bullshit, we don't really care to deal with it. And so, like, I think that's probably a layer to Arterial Morris's story, too, is like he just always found himself in some bullshit, whether it was being on the bus and having weed on him when the gun went off in Kimball in the state championship, an incident at Texas, an incident like 2 weeks after he got to Kansas. I mean, he's going to land somewhere and probably be fine as long as his head is screwed on right. But Indiana makes a lot of sense if Chris Beard lands there, or Ole Miss if he doesn't. I think Chris Beard would probably still take a chance on a guy like that. Speaking of people that always find their way in the way of bullshit, Chris Beard.
Hey, when you're good at sports ball, you got 9 lives.
It's crazy.
So, but yeah, no, kind of fascinating. Let's get back to the NFL for a little bit. I can't believe I'm forgetting his name. The edge rusher for the Bengals, they requested a trade.
Yeah, Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah, so Trey Hendrickson, DJ Metcalf, a few other notable names are on the trade block. You know, news that they requested a trade or that they're seeking one. Could the Cowboys make any moves with those guys? No? All right, well.
They're not going to be big players in the trade market. I think they do make a trade, though. I think they make a trade that might raise an eyebrow, but I don't think it's going to be anything at the top of the market. Like, think back to a couple of off seasons ago when they traded for Brandon Cooks and Stephon Gilmore. I think that's probably the range that they're looking at right now. Like a guy like Stephon Gilmore will be awesome on this team right now, but the corner market doesn't look too strong. Yeah, and like CB just said, that the Seahawks are trying to get a first and a third round pick for DK Metcalf. I would give a fourth for Metcalf, and I'm not a huge Metcalf guy. He disappears in games, and like he'll have one game where he goes off for like 12 receptions, 225 yards, and 3 touchdowns, and everyone's like, this is a top 5 receiver, and then you don't talk about him again for 6 weeks because he doesn't do anything. So like I don't see DK Metcalf as, you know, somebody worth that kind of money for and that kind of compensation for. Now Trey Hendrickson, that's a fascinating one because the Bengals, they just hate paying guys, which is hilarious. Like the one bright spot on that awful defense that they had last year, he was second defensive player of the year voting. They're like, yeah, go ahead and, you know, get out of here. It doesn't make sense.
Didn't he lead the league in sacks last year?
He did. He was unreal. Pat Surtain won defensive player of the year. It was the first time a corner has won it since Stephon Gilmore in 2019. But so it's rare. And so Trey Hendrickson was the first edge rusher right behind him. But I think it might be reactionary to Max Crosby getting that deal earlier this week. Now Max Crosby is going to be making, I think it's $35.5 million per year. Trey Hendrickson certainly would command a price tag higher than that. Micah Parsons is probably going to command a price tag higher than that. So like the market is only getting driven up. And if the Bengals are focused on paying Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, maybe they're just making a business decision and being like, hey, we're going to try to get compensation for you and go another way.
Interesting. So I believe I saw it on Twitter. Might need to check this, but I'm pretty sure I'll be correct. But this is the first draft in like over 10 years where there has not been a trade, yet. Like people haven't traded up or traded back yet.
Interesting.
Why do you think that's happening? Because I mean, that's kind of not normal. Like I remember, I think it happened in early March or late February years ago when the 49ers traded up to number 3 to take Lance. And I remember I was fishing and the Schefter notification goes off and all my friends text me. They're like, y'all are idiots. And I'm like, yeah. I don't know what it is, man. They have a very interesting hit rate with first rounders. Like the guys they've hit on are guys that everyone knew would hit, like Nick Bosa, but like Javon Kinlaw, trash. Mike McGlinchey, trash. Reuben Foster, trash. Solomon Thomas, trash. Like they just have like Ricky Pearsall's been good, but like the dude got shot and missed like half the year.
Yeah,
you know, like it's just random.
Yeah, I think this is my theory. This talking to a lot of people at the combine, there is a lot of discourse about how talented the top of this draft class is. Like the 1 through 8 is cemented, probably maybe 1 through 10. I'll give you 10. Like the 1 through 10 in this draft class, like, yeah, that's a good group of players right there. But when you talk like 10 through, I would push it as far to 40. It's really close together there. And so I think a lot of teams are still trying to figure out what exactly this draft class looks like. Now, that still doesn't explain why there hasn't been movement in the top 5. You know, I would expect like the Giants to maybe make a move or, one of these quarterback needy teams, maybe the Raiders. You know, it wouldn't surprise me if they try to make a move to get higher from number 6 overall. But if you're looking at the teams that are like 10 and behind, I think everyone's still trying to figure out who is in that range, like who makes sense. I think there's going to be some interesting names that pop in the teens in this draft where everyone probably had 2nd or 3rd round grades on them, but a team is making a swing on them so that they make sure that they get them.
Yeah. Hey, don't know if you saw it. Just broke. Jonathan Allen got released. Could the Cowboys sign a division rivals? Free agent.
They need help in the defensive interior. It really just depends on what that price tag looks like. I don't see them paying now that they're paying Osa Digizua $20 million a year. I don't see them paying more than $8 million for a defensive tackle moving forward.
Yeah,
because this is the first time they've ever paid a defensive tackle, so this is a big deal.
Hey, should have drafted Devondre Sweat or Byron Murphy, maybe.
Man, Byron Murphy didn't have a great year last year, which kind of disappointed me.
He didn't. Was he cursed from the?
Don't bring it up. Don't bring it up.
All right, I won't bring it up. CB will probably know what I'm talking about, but no, I don't know. And I thought Jackson Smith and Jigba's tweet was hilarious.
Yeah,
where he accidentally became important at work.
Yep.
But I don't know. This is an interesting question. But from the guys who are supposed to go in the first round in April, who are you projecting to be the biggest bust that you think is not going to work out?
Okay, I like this one. You know what? Let me take a look here at. Let me go to a mock draft and see what I can find as far as like this Jackson Dart love. I
don't get that.
I really hope this is just a smoke screen and he ends up falling like where Will Levis fell. Like I think the Will Levis range for him probably makes a lot more sense.
Do you want him to get the Will Levis treatment where they just keep showing him in the draft room? I said, do you want him to get the Will Levis treatment where they just keep showing him in the draft room?
Yeah, may as well.
Maybe what's the name? If he's lucky, he's got a nice girlfriend like Levis did. But, yeah.
I got one for you. I'm not huge on, and this is a Texas show, so this is going to sound a little biased, but I'm just being legit here. Shamar Stewart. Like I understand that he does get in the backfield and he does disrupt things for opposing offenses, but I want production. Like if I'm taking a guy in the first round, I want production. 4.5 sacks over the course of your career is not production. He tested like a freak. He measured in like a freak last week at Combine. He's getting top 10, top 15 love right now. And I'm like, slow down, slow the hell down. So I don't know.
Sorry, I keep looking at Nathan's comment. Byron.
It's going over my head.
It's from the screenshots of Byron Murphy's.
Oh, yes. I forgot about it.
Yeah. Balls, too. I'm sorry. I just lost my train of thought. Okay, I got to ask you. Who did you see Butler play? Because I know that's where you got that jersey and you went to
jersey.
Is it or hoodie? And I know you went to whatever it's called, the Field House. I've actually been there before. I think you know this. My stepsister went to Butler.
That's right.
So
I forgot.
I went up there, I think, like 2 or 3 times and saw Butler play Xavier one year. I remember that. And then I think I might have seen them play another game. But who'd they play? And you just had free time and wanted to go check it out?
Yeah, it was a 9 p.m. tip, so I certainly had time.
In Indy.
In Indianapolis. Yeah, it was strange. I think just TV schedules were all over the place. But they played St. John's, number 7 team in the country, so it was really cool to see them. And there's 2 kids at St. John's that I used to cover, so I got to catch up with them a little bit, and that was really cool. Zubi Ejiofor, who was a freak power forward at Garland during his days. Shaka Smart was going to land him, and then the staff turned over, and he ended up going to Kansas. Didn't really pan out at Kansas, and then Rick Pitino picked him up at St. John's, and he's played really well for them. And then Vince Iwachukwu, he was this big 7-foot center who played at San Antonio Cole. I think he eventually ended up finishing at one of these prep academies. I think he ended up at Link Academy in Missouri, went to USC, and had like a scary health episode at USC. I believe it was heart related, and he had to sit out like a year and a half, and then got healthy, got in the portal, and St. John's picked him up. But yeah, Rick Pitino has that machine rolling. But Hinkle Fieldhouse, one of the most historic sporting venues in the entire country. It's so badass. And if anyone ever gets the opportunity when you're in Indianapolis to go catch a game there, it's so worth it. You sit in there and you just kind of sit in the history of it. And there's a lot of like history plaques, so you can kind of catch up on what exactly happened. But you're sitting there and you're like, Oscar Robertson won a state championship here in the 60s. And, Hoosiers was filmed in here. And
Gordon Hayward was balling in here.
Yeah, it's Gordon Hayward, certainly. Sheldon Mack was balling in here. But yeah, it's an awesome venue. And you know what sucks about it? And I was sitting there, and this Butler team going into that game is 13-14. I mean, they're horrible. They have not figured it out since like probably 2015. And the entire crowd, which it was probably 80% full for a 9 p.m. tip, the entire crowd is on their feet, just losing their mind the whole game. And it's like, this could never happen in the state of Texas. Like, this is only something that would happen in the Midwest, specifically Indiana, or in the Northeast, where just kind of basketball means a little bit more. But like, there's no reason why a program like North Texas or SMU shouldn't have the same kind of support. And it just kind of, it grinds my gears. And even Texas to a certain extent. But it's Texas Tech is probably the only school that you could say, yeah, their fans are going to show up no matter what their record is. Other than that, like, I don't think there's another program in Texas that touches it. Maybe Houston.
All right.
We haven't seen that in a long time.
What's the common denominator there between Lubbock and Indianapolis?
There's things to do in Indianapolis. Indianapolis is a sneaky fun city. If that's where
I've been there multiple times.
If that's where you're going with this, Indianapolis, there are much more things to do than Lubbock.
All right. I'll let you have that. But I mean, bro, it's Texas. Like, football is king. It will always be king. That. Like, that's why some of the Texas basketball stuff is just like, dude, at the end of the day, the sport is always number 2, if not 3, if not 4 at the university. That's just what it is. And that's how it is in a lot of other places. But yeah, I don't know. Real quick, before we get out of here, do want to talk a little bit recruiting, because it is our last show before the weekend. So we were talking about Jackson Smith and Jigba earlier. One thing that I realized yesterday, so I'm writing up this story on Jermaine Bishop. And for those on audio only, Jermaine Bishop is 24/7 Sports. Is number 3 athlete prospect in the country, number 35 overall prospect.
Y'all are really high on him compared to others, huh?
Yeah, well, 2 other sites think he's a 3-star, and they're morons, because just wait till you see the film and the other stuff I'm about to say. His cousin is Michael Bishop, who's a Kansas State legend, was the 1998 Heisman runner-up, was a 7th-round pick in 99 by way of the Patriots, dueled with Drew Bledsoe a few times, and then eventually they brought in,
Is he the best 7th-round pick in Patriots history?
Maybe.
Tom Brady.
He might have been at one point, and then Tom just came in, But anyways, Jermaine, he has a top 8, but inside the top 8 are 4 schools: Texas, Houston, Texas A&M, and USC thus far. He has 3 official visits scheduled: USC the 6th through the 8th, Houston the 12th through the 14th, and Texas the 20th through the 22nd. Does not have dates set up with A&M quite yet, but he did say that's the only other school he has interest in officially visiting. As far as spring unofficials go, he will see, the 3 in-state schools. He has not been out to USC yet, and he will not get out there till the OV. And a really interesting recruitment. So we have him as an athlete prospect, and for good reason. I personally think he projects better at a corner. but he is a ridiculous receiver at the same time. Houston is currently offering him or pitching him on the same role he plays in high school, which is the Travis Hunter role where he just doesn't come off the field. Because Houston knows with what they are as a program, they have to have a unique pitch, right?
Yeah.
And it's resonating well with him. I mean, one thing about Houston, they have his best friend committed, Keyshawn Henderson. Keyshawn Henderson, Jermaine Bishop, they play 7-on-7 together. Keyshawn Henderson is a 5-star quarterback that is currently our number 5 overall prospect in the country, and I do not expect him to flip. So they kind of have an angle there, and the guy I brought up earlier, Michael Bishop, his cousin, is the head coach over at Keyshawn Henderson's high school. And, that trio is all very close, so it would not shock me at all if Houston actually found a way to get Jermaine Bishop.
Tell you what, that would be huge for Willie Fritz to be able to land Keyshawn, keep him, because there are going to be teams that drop bags on him before signing day, no doubt. So if they can keep Keyshawn in the fold, get Jermaine Bishop, like Houston might figure something out.
For sure. And then USC, they're pursuing him to play full-time receiver. They're the only school doing that. Texas currently recruiting him as an athlete, where there are 4 coaches talking to him: Chris Jackson, Mark Orphy, Jeff Banks, Steve Sarkisian has also communicated a tad bit with Dwayne Aquina as well. But their pitch is basically, hey, we're going to recruit the shit out of you, and once you get on campus, we'll figure it out from then. I do expect him to end, if he does end up at Texas, to find his long-term home in Mark Orphy's room, the cornerback's room, but would not be surprised if he ended up a receiver or safety. Like, he can legitimately do it all. About to pull up the tape just because it's some of the most ridiculous tape that exists right now. A bit out of order, but nonetheless ridiculously impressive. So he's been a varsity starter at Willis since week 1 of his freshman year. He started the entire freshman season at corner, played a tiny bit of offense, but was mostly a corner. 5 interceptions, 1 pick six, 1 kickoff return as a freshman. His sophomore year, primary position becomes receiver. Lagway is the quarterback. He's a senior at the time. So Jermaine, had a ridiculous season. 1,400-plus yards, like 40-plus tackles, 5 interceptions, again, another return touchdown. And everyone was like, okay, he's screwed. Lagway's leaving. There's no way he can do this again. He had 1,500 yards as a junior, even more than he had with Lagway.
Yeah.
And this is the junior tape that we're watching right now. But watch this. He blocks 2 kids on this play.
Hey, that's what I'm talking about. I was just about to ask, are there concerns about size here?
A little bit. He is, 5'10", 5'11", probably about 160 right now. But I mean, like, just a ridiculous athlete. He also played on Willis's varsity basketball team as a freshman and sophomore, averaged 5 points as a freshman and like 8 as a sophomore. Ran track, didn't do any open events, but ran on Willis's 4x1 and 4x2 varsity relays as a freshman, but he hasn't done track since. So you love the multi-sport profile, love the bloodlines. Watch this. He hurdles this kid.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, just like his nickname is kind of the Travis Hunter of Texas. I kind of hate that. There only is one Travis Hunter, but this is the closest thing you'll ever see to Travis Hunter, at least at the high school level. So I love him as a prospect, good head on his shoulders, and just a dog that has achieved everything at the highest level of Texas public high school football. One crazy thing I realized yesterday, Nick, because I'm like, wow, he has about 2,900 career receiving yards entering his senior year, and they're only going to feed him the ball more as a senior after he went for 1,500 plus as a junior.
Right.
I'm like, how close can he actually be to getting in the record book? I look it up. If he has around 1,500 yards like he did as a junior, he will be top 10 all time in receiving yards in career history in Texas high school football.
That's awesome.
And who will be the only guy on that list that played 6A ball, not named Jackson Smith and Jigba, who went number 20 overall in the draft as a 5-star recruit out of Rockwall.
Yep.
Everyone knows who Jackson Smith and Jigba is. So
Marvin Mims still one on that list?
Yes, he is, but he played 5A ball.
Right. I know.
Whatever it was. Yeah. But with Jermaine, it's just like, honestly, I think he does project a bit better to corner. If I was Texas, I would try to play him at corner, but I mean, I think he could find a role at receiver even in the SEC. But the fact that he's more of a corner prospect than a receiver, and he's going to be top 10 all time, most likely in career receiving yards, Texas high school football history, like just ridiculous. And also went up and down that top 10 list. Jermaine is 796 receiving yards away from being the all-time leader in receiving yards in the Houston metro area.
Interesting.
Yeah. So he very much think he can easily get to 800 receiving yards as a senior. And, I definitely expect him to break the Houston area record, but he should, have a great chance to finish top 10 all time statewide history, not just Houston. So
it's crazy that we can justifiably call Willis the Houston metro area. Cause like when I was a kid, we tried to claim it as like East Texas, but it's definitely Houston these days.
Yeah. Hey, once they start pumping out these, 4 or 5 stars, Houston, hey, they're Houston,
Exactly.
I mean, you know how it works, but with Jermaine, plays a lot of corner as a junior. They dealt with some issues at Willis where they just weren't throwing to his side of the field. And with Trent Miller being the great coach that he is, he stuck his ass at safety and made their defense even better. So, I do think corner is probably the best projection for him, but I also think he could be really successful as a one-high safety. Plays a ton of 7-on-7, can man up, press with the best that, exist, and just a super impressive kid. And he's doing all this as a 5'10", 160-pounder. Yeah. So love his game. And as far as the recruitment goes, we'll be very surprised if he ends up at USC. Just like very rarely do people who have never visited until their OV actually end up at that school. And especially because there is a lot of buzz that he's looking to stay in state. Houston is very, very interesting. I do buy them as a legit contender.
Is that Texas' biggest threat?
Yes, I would say Houston is. A&M is interesting. They're in it, but still don't have an OV booked, which, kind of gives off the vibe that they're lower on his priority list than the other 3 schools. So as of right now, I do think it's going to be Texas or Houston. And, I mean, like he could very well pick Houston over Texas. Like that is a serious possibility. So one thing to watch for him. But an awesome player, and, I mean, like, Nick, does this look like a 3-star to you?
No, absolutely not.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's just because he doesn't have verified speed, but
he does. He was in Under Armour last year. That's where the 5'10", 155 came from. So
gotcha.
It's just,
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Whoa. Thought he was going to score there.
Yeah, and he's not the fastest, not the biggest, but like by far and away, in my opinion, pound for pound, the best football player in Texas high school football right now. Like if I was a high school football coach in the state and was available to draft any single player I wanted, Jermaine Bishop is my number 1 pick, no question, because he literally doesn't come off the field for Willis. So just, love the kid's game and expect it to be Texas or Houston. But anyways, we're rolling a little over, so we'll get out of here. Lone Star Playbook wrapping up. Encourage y'all to get over to the Texas Sports Unfiltered app for the Midday Mashup, where SEC Unfiltered previewing the SEC baseball weekend that lies ahead. And then at 2 p.m., Chip and Zay will be back on the live stream, YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, wherever you get your live stream, they'll be there. And y'all have a good weekend. Happy Friday. Nick, anything you got?
No, I'm good. Have a good weekend, everybody.
Awesome. We'll see y'all.